Speaker, should be able to be heard. We want to see the images of police officers helping the disabled people cross the roads. We want to see police officers being on the first line. When we call you, you don't tell us you don't have fuel. Mr. Speaker, one of the first things the President did when he got sworn into office, he said that he's going to give the Inspector General of Police full authority to spend the money. So now you have no reason for you to tell us you do not have fuel when emergencies occur. And in particular for counties which are outside towns, because this is where we need a lot of emergency response. Mr. Speaker, as I second this motion, I would like to request that he should not be an Inspector General who stays in Nairobi. We want him to come to these areas where there have been security issues. We want to see him there, and we want to see you talking when you are there, telling people what the government is doing. And because you are an AIE holder, you should tell us how much money you are allocating, say, to Tana River for operations. How many police stations are you opening in our counties? Especially the ones that have, and I'm not speaking only about my county, Mr. Speaker, I'm speaking across the nation. Tell us how much money you are allocating. What is your strategic plan for operations in these counties? We should not be hearing only of the police when we have seen people die, or when there are accidents, when there are attacks. Come out and tell us this is the plan, this is how we are executing. You should be part and parcel of our lives, because security is our life also. Security is part and parcel of our life. You should be coming to the televisions, to the radios, to the whatever, speaking to us of your plans, so that we don't wait for things to happen. That's when we see you. We want you to tell us in advance that I will be coming to Tana River County, and this is the plan. We have this number of police stations. This is what we are doing, so that we walk with you. Mr. Speaker, I really want to commend to this Senate and even effectively the Republic of Kenya, this new officer who has served for so many years, 39 years, with distinction. So we ask that we support him, and I beg to second this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mundegi, have a seat. Honorable Senators will now proceed to propose the question. The Senate adopt the joint report of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Affairs of the National Assembly and the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations of the Senate on the approval hearing of the nominee to the position of Inspector General of the National Police Service laid on the table of the Senate on Monday the 19th of August 2024. And pursuant to Article 245, 2A of the Constitution, Section 12 of the National Police Service Act, Section 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, and Standing Order 77 of the Senate approved the nomination of Mr. Douglas Kanja Kirocho for appointment to the position of Inspector General of the National Police Service. Now the floor is open. Yes, proceed.
Mr. Speaker, in accordance to Standing Order number 111, rise to, and this is after consultation with the leader of minority. Mr. Speaker, you understand the kind of schedule we have today. We have an impeachment hearing. Yesterday we left here at midnight, and with the Assembly only having presented their side. Today we have the defense, and they have quite some work. So we consulted with the leader of minority, arise with, in accordance to Standing Order number 111 on limitation of debate. We consulted with the leader of a minority and have agreed that let us have 4 representatives from each side speaking for 5 minutes, and we close debate in the interest of the very agenda that is ahead of us. Therefore, that's a request I'd wish to make. I request the leader of minority to second.
Minority Leader, can you confirm that that is the position?
Yes, I do.
Very well. So we will take 5 from each side, each speaking for 5 minutes. Senator Wambua Kiyo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to support the report of the committee on the recommendation for the appointment of Douglas Kanja Kirocho, CBS OGW, as the Inspector General of Police for the next 4 years. Mr. Speaker, as we wish Douglas Kanja well in the service, the Speaker, we want to remind him of a few things. That Mr. Speaker, following the enactment of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, the police force then was changed into a service. And the service, under that service, Mr. Speaker, is when we created the office of the Inspector General of Police. Mr. Speaker, from Article 243 of the Constitution up to Article 245 of the Constitution, detailing the establishment of the office, the functions of the office, and the service command. Mr. Speaker, I want to begin by saying that Mr. Kanja is taking office at a very critical moment in the history of our country. He is occupying office at a time, Mr. Speaker, that this country has endured the greatest levels of police brutality. Mr. Speaker, Kanja is coming to office when the police service, in the eyes of almost every Kenyan, is known for 2 things. 1, brutality, and 2, corruption. And yet, Mr. Speaker, Article 244 of the Constitution, under the functions of the service, I took time to go through that article, Mr. Speaker, and I cannot locate the Kenya Police Service under the provisions of Article 244 of the Constitution. Why, Mr. Speaker? Because that article says that the service is supposed to uphold the highest standards of professionalism. Mr. Speaker, that is wanting in the service. It says that the service is supposed to prevent corruption and act transparently and pursue accountability. I cannot locate that in the service. It says that the service is supposed to protect human rights and fundamental freedoms. The Speaker, that is lacking in the service. It says that the service should promote relationship with the broader society. That also is lacking in the service. Mr. Speaker, I have listened to Senator Mugatana seconding the motion, and he spoke from my mouth. That, Mr. Speaker, a time has come that perhaps the head of the police service must work extra hours, extra time, with greater dedication to change the face of the police service so that a person in dire need, a person who needs help, and they see a police officer on the streets, they run to the officer because the officer will provide help at the time of need. As we speak today, Mr. Speaker, if you are lost in the streets of Nairobi and you see a police officer,
it will be very difficult to approach them for help. Because probably what may happen is they may mislead you or even arrest you. Mr. Speaker, and they might even charge you, threaten to charge you with loitering with bad intent. Mr. Speaker, this service must be reclaimed. The glory of this service must be reclaimed. Mr. Speaker, the IG
Just half a minute, conclude.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the IG is coming into office at a time that there is need for him to exercise full independence as provided for in Article 245 of the Constitution. These abductions, these police officers hooded, hiding behind hoods, Mr. Speaker, he must deal with those people. And Mr. Speaker, lastly, as I conclude, he is coming to office on a day that Maina Wajigi has been arrested for reasons that we don't even understand. Mr. Speaker, that belongs to the past, that must stop. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Chute.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me also take this opportunity to rise to support this motion. Honorable Speaker, allow me to thank the committees, both committees of the two houses and the chairs, my friend Chair Cheptumo and Chair Tongoyo. Honorable Speaker, our nominee, IG, Douglas Kanja Kirochi, has done a very good job for this country for the last 39 years. He started with a police constable, as a police constable, and he rose through ranks of, from a corporal to Assistant Inspector General of Police, Senior Assistant Inspector General of Police, and now nominee for Inspector General of Police. Honorable Speaker, I want to also take this opportunity to congratulate the nominee. Honorable Speaker, when he was being vetted, his assets were, as he has indicated, is 46 million shillings. Honorable Speaker, if you look at his earnings per month, for the 39 years he has worked for this country, he was getting 98,290 every month. Honorable Speaker, if you've had other CSS being vetted, some of the CSS, the 2 years they've worked in this government, were earning, or if you look at the asset, were 8,333,000 every month. Honorable Speaker, looking at 39 years of service as a police officer, starting with the rank of a police constable, and he got an asset of 46 million. That is really commendable. Honorable Speaker, having said that, some people are talking about police officers being cruel. I think the problem we have in this country is the police officers are being underpaid. Honorable Speaker, what I would want to ask Mr. Kanja to do, immediately is confirmed. First of all, he must look at the police housing. Honorable Speaker, if you go to Industrial Police Station today, Honorable Speaker, the way these police officers live is, I'll tell you today, they are not living like human beings. How do you expect a police officer to work the whole day and going back to those kind of houses? That is terrible. I wanted, if possible, Honorable Speaker, I went to Ileret, my county, one time, and I visited police post and police station. And the way they live, those houses were built in 1950s. And I would want Kanja to visit Ileret and to let him see how people live in Ileret and many police stations. Honorable Speaker, the other issue I want to raise with Kanja, if he is approved, is the issue of Koreans, missionaries, 2 Korean missionaries who were abducted last week. He must visit Moyale. They were abducted in Oda, Moyale. I want him to visit there and see how he can solve that problem. The other issue I wanted to raise, Honorable Speaker, is the issue on the Ethiopia-Kenya border. We have incursions from Ethiopian military regularly into Ethiopia, into Kenya, mainly around Anona, Elebor, and around Sorolo areas. Honorable Speaker, our people have suffered. There are IDPs in Sololo as we speak because of the issues we have from the Ethiopian military. The other issue is the issue of NPR. I want Kanja to visit Marsabit, to visit Samburu, visit Garissa, Mandera, Turkana, and Pokot to address the issue of NPRs. We have a lot of shortages on that side. Finally, Honorable Speaker, there are barriers on this road from Moyale to Isiolo. We have got 18 police barriers. I want Honorable Kanja to address the issue of all these barriers. What are these barriers for? Why do we keep police barriers? They can do patrols. Why do you keep barriers on the roads? And these are all toll stations.
Senator Crystal Asige.
Thank you, Speaker, for allowing me to also contribute to this motion with regards to the new appointment of our Inspector General of the National Police Service. Speaker, my contribution will be very brief and to the point. I am standing here still extremely hurt and disappointed as to how Kenya has been portrayed and the suffering and the killings and pain that we have seen over the past 2 months, especially, Speaker. We sat here 2 years ago and vetted and appointed the former IG, who, unfortunately, he has become one of the most disappointing appointments that Kenya has seen in its National Police Service. And I say that honestly and sincerely, Speaker. With this new IG appointment, Speaker, and the vetting that has been done with the Joint Committee, I don't think that 39 years of a career will do it for me. I don't think that a CV really tells what somebody is, his or her morals, and what they intend to do once they get into a position. A CV is just a piece of paper, Mr. Speaker. And an interview process, anyone can speak and have the gift of the gab, as they call it, and woo the entire committee. But frankly, to me, Speaker, the proof will be in the pudding. The proof will be in what he does in his first 100 days, in his first year, in his first day in office, Speaker. That will be what will determine the intention of this new IG and where he would like to take the National Police Service. Speaker, 2 months later, we still have conflicting police reports, and I wish that this be his first order of business. Conflicting reports on how many people have died in the anti-government protests the last 2 months. We have heard the president give his number, IPOA give their number, the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights give their number, and still, right now in the mortuary, we have over 240 unidentified bodies sitting, lying, and with no clue of where they came from. Some of them have been changed in terms of they've been picked up in one location, and you go to the morgue and you see that they have a tag saying another location for another crime or another accident. Mr. Speaker, it's an absolute mess. And I wish that this become his first order of business and become his priority if and when he gets into office. Mr. Speaker, 2 months later still, we still have bodies, like I said, unidentified. We have abductions still going on, with the most former that has gone viral on the internet being of a popular blogger named Maverick Auko, just released yesterday. Mr. Speaker, 2 months later, we still have families who are left in the dark. They don't know where their kids are, their family members, their loved ones.
What is your point of order, Senator Mandago?
Honorable Speaker, Standing Order 105 on statement of fact. I've heard Senator Asike say Aogo was abducted. There's a difference between police arrest and being abducted. I think it is time that we also set records straight that the police must be left to do their work. That is the reason why the Honorable Parliament...
Order, Senator Kiyo. Minority Leader. Order, Senator Mazai.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, you must protect me, because I get surprised when senior counsel like Omogen, who was in this house and passed the Cybercrime Act, would want to gag the police from doing their work. Can Senator Asike substantiate allegation of abduction? Otherwise, she should withdraw the statement and apologize to the police of this country.
Senator Crystal Asige, you have made a very heavy statement that a blogger was abducted. Are you in a position to substantiate that claim? If not, then you may proceed to withdraw.
Mr. Speaker, as I was contributing, perhaps a good senator from Wasingishu didn't hear me correctly. What I said was that on social media there are reports of a blogger who has been abducted. I did not say, Speaker, anything else apart from that. Speaker, I'll continue. What I was trying to continue to say is that there are still families who are also left in the dark.
Senator Crystal Asige, you've said abductions are still going on. I heard you correctly. Right. Abductions don't happen in social media.
Speaker, the reports that are coming from social media, I said, are that there are still abductions ongoing.
But social media may not be the correct source.
Correct, Speaker. And I hope that the new IG that is incoming will unturn every single stone so that we can get down to the bottom of these reports.
Senators, order. Did you verify the information you got from the social media, Senator Crystal Asige?
Speaker, I was continuing to say that I'm hoping that the new IG will take it upon himself to prioritize unturning all of these stones and all of these allegations that are ongoing, so that we can find out the truth and he can do his job in informing the country of the true position of what is going on. Speaker.
Proceed.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, families should also be given information about their whereabouts of their loved ones who are still missing, who are still seeking for answers to questions that they've been having over several months now, Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also want to say that I hope that the new IG will take note of the court ruling that has pronounced itself clearly about using live bullets, about clothing, and masked officers roaming our streets, Speaker. I hope that this will also be rectified through his tenure when he reaches the office that he is going to assume soon, Speaker, because these kinds of things cannot continue in a republic of Kenya. We are not a banana republic, Mr. Speaker, and I hope that this is definitely prioritized by the new IG. Mr. Speaker, I hope that he works to follow the law, not work to follow anyone else's orders or anyone else's opinions or anyone else's way of doing business, Speaker, is what I'm saying. The law is clear and it's very concise, and he needs to hopefully I want to believe that he will be following it.
Senator Sik.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much for this opportunity that you've given me also to come to support this motion and take the floor to speak much more about the nominee IG, Douglas Kancha. At this opportunity when the country really want to have the IG at the moment. Honorable Speaker, I happen to be in the Committee of National Security in the Senate Joint Committee with National Assembly, and we had an interactive session with the nominee, and we realized that the experience the nominee has and has worked in this country is quite enormous, and we were a bit impressed, and we really brought this to the limelight of the entire country that this is the right nominee, somebody who have come from the constable to the position of the Deputy Inspector General of Police. This is enormous. This is something that we really encourage. We thank God that we can really still have officers who can work through ranks, different ranks, without even going to a different rank. He went through all the ranks, from the first rank of the corporal to the Director General of Police. Honorable Speaker, this motivates the entire service for them to understand that somebody can rise from the constable position or even from constable to the IG position. So this brought to the experiences of this officer. We really realize that that is a very important opportunity for the rest and even for the entire country. Honorable Speaker, the nominee promised the committee and the entire country that because we were live and we broadcasted all this throughout the entire country, he promised to deal with issues of corruption, particularly on the issue of traffic, where we realize that there is a big issue and a big gap in this country. He also promised that he will look at the issues of deployment of staff on areas of that are shortages and try to bring some staffing issues within the force and even discipline within the force. These are the issues that he could really brought to the committee and to the Kenyans when he was being vetted by our Committee of National Security. Honorable Speaker, I want to request that as we continue to approve this nomination of this officer, Douglas Kancha, I request that the nominee would really observe and address a few issues that really were coming very strongly during the interview and to the members of the committees and to also to the public, because we received quite a number of memoranda through public participations and all that. And I really request that the nominee address the issue of vehicles, shortage of police vehicles. We realize that a number of stations, police stations, has no vehicles. If there is no vehicle, then there is no fuel, there is no transport, there is no supervision, there is no security, there is a highly shortage of security. The issue of houses in this country for police is something that really is something that has been a big problem. Most of our police are also staying at this Viosk. Most of them stays at shanty areas, and even it's horrible. It's a horrible situation for the police police service. Honorable Speaker, I also want the nominee to address the issue of border points, particularly on areas of, these border points where, like in Kajiado, we have a big problem where the Tanzania authorities are really threatening members of this country. They are abducting, they are arresting, they take our...
Senator Richard Onyonka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I take this opportunity to contribute to this very, very important matter. Mr. Speaker, the selection, nomination, maybe appointment of the Inspector General of Police is one of the major positions that in our country is highly regarded and respected. Mr. Speaker, the feeling I have is that in our republic, even when as a country we have done exceptionally well when it came to performing internationally. And Mr. Speaker, because of the institutional memory, many of my friends here may not know that or remember that Kenya is actually the country that provided security teams from the Kenyan Police Service to go to Namibia to set up their police system after their independence. Kenya did the same in Zimbabwe. Kenya did the same in Rwanda. And right now, Kenya is in Haiti. Internationally, we've kept a highly respectful kind of engagement, and people have known us as a country that believes in the rule of law and a country that has performed quite reasonably well when it came to our police service. But then, Mr. Speaker, one of the things that I have observed, and I happen to be very lucky because I've been around for quite a while, the police service that we have right now is actually dysfunctional. One of the issues that I would like to raise, and my colleagues and friends here have raised this issue, Mr. Speaker, is that you can't have a police officer who stays in a mud hut with him and his colleagues, even sharing rooms with their wives. We can't have a police service, Mr. Speaker, where a police officer sometimes is transferred unilaterally because he has annoyed some big person somewhere where their rights are violated. We can't have a police service where I keep talking about their salary for obvious reasons, because I would spend most probably a whole day discussing how we have mistreated our police service. And yet indeed, because of this dysfunctionality, Mr. Speaker, the police service, the Kenyan police service, has failed us miserably. The recent events that you saw happen, my colleagues have talked about unilateral arrests. Mr. Speaker, if you look at it right now, a gentleman called Jimmy Wanjigi was arrested. His house was demolished. And these are issues that I would like to seek in this house and to my brothers. I remember when Cherargei was being arrested some 3 years ago, and he was screaming, saying, oh my God, Mr. Speaker, what is going to happen to me? These people came at 5 o'clock in the morning. Mr. Speaker, at that time when Cherargei was speaking, Senator Cherargei was speaking and crying, I thought he had lost his mind. Mr. Speaker, I would like to encourage Mr. Kanja
Mr. Speaker, I stand under Standing Order 101 and 105 on statement of fact. Mr. Speaker, is it in order to go on the answered of this house that I was yelling and crying? Me, I'm a dry Kalenjin man who was circumcised in 3 a.m. in the morning. Is it in order for the senator of Kisii to insinuate I was crying? In fact, I was arrested naked, but I've never cried about it, Mr. Speaker. Can he apologize to me and the great men of Nandi and the people of Nandi, Mr. Speaker, in the spirit of Koitalel Samoe and the Talai, Mr. Speaker?
They claimed that I was yelling. How can a man yell? How can a man yell? Can he yell? Kicking in the air. Can he? Apologize and say you made it in jest.
Mr. Speaker, I literally saw Honorable Senator Cherargei wailing, asking for his gods to excuse him. And when I asked him what was the problem, he told me he had seen Mr. Matiang'i the night before. It was scary for him, Mr. Speaker. I'm using this argument, Mr. Speaker, to justify... Yes, sir. Mr. Speaker, could you allow me to look for... Yes. I promise to deliver the video, sir, because I wouldn't wish... Mr. Speaker, Honorable Kongo Mogeni would like...
I have not given the permission. So upon our return, because
yes,
we proceed on recess today.
Yes.
At the adjournment of this House, we proceed on recess. Once we come back on the 17th of September,
I'll provide the video and show how he was crying.
Now proceed to conclude.
He was wailing.
Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I wanted to say that I plead with the new Inspector General of Police to make sure that he carries himself with the dignity that he has. Mr. Kanja is somebody we all know. I would like him to look at several issues, but I want to plead with this House and the National Assembly for the police service to perform. They have always said, and I believe them, Mr. Speaker, because we went as a committee and met the team from the police service during the Shakahola hearings. And Mr. Speaker, our forensic labs hardly work. The police vehicles don't have fuel. You find that the police officers don't even have insurance for themselves. You find that most of the issues that are involving the police are treated casually. I would like to plead that we provide them with the necessary funding, make sure that this aspect of corruption and aspects of roadblocks being stationed everywhere on our roads, I think it needs to be rationalized. And to finish, Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that I hope that Mr. Kanja will do an excellent job, make sure that this House interfaces with him, because we are the ones who will be oversighting him. I believe that he is a man who's capable of understanding that he must be seen to offer justice, he must be seen to be fair, and he must be seen to be a person who's willing to make Kenya a better place than he found it. Other than that, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say that I honestly do feel that Mr. Kanja will be able to manage this office, and I hope that my colleagues in this House will be open enough for us to make sure that we begin to change our systems which are failing. Our children who are killed, we don't have the data. That has already been mentioned, Mr. Speaker. So I would like to say that some things we need closure, some things we need to be honest with ourselves, because if you don't have justice, you cannot have peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, with those very few remarks.
Senator Kenyu. Senator Kenyu.
Asante sana Bwana Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii. Bwana Spika, kuanzia mwanzo nataka kumpongeza Douglas Kanja kwa kuteuliwa kuwa jenerali mkuu wa polisi. Bwana Spika, ni vizuri julikane wazi na Kanja wakati anapokuja aje akijua ya kwamba kazi kuu ya serikali yoyote ni kulinda mali na maisha ya wananchi. Bwana Spika, Bwana Spika, ukitembelea sehemu nyingi za bonde la ufa hasa Laikipia, Bwana Spika, unapata wakati mwingi watu wanaishi kwa maisha ya kukimbizwa na kuibiwa na hawa wezi wa mifugo, Bwana Spika. Kwa hivyo Bwana Spika, ningemuuliza Jenerali wa polisi atakapoingia, Bwana Spika, azingatie na aweze kukubalia tuweze kuongeza hawa askari wetu wa ziada, kwa Kiingereza wanaitwa NPR, Bwana Spika, kwa sababu hawa ndio askari walio na uzoefu na ujuzi katika zile sehemu mahali ambapo wametoka, Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, na vile vile hawa askari wanapaswa waangaliwe na washughulikiwe, kwa sababu wakati mwingi Bwana Spika, wanapouawa unapata ya kwamba hawana faida yoyote wanayopata. Ningependa kusema Bwana Spika, wapewe NHIF iwe ikiwashughulikia wakati wanapatikana matatizo hasa ya magonjwa, Bwana Spika, na familia zao, Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, nimefurahi kuona ya kwamba nikiangalia ripoti iliyoletwa kwetu, Inspector General utajiri wake wote ni milioni, Bwana Spika, 46. Na tungependa Bwana Spika, baada ya mwaka mmoja tuweze kuangalia utajiri wake utakuwa umepanda kiasi kipi, Bwana Spika, kwa sababu kila wakati naona mtu anaingia katika hizi ofisi kuu za serikali, utajiri wake unaendelea kuwa mkubwa hata zaidi, Bwana Spika. Na hiyo ni hali moja, Bwana Spika, tutakuwa tukipigana na ufisadi, Bwana Spika. Kwa hivyo Bwana Spika, ufisadi ni paka uangaliwe kwa kiasi cha haja, Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, sehemu ambazo zingine ambazo tungependa kumwambia Bwana Spika anapoingia, ukiangalia Bwana Spika, bonde la Ufa, unapata ya kwamba watu wengi hawa wakora wana bunduki kinyume cha sheria, Bwana Spika. Kwa hivyo anapaswa aungane na maafisa wale wengine, maafisa wa ujasusi, maafisa wa jeshi, ndio waweze kuwanyang'anya wale watu walio na bunduki kinyume cha sheria, Bwana Spika, kwa sababu hizi bunduki ndizo zinahangaisha watu wengi wanaoishi katika sehemu hizo, Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, Laikipia ukitembea kama mahali kunaitwa Ormora, uende mahali kunaitwa Angwashe, mahali kunaitwa Miteta, Bwana Spika, tuna shida hii ya usalama hata mahali kunaitwa Yedhi, Bwana Spika. Kwa hivyo ninafahamu na ninajua kwamba kwa sababu huyu afisa ni mtu aliyebombea katika kazi yake, Bwana Spika, nikiangalia ameanza kufanya hii kazi ya usalama kwa muda mrefu, Bwana Spika, ninajua ataweza kuifanya kwa ujasiri na bila kuogopa chochote. Bwana Spika, jambo lingine ambalo ningependa kusema ni ya kwamba kwa sababu nchi yetu wakati mwingine tunakumbwa na magaidi, Bwana Spika, na kwa sababu yeye mwenyewe anaonekana aliongoza katika ile operationi ya fagia boni, Bwana Spika, ninajua yeye ataweza kusaidia hata zaidi, Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, tumekuwa na shida ya pombe katika sehemu nyingi katika nchi ya Kenya, Bwana Spika, na watu wanakisia kwamba unapata maafisa wengine wa polisi, Bwana Spika, wao wenyewe wana mabaa na wanaendeleza ile mambo ya kuuza pombe, Bwana Spika. Kwa hivyo hiyo mambo ya mgongano wa kirasilimali, Bwana Spika, anapaswa aishughulikie, Bwana Spika. Kwa mambo, Bwana Spika, ya maandamano yaliyokuwa yakifanyika katika nchi ya Kenya, sisi tulitoa mwongozo hapa, Bwana Spika, na tukapitisha vile ambavyo serikali inapaswa kufanya, Bwana Spika. Kwa hivyo hatuna haja tujisumbue kumuuliza huyu afisa, anapaswa afuate yale mambo ambayo sisi tulielekeza katika jumba hili. Tukasema ya kwamba wale ambao waliuawa, Bwana Spika, wanapaswa kufidiwa na serikali, Bwana Spika. Tukasema wale walioko katika hospitali, Bwana Spika, wanapaswa kufidiwa na serikali. Kwa hivyo mimi ningependa kusema ya kwamba nampongeza huyu afisa, na kwa sababu ni mtu aliye na uzoefu, tukiangalia katika historia yake ni mtu aliye na uzoefu, sina shaka mimi namtakia kila raheli katika jukumu hili mpya alilopewa, Bwana Spika, la kuongoza askari wetu, na tunajua ya kwamba baada ya muda aliyopewa tutaona kazi atakayokuwa ameifanya, Bwana Spika. Nashukuru na nasema asante.
Senator Catherine Muma.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. for the opportunity to contribute to this motion. I wish to support the decision of the joint committees on the appointment of Mr. Douglas Kanja to the position of IG. Mr. Speaker, as we support his appointment, I would want to send a message that when we passed the Constitution of Kenya 2010, we actually intended that we move from the police force to a police service. Mr. Speaker, Article 244 of the Constitution that guides on how the police can be a service has to date not been implemented. The police continues to be a force rather than a service. My plea to the incoming IG is that this is a golden opportunity for you to be the first IG to make a serious attempt to implement the police as a service. And I believe if you implement the police as a service, this will benefit everybody in the country. It will benefit communities, it will benefit families, it will benefit the government, and we will be a better off community. Mr. Speaker, I would want to speak to a few particular issues that I think the IG must pay attention to. Mr. Speaker, we have so many cases of lost children in this country. Every so often you hear this child is being looked for, this child has disappeared, this child has died. I want to ask that the police invest more time in trying to deal with child trafficking in this country so that we deal with that menace. Mr. Speaker, I also want to request that the IG collaborate better with other departments. The information from the Kenya Health Information System indicates that between 2016 and 2023, we had over nearly 200,000 10 to 14-year-olds, girls who are made pregnant. This information was picked from health facilities. Mr. Speaker, all of those are defilements. Do we have a similar number of prosecutions in our courts? No, we don't have it, because these cases are not prosecuted, are not followed, because the provincial administration from sub-chiefs and the others, including the police, actually get into negotiations instead of prosecuting these cases. We are asking that for the protection of girls and boys in this country, because the defilement is also happening to the boys, that the IG will spend a lot more time and put in place mechanisms to ensure that our children, especially the girls, are protected from sexual violence in this country. Mr. Speaker, we have had quite a number of deaths in our universities. We've had brutal deaths that happen where people are murdered, especially girls. We are asking that he also looks at that. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to speak to the new issue where police are covering their faces, using cars without number plates, hiding their identity. Mr. Speaker, why would police mimic terrorists? How would I know that this is a police officer when the police officer is behaving like a terrorist, like a robber? We need the IG to immediately stop the new practice in the police where they are mimicking terrorists and terrorizing the society in the manner in which they are carrying out, particularly when they want to arrest the persons who have made political speeches. Recently, my former colleague, Khalef Khalifa, former commissioner, was arrested by people who were hooded. And when he tried to get to ask for his rights, they actually then...
Senator Muma, your time is up. Just wind up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Senator Wamatinga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. Let me kick off by thanking the both combined committee of the Senate and the Parliament for the approval of IG nominee Kanja. Mr. Speaker, sir, I have the privilege of knowing Kanja since I was a young boy, and I know his commitment, his dedication, his journey in the police force has been quite long. Indeed, 39 years of experience, Mr. Speaker, having worked in all terrains in this country, having served in different challenges, indeed, he has what it takes to take the police force to the next level. Mr. Speaker, sir, we know we've come from an age where we've been confronted by a new challenge of the Gen Zs. This is a tribalist approach to doing things. This is a generation that is leveraging the technology to have their things done. Mr. Speaker, sir, my prayer to the nominee is that he equally leverages technology, he uses IT to advance, to promote, and most importantly, to ensure that the safety and the security of Kenyans is guaranteed. Mr. Speaker, sir, we came some times back with the initiative of the Nyumba Kumi. This was a noble concept that has not taken deep root because it has lacked support from the structural and the structured forces. Mr. Speaker, sir, my request to the new IG is to leverage the Nyumba Kumi initiative, ensure that they are given adequate technology in line with the community health frontiers, so that we can be able not only to capture data, but also to timely, effectively report occurrences in any part of this country. Mr. Speaker, sir, being a people-centric approach in offering police services would require that we Kenyan citizens also change our approach in the way we do things. It is a high time, Mr. Speaker, sir, we stop looking at police forces as our adversaries, but look at them as our partners so that we can be able to promote the well-being of each one of us. Mr. Speaker, sir, most of the activities, if not all the activities, criminal or otherwise, are conducted among the citizens. It is our sons, it is our daughters, it is our fathers and our mothers who commit these crimes. Mr. Speaker, sir, having lived for over 20 years in a country, in a European country, I saw that people do take a very active role in reporting incidences to the police. Indeed, if we were to do this, Mr. Speaker, then we would also promote the welfare of not only the police, but the welfare and the security of every Kenyan. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is also important we recall the slogan of the police, utumishi kwa wote. However, Mr. Speaker, we as the registratures, we must also enhance the budget that is allocated to the police services, as has been mentioned by my colleagues, so that we ensure they have decent houses, they have adequate equipment, but most importantly, Mr. Speaker, that the excuse they always get of not having fuel, not being well motorized, not being well equipped, comes to an end. This, Mr. Speaker, sir, can only be done if we are very deliberate in ensuring that the budgetary allocation to the police forces and to all the discipline forces matches the demand and the technology that is required in the present age. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Kenyan police performance in Haiti, as much as it was talked ill about, we are very, very proud because they've been able to bring some sanity. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is this dedication, the utumishi kwa wote dedication, that makes Kenyan police, that makes Kenyan people shine. Mr. Speaker, sir, as I wind up, I would want to say Mr. Kanja has what it takes to take this country to the next level, but most importantly, I urge my colleagues to be very supportive in terms of being deliberate in the county level and in the national level by allocating adequate resources so that the police can be able to deliver and most importantly get adequate resources in terms of their facilities, housing and otherwise, that they can also work in human condition. Mr. Speaker, sir, in a generation that is getting ever younger, it is the high time that we look at leveraging the technology. Thank you.
Senator Mogeni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From the onset, I want to congratulate the IG nominee, Douglas Kanja, for having gotten a chance to serve, I believe, as the 4th Inspector General of Police. But, Mr. Speaker, Kanja takes office, will be taking office during very, very challenging times, Mr. Speaker. I want to state here that his first responsibility, Mr. Speaker, should be to ensure that the police respect the provisions of Article 244 of the Constitution. We need to restore public confidence on our police being a police service and not a terrorist unit. Mr. Speaker, I've just been wondering, those out there who are looking at us as a country, when they see police officers arresting Honorable Keter the way they did, coming from church with his wife and child, and he's picked like terrorists are arresting somebody, Mr. Speaker. How does the international community look at us, Mr. Speaker, when we raid the house of a former presidential candidate, Maina Wanjigi? You maliciously damage his property. No, it's not right, Mr. Speaker. We must say these things because it's affecting our image out there, Mr. Speaker. Why should the police arrest people with hooded, hiding their faces? Are they thugs? Mr. Speaker, anybody arresting me, I should be able to know who that person is. I should have a right to inform my lawyer, Mr. Speaker. I want Kenyans to be arrested the way Senator Mandago was arrested. The police approached him and said, "Sir, could we kindly arrest you?" Mr. Speaker, that's how I want it to be done. Not the way they picked Senator Cherargei on a Friday, booked him in Mudaiga police. I went there to see him at Gigiri. He was put in a corridor. He was put in a corridor with grills, Mr. Speaker, the whole weekend. That's not right. This lady you call Skofi Naoko, Mr. Speaker, arrested and she made a false publication of information contrary to Section 23 of the Computer and the Cyber Crimes Act. A very small offense. Arrested on the 16th, locked up in a police station, denied access to a lawyer, only to be presented to court yesterday and given a cash bail of 20,000. Are we serious as a country? The police have better things to do, Mr. Speaker. When they gave summons to Maina Wanjigi to appear before DIC, he walked there yesterday. He walked there yesterday, Mr. Speaker. That's how we should be proud as a nation. Then we can say we have a police service, Mr. Speaker. I am the one who defended Honorable Keter. He was arrested. The EACC published his name on the run to elections and said this is the big fish that we got. I did that case for him in Naivasha. He was acquitted. But before he was acquitted, he was in police detention for 2 nights before he was charged in Naivasha, Mr. Speaker. We don't want this kind of the police being used to do malicious prosecution. And I'm sure even Senator Cherargei, in the fullness of time, he will be a free citizen, Mr. Speaker. So we want, Mr. Speaker, our police service to fight crime. Look at the corruption. Senator Cheruiyot, every weekend I drive from Nairobi to Nyamira. On the road, the police officers have put up toll stations, collecting money from Kenyans who are honestly trying to make a living from doing matatu business. It's not right, Mr. Speaker. And the Kenyans, when they enacted this constitution, they put it in Article 244 that the police should prevent corruption, Mr. Speaker. So if this guy can change that image, we can be proud as a country, Mr. Speaker. So he should take office knowing that 2 of his predecessors resigned from office. The first IG, Kimario, was forced out of office. Kome resigned out of office. We don't want that demon to follow him. Let him serve Kenyans, respect the Constitution, respect human rights, and he leaves a mark, Mr. Speaker. That's the only country, that's the only time we will all say, as Kenyans, we passed a constitution that put in place a police service that is there to serve Kenyans. I support his nomination. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I know I have 2 minutes, but I want to spend them very, very quickly. In 2.5 minutes, I'll say what I need to say. Then I'll donate the rest of the 2 minutes to Senator Cherargei who wants to say something on this topic. Just two things, Mr. Speaker. Number one, the reason why I give a vote of approval to DIG Kanja is that I know, Mr. Speaker, that he's a man of his word. And I want to give him my vote of approval on behalf of the people of Kericho, but with only one assurance. Senator Okongo has spoken about something that I'm very passionate about. If you drive from a place called Total to Kaplong or Chebila to where we border with Senator Okongo Mogeni, you will count more than 20 police stops. And there's nothing else they're doing other than collecting money from matatus. I want to tell Mr. Kanja that the only reason I'm giving you a vote this afternoon on behalf of the people of the Kericho is with the assurance that those police roadblocks will disappear. I don't want to see those toll stations in Kericho. And that is the only deal that I want to enter with him. Second and the final thing, Mr. Speaker, is that I was in the UK last week. And this is just overall about institutions of oversight, Mr. Speaker. You know that they had riots in the UK 2 weeks ago. As we speak today, Mr. Speaker, the police have been able to round up those who are inciting people to violence, including online. The judicial system is so efficient, Mr. Speaker, that those people 2 weeks down the line are in jail already. We need to see that level of efficiency, Mr. Speaker, between the police and the judiciary, so that we don't discuss these small issues like the state of arrest or the modus operandi of police while effecting arrest, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, it is my sincere hope that IG Kanja will infuse the level of professionalism that Kenyans are yearning for, Mr. Speaker, into the police service. With those main remarks, I support. I yield the remaining 2 minutes, Mr. Speaker, to Senator Cherargei.
Remaining 1 minute.
2 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With your indulgence, I want to support this report of the Committee of National Security, Mr. Speaker. As a guest of most of the police stations, Mr. Speaker, I have slept. It is not only in your county, Kilifi, that I have not slept in that police station, but I hope soon too, in good faith, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to say there are many challenges with the police. Two things I'll mention in quick succession is one, those police stations, Mr. Speaker, when you are arrested and taken to the cell, the last time those police cells were painted was in 1980, Mr. Speaker. When you go, the toilets, Mr. Speaker, are pathetic. I slept on the corridor on Gigiri, which is supposed to be the prestigious police station in this republic, for 3 days. And Senator Okongo Mogeni visited me, Mr. Speaker. Remove my dignity, Mr. Speaker. We want the police under Article 245 to do their job with professionalism, Mr. Speaker. On the police housing, Mr. Speaker, how can you explain police are depressed? Police are killing each other, Mr. Speaker. You are putting two families in one room, Mr. Speaker, where only bed sheets separates them, Mr. Speaker. How will they enjoy their conjugal rights? How will they enjoy their privacy, Mr. Speaker? If you leave your wife and go to night patrol, the other police might patrol your wife at night, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we must give dignity. And I want to challenge the man from Biriri, Inspector General nominee DIG Kanja, the man from Biriri village, to talk with the president and do affordable housing program across all police stations, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy that the issue of body cameras is being introduced to monitor crime and ensure the police are held accountable to the highest police standards across the world, Mr. Speaker. Number 3, Mr. Speaker, is on the police uniform. What happened to the blue police uniform? Nowadays, you get police are donning green camouflage. Everybody, from DIG, IG to everybody, Mr. Speaker. The issue of police uniform must be sorted out to avoid confusion, Mr. Speaker. Finally, on the financial autonomy, Mr. Speaker, we must agree that the fact that Inspector General of Police is given financial autonomy, Mr. Speaker, it should be reflected, Mr. Speaker. I want to agree with Majority Leader on police stops, Mr. Speaker. When you go to Kapsabet, when you are coming from Kisumu, Mr. Speaker, coming from Eldoret at the airport, at Matunda, Mr. Speaker, there are so many road police blocks, Mr. Speaker, that you are not told what these toll stations are about, Mr. Speaker. We want to see professionalism. I saw Senator Onyonga, Mr. Speaker. You remember when he was the MP, there were allegations that he bought sugar through CDF, DPS deals through CDF, Mr. Speaker. When police were looking for him, how could they have done, Mr. Speaker? If, for example, GB Wanjigi, Mr. Speaker, would have summoned himself, Mr. Speaker, and appear before the police, Mr. Speaker. I want to say, Mr. Speaker, when you are needed by the police, you must submit yourself, Mr. Speaker. If you cannot submit yourself, the police can break Mr. Speaker into the bunker, Mr. Speaker. I support that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Order.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Cherargei just mentioned me adversely wrongly because I never sold sugar using CDF. And the case I had, I won. He's just making this for political expediency because I said he was running and crying like a baby. The point of order is that unless you have a
Senator Fernandez. Senator Onyonka, just take your seat.
Thank you.
Senator Gidugu, 2 minutes and we wind up this so that I put the question.
I say allegations.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Order, Senator Fernandez. Order, Senator Fernandez.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity to contribute into this very important approval motion, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was privileged to be among the people that vetted the Inspector General of Police. Mr. Speaker, I want to confirm to this House that the Inspector General, Mr. Speaker, demonstrated a wide range of experience for 39 years, Mr. Speaker, and the committee was convinced beyond reasonable doubt that Mr. Kanja is suitable for the position, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of insecurity, Mr. Speaker, I was very much concerned about the issues of insecurity, how he would handle the issues of insecurity, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, he was very, very eloquent in terms of elaborating on how he's going to handle the issues of insecurities in counties and to the people that are in close proximity to Somalia border. Mr. Speaker, he had an experience in terms of handling the insecurity in the counties that are in proximity to Somalia borders, having worked in Lamu, county that I come from, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I was convinced that he will handle the insecurity issues in those areas. Mr. Speaker, finally, on the issues of demonstration, he was able to demonstrate very clearly that he is going to handle the issues of demonstrations in terms of seeing to it that the law is followed to the letter, so that, Mr. Speaker, nobody will feel that, Mr. Speaker, his rights are not followed. Mr. Speaker, finally, I would wish to pray, I'm looking upon, Mr. Speaker, to see to it that, Mr. Speaker, when Mr. Kanja gets into office, Mr. Speaker, he will improve the working condition of our police officers. Mr. Speaker, the police officers are people with families. Mr. Speaker, they need a proper working condition, Mr. Speaker, so that they may feel that this country, Mr. Speaker, or the government is looking upon their families, as well as, Mr. Speaker, seeing to it that their stipend is taken care of, Mr. Speaker, so that they can be given some morale so that they can be able to work and serve the people of this country, Mr. Speaker, effectively. With that, Mr. Speaker, I support this motion, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Chairperson, Standing Committee on Security, to proceed and reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want first of all to thank all members who have spoken to this motion, and I'm happy that they actually all supported. Mr. Speaker, the issues raised by members, ranging from the issue of improved communication of the police, improved relationship between the public and the police service, matters touching on implementation of Article 245 of the Constitution, issues of roadblocks, issues of general welfare of the police officers. Mr. Speaker, these are the issues that the honorable members have been able to raise. Mr. Speaker, when we had the nominee before the committee, all these issues, actually almost all of them, Mr. Speaker, were raised. And I want to say that if you want to know the way the IG thinks about these issues, refer to the report that we have been able to table in this House. Mr. Speaker, I wish therefore to say that this is the day and the time for us as a House to make a decision and give our approval for the member. I therefore reply, Mr. Speaker.
Now, honorable senators, I'll proceed to put the question. That the Senate adopts the joint report of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Affairs of the National Assembly and the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations of the Senate on the approval hearing for the nominee to the position of Inspector General of the National Police Service laid on the table of the Senate on Monday, the 19th of August 2024, and pursuant to Article 245(2)(a) of the Constitution, Section 12 of the National Police Act, Section 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, and Standing Order 77 of the Senate approves the nomination of Mr. Douglas Kanja Kirocho for appointment for the position of Inspector General of the National Police Service. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 3, hearing and determination on the proposed removal from office by impeachment of Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, Governor of Meru County.
Do we have the parties in the House? Secretariat? Clerk? Do we have the parties in the chamber? Now, honorable senators, yesterday we had the case of the County Assembly, and today we are going to hear the case of the Governor of Meru County. I'm informed that at the adjournment of the House yesterday, that is last night, there are some senators who had expressed their wish to seek clarifications from the Council of the County Assembly. Now, the system is not helping today. I'm unable to look from my dashboard to get to know who intended to seek any further clarification for the Council. And therefore, yes, Senator Fernandi, what is your issue?
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope the PSC Commissioner, Senator Kenyo, is noticing also we need welfare like police. Mr. Speaker, yesterday we wanted to seek further clarification from the Council of the County Assembly. I remember the first witness was being stood down, and some of us wanted to seek further clarification. Would it be in order to proceed?
We will proceed to seek clarification from the Council of the County Assembly.
Okay. Thank you.
For half an hour. So at exactly 11:34, we should embark on the case of the county governor.
Mr. Speaker, through you, yesterday I wanted to know from the pleadings that the County Assembly, through their council, read by Mr. Ndegwa, which of course, one of the issues I wanted to know in the pleadings, it was never indicated whether an invitation to the governor of Meru was sent out during the impeachment proceedings at the County Assembly of Meru. So I would want to know whether there is a proof to that effect, because I have seen the pleadings and submissions that have been made. If Mr. Ndegwa and the team, the youthful councils, could provide. Mr. Speaker, the second point is whether the councils, in case the governor was invited to appear before the County Assembly, whether there were any communication to that effect, where she got the receipt of that appearance, and whether it was confirmed. Mr. Speaker, finally, to the councils of the County Assembly through you, whether there is any evidence that was tabled before the Meru County Assembly to challenge the motion of impeachment, because that is where the charges are aired, and Senate is either to upheld or not the charges that have been done at the County Assembly, whether there is any evidence to challenge, whether there was an evidence to challenge the motion of impeachment against Meru Governor at the County Assembly. Mr. Speaker, and finally, there was an argument over the office of the Auditor General report, where the reading of the Constitution and the feeling of some of members, Mr. Speaker, through you, felt that the fact that the OAG has generated a report, the Office of the Auditor General, can it be quoted as a legal document, or can it be used persuasive in any of the pleadings or any case that is before the House? So I would want to know the opinion of Mr. Ndegwa and the County Assembly and the Youthful Council, whether that one can be taken into consideration. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you very kindly, Mr. Speaker, sir. The honorable senators. The appearance is as before for the County Assembly. We are greatly humbled for granting us a further opportunity to urge our case as before you. We do not take it for granted the Senate creates time for that particular engagement. We are greatly humbled. In response to the inquiry by my learned friend, Mr. Chergei, the Senator, I refer you to volume 4 of the County Assembly documents, where we have the index and description of the document that we have filed. At page 55, if honorable senators, you are with me, at page 55 of volume 4 of the bundles by the County Assembly, you find a notification of the impeachment motion dated 31st July. This notification was issued by Honorable Zipporah Kenya, MCA, and the Deputy Majority Leader. It was addressed to Her Excellency the Governor, Honorable Kawira. It was notifying her of the pending proceedings before the County Assembly. Of course, honorable senators, permit me to indicate to you that this was pursuant to Honorable Lady Justice Cherere findings in Meru's High Court in the first impeachment, that the mover ought to notify personally to the intended respondent, who is a governor. Equally well, at page 56 of the same document, volume 4, Honorable Senator, my learned friend Mr. Chergei, page 4, volume 4, page 55, which you have just dealt with. We are now turning to page 56, where you find a letter from the County Assembly of Meru, the Office of the Speaker. The letter is dated 31st of July, The same is addressed to Her Excellency the Governor, Honorable Kawira. It's an invitation to respond and appear before the County Assembly for the removal from office of the Governor of Meru County pursuant to the motion. The same was prepared by the county, by Ayub Bundi, who is the Speaker, and it was duly served upon the Governor, where she acknowledged receipt by stamping on the said document on the same date, 31st July at 4:16 p.m. The same was supported by an affidavit of service. The first one is dated the 31st of July. Honorable Senators, you find that at page 59 of the same bundle. It is deponed by one Benson Kenywa Ngure, who is a duly licensed process server and equally an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. At paragraph 2, 3, 4, and 5, he deposes how he effected service at the office of the Governor. Of most interest is paragraph 2, where he says that on the 31st July, I was instructed to serve Her Excellency the Governor of Meru County, Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, with an invitation to respond and appear before the County Assembly via the letter dated 31st July 2024, reference as MCA/JC/1 volume 1/24. Together with the hard copies of the late notice of motion by Honorable Zipporah Kinya, seeking the removal from the office of the Governor of Meru County by way of impeachment. That letter, Honorable Senators, referred thereto or therein is the letter that you find at page 56 of the said document. That is what Mr. Benson is deposing to have served. Equally well, Honorable Senators, at page 64 of the said document, you find another affidavit of service deponed by Joel Maitehia Mturukonga. He deposes at paragraph 2 that on 31st July, I received a copy of the notice of motion for the removal from office of the Governor of Meru County by impeachment from Zipporah Kinya, and the deputy leader of the majority party, County Assembly of Meru, with instructions to effect service upon Her Excellency, the Governor of Meru County, Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, and the Speaker of the the Speaker of the County Assembly. He says that he proceeded on the same day at around 4:17 p.m. at the office of the Governor. I served the aforementioned document to Frida, the Secretary to the Governor, Meru County, by attending the copy there to her and recording her signature at my principal copy. This is clear evidence that there was effective service. The question is whether there was response and whether there was attendance from the Governor. She will be telling us in our cross-examination whether she did attend. And that answers the first and the second issue, whether there was communication, whether there was evidence that there was tabled to challenge the notice. There was no correspondence and all pleadings that was filed before our clients challenging or responding to the invitation and challenging the notice of impeachment. We are not aware of one. The impeachment motion at the County Assembly went uncontroverted and unchallenged. As to the question of the Auditor General's report and whether it can form the basis of this impeachment, permit me to draw your attention to Article 10 of the Constitution, because that is a legal question. It lays down the national values and the principles of governance, which Article 10 provides that it binds all state organs, state officers, public officers, and all persons when any of them applies or interprets the Constitution. And in this case, we are applying the Constitution and then the written law. One of the principles is the principle of accountability and the principle of transparency, the principle of the rule of law, the principle of good governance. When you go to the article establishing the office of the Auditor General, the Auditor General comes in to scrutinize and to lay effect to the implementation of Article 10. Whether there was accountability, whether there was transparency, whether the rule of law was followed in public expenditure. Again, that must be read together with Article 2 or 1 of the Constitution that provides and lays down the principles on how public resources must be expended. One of the overriding principles is that there must be prudent utilization of the resources. And number 2, honorable senators, is that when reading the Constitution, we must read it as a whole. Any article breathing life to the subsequent one. That is to mean, honorable senators, that if an office has been established by the Constitution, an office such as that of the Auditor General, it must be seen as a complementing office that is complementing the principles laid down under Article 10, pursuing the doctrine of transparency, the doctrine of accountability, the doctrine of the observation of the rule of law, the doctrine of good governance. That is to mean, honorable senators, when an issue has been raised in the...
Senator Crystal, allow the council to conclude, then you can make your intervention. Yes, what is your issue, Senator Crystal?
Thank you very much, Speaker, for allowing me to just make this quick comment. Speaker, you have given direction that we only have 30 minutes for this clarification session, and I believe that we are moving into an area where the Council is being allowed to re-prosecute his case by giving quite lengthy responses, and the rest of us have other clarifications we'd like to make. If it pleases the House, Speaker, and yourself, could the Council be guided to just make his responses brief so that we can get through more clarifications and not to re-prosecute his case? I thank you.
Council for the County Assembly.
Yes.
If I was wondering what kind of question you're responding to, because the question by the Senator for Nandi has no relationship with the lengthy statement you're giving. Be precise, just go straight to what you've been asked to clarify. And I'm giving you 2 minutes to conclude that.
I'm well guided, Mr. Speaker, sir. Yes, the answer is yes. The Auditor General reports can form the basis of impeachment because as under the time of the generation of that particular report, Article 229 requires the County Assembly to debate. After debating, that does not mean that it disposes of or waives the County Assembly's responsibility of oversight. It can form the basis of impeachment because an action must ensue and all follow from the findings of the county of the reports. It's not just a report that has to be done and be placed somewhere and gathers dust.
Senate Majority Leader.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Approve. Mr. Speaker, and you know, just as a point, we have to move away from this Stone Age practice. I hope in the next impeachment process, we will go digital. This is unfair to the climate. Look at this, every senator will. Anyway, just a simple clarification, Mr. Speaker. Part of the documents I've spent a lot of time reading are documents from the public participation, because I wanted to hear what the people of Meru are saying, because this is about the people of Meru, Mr. Speaker. and I'd refer the council for the assembly to their document, volume 5, this very huge, voluminous document before us. Mr. Speaker, the reason I did this is I just wanted to understand, and I'll be satisfied if the council can even just point me to any of the documents they have presented, because it will help me to form a correct opinion. Because listening to the council yesterday in his opening remarks, he alluded to, and this has been captured as part of the documents they presented on page 11, 1334, on views of members of the public supporting notice of proposed motion to impeach governor of the county government of Meru, the Honorable Kawira Mwangaza. And one of the main issues that keeps coming up, I had the council speak about it. I had the Honorable member, I think Zipporah, the one who moved the impeachment motion, referred to it also yesterday, that the governor is allegedly behind disunity problem, especially amongst the leaders of Meru, and the efforts especially by Meru professionals during Cheke Council of Elders and the clergy seem not to bear any fruits. That doesn't concern me much because, you know, at leaders level, Mr. Speaker, there are many reasons why we disagree. But as an exit to this problem, last time we made our conversation on this matter, Mr. Speaker, we had requested, just the last point, Mr.
Majority
Speaker.
Leader, you have not more than 2 minutes to seek the clarification.
The 12th paragraph of that process is that the governor is alleged, paragraph 11, the governor is alleged to frustrate the process of reconciliation between her, the deputy governor, and the MCAs. This featured prominently in their case and submissions. Is there any document that I can point out to us, Mr. Speaker, to confirm that indeed there have been efforts to do this, but the governor specifically frustrated them? I'd be satisfied even if just told, go to this document and see this. Thank you.
County Assembly, 1 minute.
Thank you very kindly, the Majority Leader. The voluminous document that you see contains the report and the analysis that came or accrued from the processes of the public participation. We have voluminous evidence where the members of the County Assembly say that yes, there has not been fruitful results from the process or initiated for reconciliation. Some of them are yet to give us the reports. For example, the Nchorincheke that you referred to is yet to give its findings as to the current existing status, whether there has been reconciliation or not. In any case, Mr. Speaker, sir, the public participation is quite different and the views of the public are quite different from the views of perhaps of those who may be wanting to reconcile. And reconciliation efforts perhaps may also be evidenced by the fact that I've noted in Governor's response that individuals have even moved the President, His Excellency the President, to dissolve the Meru County. That is the indifference, that is a conundrum, whether it should then be dissolved or we should deal with the problem at hand. I'm most obliged.
Senator Olekena.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Briefly, I just need to seek some clarification from the Council, from the Assembly. Yesterday, when you were leading one of your witnesses, you alleged to the fact that the Governor had made a statement and said that that witness was given 86 million. Could you clarify the following things? One, whether there was only one pay bill or there were others. And I refer to page 168 of volume 1B. There's an account number 075560442, which is also for the pay bill number 247247, which I believe is an Equity Bank. Whether you have that statement here. And then there was also a statement in the same page 168 that says that those donating from abroad should send to a number 0720103-913 if we have a statement to that effect. And then finally, on this issue of the Auditor General report, Do you have, as per the Constitution, Article 229, subsection 8, it says that, it reads as follows: within 3 months after receipt of an audit report, Parliament or the County Assembly shall debate and consider the report and take appropriate action. Do you have any report, maybe I missed it out, where the County Assembly of Meru debated on the Auditor General findings and took appropriate action so that we can be able to look into it? Or did you just take the Auditor General report and submitted it as part of your case? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
County Assembly, 1 minute.
Thank you very kindly, Mr. Speaker, sir. The witness who testified, Irene, who is the window to the deceased, confirmed before the Assembly that there only existed one account, and as to whether the money that was being sent from abroad was ever uploaded to the same account. In her examination in chief, she led the House to the evidence that 115,000 shillings that had been generated found itself to the pay bill, and that you find it at page 301 of volume 2, where all the money from that particular number, which was registered in the name of Judith, was eventually credited to the said account, and the credit is reflected as that of 115,000. And the number that was responsible for collecting of the 100,000 shillings, 1,015,000 shillings, appears on the governor's bundle of document labeled as Volume 1B, at page 168, I beg your pardon, marked as KM20. The number is registered as that from those in diaspora sent to this number, that is 0720-103-913, registered in the name of Judith. That is the number reflected in our bundle of documents statement at page 301. So all the money had one centralized mechanisms of management and only one pay bill. We'll be asking her to give evidence as to the whereabouts of the other millions when her time comes. As the question of the Auditor General, whether it has been debated, the same was generated on the 20th of June 2024. And the motion before the Assembly is dated the 31st of July. Debate is yet to take effect at the County Assembly. But the question is, was there a transgression that was notified or noticed by a constitutional organ? And if yes, how do we proceed to deal with that legal transgression?
Senator Omtata.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I rise on the question of public participation. I've gone through the bundle and I don't see any evidence that feedback was provided to the people who gave their views on either why they were accepted or rejected. And this is a standard that has been set by the courts, that there must be feedback to those who present their views. It's not like a census or something. So can the Land Council point me to any part of the evidence they have where they complied with the standard on feedback, on public participation, so that what they have submitted can be admissible as having met the threshold that has been set by the courts, especially in Civil Appeal number E003 of 2023. That's the National Assembly, and another versus Okio Mtato Koiti and 52 others. Thank you.
Proceed, Counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, I must thank the Senator for Busia for the work done in contributing to the jurisprudence of this country, and especially the question of public participation, which is still a moot area with a lot of jurisprudences emerging, a challenge that also faces perhaps most of the government organizations on how to initiate it and how to get a feedback. I must admit that this is a recent ruling, judgment of the Court of Appeal, which is barely a month old, and therefore, and actually it was delivered on the 31st of July this year when the motion was already in the county assembly. So I believe that most of the organizations, including this Senate, is yet to adjust itself to meet the legal threshold as laid out by the Court of Appeal. Previously,
Senator, you've answered the Counsel. Senator Sige.
Thank you so much, Speaker. Yesterday, Speaker, the Council, through his witness-in-chief, played some videos. My questions are as follows. There was one video that depicted a scene whereby it looks like it was said to be the home of the witness-in-chief, and somebody was pouring petrol and then torched a fence on that property. My question is, who took that video? Is there any evidence showing the owner of the device that took that video? Because in the evidence, the witness-in-chief, Speaker, said that the first person to have known that there was a fire on the property was the watchman who came running and then told others. So who took that video at that exact moment when the fire was being torched? Second, Speaker, there was also two other videos where one, the witness-in-chief was doing a interview and spoke about grievances from farmers or about dead cows. The second was a news report talking about a lack of service delivery in a hospital where a lady was made to give birth outside of a hospital. Speaker, I wanted to find out if there are any supporting affidavits, if there are any reports, certified reports of the same two scenarios, which would give credence to the allegation of lack of service delivery in our batch of documentation. Lastly, on page 168, there is a number of an account, and I wanted to know who it belongs to. It 0755. I forget the rest of the numbers. 60442. Can you please clarify whose that belongs to? Thank you.
County Assembly.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The video that was played was captured by the CCTV footage at 3:48 a.m. It's evidence from the video supported by the affidavit of the mover, and the matter is still subject of these proceedings. The video on the evidence on the dead cows and the lack of services at the county government of Meru, the same is supported by the evidence and the affidavit of the mover annexed here too, and evidence has been laid in chief in that respect. And we have a certificate of electronic evidence produced in respect to that particular footage. On the question of the number, that is 0755560442, that is the number of the witness, or witness PW2, who happens to be the window to the deceased, the slain blogger Sniper. Yeah, and that is part and parcel of the number that forms the basis of the account.
Thank you. Honorable Senators, we shall now move to hear the case for the Governor. Counsel for the Governor, you have the floor. You have 4 hours to present your case. Those 4 hours do not include the time that the Honorable Senators will take to seek for clarifications.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, and thank you, distinguished senators. I stand here to seek your direction, Mr. Speaker, on time management so that we begin on a clear understanding. I make this request, Mr. Speaker, because of what transpired here yesterday. When the Assembly made their case, they spent 3 hours and 10 minutes on the evidence of their first witness, essentially leaving the official time of 4 hours with a balance of only 50 minutes. The net effect, Mr. Speaker, is that the governor's team was completely disadvantaged throughout yesterday, and I'm certain that the senators who were here last night could see how we struggled to wriggle within the limited time. We therefore beseech you that we give directions on time management, and we propose as follows, Mr. Speaker. We ended up using 6 hours yesterday for the witnesses for the Assembly. Out of these 6 hours, 2 were given to the governor's team with no opportunity for extension, and 4 hours and 10 minutes were given to the Assembly team. It therefore follows that the Assembly got 2/3 of the time yesterday, and the governor's team got 1/3 of the time yesterday. We beseech you that in tandem with the principle of equality of arms, the governor's team gets 2/3 of their time today, and the Assembly team gets 1/3 of the time today in advance of commencement of the proceedings, so that every party decides how they want to use or play about with their time, and when they run out of their time, it is their own making and they take the consequences. If that direction finds favor with you, Mr. Speaker, sir, the 4 hours you have given us today translate to 240 minutes, 2/3 of which is 160 minutes. We urge that from the very outset, you direct that the governor's team has their 160 minutes, which they will decide how to use, and the Assembly team has the balance, which translates mathematically to 1/3 of the 4 hours that you have given us today, and they will decide how to use it. So that if any party wastes time, they are wasting singularly their own time and not the adverse party's time. I make this plea, Mr. Speaker, precisely to underpin the principle of equality of arms, because the Hansard of this house will bear me out. The Assembly got 2/3 of yesterday's time. The governor's side got 1/3 of the time yesterday. Once you give that direction, Mr. Speaker, I will then give you how we intend to distribute our time and how we are going to go about calling our witnesses. I humbly submit.
Now, Counsel for the County Assembly, we need not debate on issues of time. You know exactly what happened yesterday?
Yes.
You were given 4 hours. You took 3 hours and 10 minutes.
I am on a different position that I also wish your guidance so that you can just do it
No, on time, it's clearly in my hands. So
on time,
just
it's clearly on your
as I
hands.
give directions.
That's correct, Lord. Yeah.
Please do. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Speaker, sir, yesterday proceedings, one Linda, who is a legal advisor, who was a legal advisor, alluded to a fact of forgery of her, a document that is purported to have been issued by her. Mr. Speaker, making an application under Section 65 of the Evidence Act, that for purposes of establishing the truthfulness or lack of it of that claim, which is grievous, that this Senate does order the bearer of this document, that is Governor Kawira, to produce the original copy of the same before the close of business, so that we can have a look at it.
Counsel for the County Assembly, let us allow the governor to present her case.
Most obliged.
And then we will be able to handle each issue.
I am well guided.
Being raised.
Most obliged.
At the time it's being raised.
Most obliged.
Counsel for the governor, you may proceed. Indeed, the County Assembly will have a third of the time allocated, just like it happened yesterday. Proceed.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, sir. I therefore be ceding ground to my colleague, Mr. Robert Mutembei, to put on the stand our first witness, Mr. Ibrahim Mutwiri Kerimi, I urge that the said witness be presented on the stand.
Mr. Speaker, as we wait for the witness to be brought in, for the record, my name is Robert Mutembei. I intend to take about 20 minutes on this witness.
Where is the witness? Sergeant at Arms, can you usher in the witness, please? Secretariat, may you administer the oath.
It's the Constitution. Just for this, then we're gonna hold the Bible here, right? You say here, so you say
I, Ibrahim Mutwiri Kerimi, do solemnly swear that the evidence that I shall give before the Senate in respect of the matters before the Senate shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Mr. Ibrahim, could you kindly introduce yourself to the House?
My name is Ibrahim Mutwiri Kerimi, the CC member, Finance, Economic Planning and ICT, Meru County Government.
Mr. Ibrahim, kindly confirm that you wrote an affidavit that appears in support of the response of the governor, and that is your signature on the affidavit.
Yes, I do confirm that this is my affidavit signed by me in support of the governor of Meru County Government.
You wish to rely on this affidavit as your evidence before this House?
Yes, I do.
The affidavit is signed on 16th of August 2024. It appears from page 30 to 35 of volume 1 of the governor's response. Ibrahim, let's just go straight to what has brought you here in light of the time that we have. Have you read the impeachment motion that has been brought against the governor?
Yes, I have.
Specifically, have you read count 3, which largely talks about financial issues, most of which have been the subject of discussion yesterday and today morning?
Yes, I have, and particularly manual payroll and alleged irregular payment of allowances to doctors.
Very well. So let's go to the motion, count 3. I just want you to look at the grounds under that count. The first one reads irregular payment of emergency call allowances to doctors and medical officers using the wrong rates, contrary to sections 45, and 46 of the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act, and others mentioned there. And the second one reads, use of manual payroll, contrary to section 6.7.6 of the County Financial Accounting Reporting Manual. The wordings of those grounds, do you recall where else they have been picked from?
Yes, Aideen, I can report that I have I've interacted with similar wordings that have been, this motion or these wordings have been picked directly from the office, the report of Auditor General for the Meru County Executive for the year 2022, or financial year 2022-2023.
And the same report is also produced in the County Assembly Exhibit of Documents at page 347. So you confirm that you are saying that these very grounds that form part of count 3 have actually been plucked from the audit report in the same manner of wording?
Yes, the Auditor General report for the year, for the financial year 2022-2023.
So I want you to demonstrate that this audit report is not unique and doesn't raise unique issues. So people would be wondering, what is so wrong in this audit report? Are there peculiar issues in this report? So I want us to go to that report and particularly read for us the opinion of the Auditor General. This report at page 341 of the Assembly documents, volume 2, page 341. Sorry, it is at page 333. It starts at page 333 of volume 2, exhibits into support of the impeachment motion. So that is one of the major documents that has been submitted in support of the impeachment motion. But Ibrahim, I want you to go to page 341 and particularly read paragraph 2 that appears at the top of that page.
Yes, I will read. This is an opinion of the Auditor General, that in my opinion, except for the effect of the matters described in the basis for qualified opinion section of my report, the financial statements present fairly in all material respects the financial position of Meru County Executive as at 30th June 2023 and of its financial performance and its cash flows for the year then ended in accordance with international public sector accounting standards, that is cash basis, and comply with the Public Finance Management Act 2012 and the County Government Act 2012.
Okay, if you remember the wordings of the impeachment motion, you recall that the motion accuses the governor of violating those very laws that the Auditor General confirms that the county executive has complied with. Is that true?
True, that is very true.
Okay, perhaps you could enlighten this House on the nature of opinions that would ordinarily be rendered pursuant to an audit report.
Oh, thank you, Honorable Speaker and the Honorable Senators. There are a number of audit opinions that an auditor may give, given the kind of a financial statement he or she has come across. One, there is unqualified report. Unqualified report means that the documents that have been provided and the financial statements do agree. Then the next is qualified report. Qualified report means that the documentation that has been provided and the financial statements do agree. However, there are just some minor items or matters within the report. Then there is adverse report. Adverse report means there are quite a number of issues that do not agree. The financial statements and also the documentation that has been provided.
Okay,
then
very well.
there is a disclaimer of opinion.
Okay, very well. Where does the opinion of the county executive fall?
It falls in the qualifying report, and I will also explain. If you go if you check the green book by the Auditor General for the year 2023, you will find by the county executives in Kenya, there are 47. There is no single county executive that has unqualified report. However, 41 county executives have qualified report, and 6 have adverse opinions. In our case, Meru County Executive has qualified audit opinion or audit report.
And you confirm that Meru County is not one of those 6 which have adverse opinions?
It is not among them.
And have you had a chance to also review audit reports of the County Assembly of Meru for the current year, for the previous years? Do they form the same opinion? Or
yes,
what is the nature of it?
I have, and Honorable Senators and Honorable Speaker, if you check also from the Green Book for the county assemblies, County Assembly of Meru is within the qualifying reports. In Kenya, there are 3 county assemblies that have unqualified reports.
Okay,
however, County Assembly of Meru is in the qualified report where the county executive of Meru is also in.
So, Ibrahim, what you are telling this House is that there is nothing unique about the report of the county executive of Meru.
There is nothing unique, and indeed, a qualifying report is, as I said, the documentation and the financial statements are agreeing.
Okay, very well. I want you to tell us what would have been the recommendation of the Auditor General if there was something so materially in breach of the law.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and the Honorable Senators. An Auditor General, if there are particular substantive issues within maybe within financial statements, he or she may recommend for a forensic audit. He may recommend either for a special audit, and if a county assembly committee or a senate committee has considered those reports, may recommend for such change where there is a loss of money. They may recommend for particular like investigative bodies to take up the matter, or they may also reprimand a certain officer for any matter, any omission or commission within the financial statements.
That satisfies it. So what you are saying is actually contained in the Public Audit Act, and I want you to just confirm that that is what you are saying at Section 53 and Section 54, and Section 37 also talks about forensic audit. So just confirm that what you are explaining is actually what is in the law.
That is very true, Council.
I want you to just confirm by looking at the Act, the Public Audit Act, Is that section 54? What does it say? We can start with section 53.
53, okay. Thank you, Honorable Speaker and the Honorable Senators. Implementation of reports by an accounting officer, that is 53.1. The relevant accounting officer of a state organ or public entity shall, within 3 months after Parliament, has considered and made recommendations on the audit report, A, take the relevant steps to implement the recommendations of Parliament in the report of the Auditor General, or B, give explanations in writing to the Parliament on why the report has not been acted upon.
Okay, just stop there. Counsel for the Assembly started when he was answering the questions before the senators. I quote him, he said, action must ensue from the audit report. How does action arise from the audit report? Is that what you're reading at section 53?
Yes, and these actions ensue from an audit report. I want to explain to Honorable Senate that an audit report by itself, it's not a final report. It must have, that is why a number of, the County Assembly or the Parliament must consider the recommendations or the opinion. In fact, the audit report is an opinion of the Auditor General. Why is it an opinion? It is an opinion because when the auditor was auditing the books, the time was limited. It was, in fact, the audit is just a sampling. It's not a forensic or a complete audit. So there must be an event after the audit report for a complete investigation of matters where a number of them are dropped and other issues or other matters are taken up by other institutions.
So what you're saying is that the submission of the audit report in itself is not the end of the audit process.
Indeed, it is not, and that is what this provisions is putting.
Have you ever been summoned by the County Assembly to shed light on the audit report?
For this particular audit report for the financial year 2022-2023, I have not.
Okay, very well. Let's go to the issues that have been raised in those two counts we have made reference to. There is the issue of the manual payroll. So why was there a manual payroll used for that period? Maybe you could explain very briefly what leads to the use of a manual payroll.
Honorable Speaker and Honorable Senators, a manual payroll means an individual has been paid outside the system, that is the automated system, that is the IPPD. Okay, and so this happens.
Okay, go on.
It happens when an individual has been recruited before one is formally assigned the IPPD number, which does not end and finish with the county executive. Before he or she get that number, then he or she, for him or her to get that.
Just to cut you short, who gives the IPPD numbers?
It is given by the Directorate of Personnel Management in the Ministry of Public Service in the national government.
And have you produced evidence to show that the county executive actually actually applied for these numbers and how long it takes?
In fact, in the evidence that is that I have provided.
So, Honorable Senators, it is the evidence is in volume 1B of the Governor's bundle of documents from page 190, page 183 to 184. From page 183 to 194. The documents contained in those pages, what do they show in summary? Very briefly, what do those documents reveal?
Okay, let me begin with page 183. It's KM28. It shows a request for personal numbers by the by the Department of Public Service in the, of the County Executive of Meru, which was done on 11th December 2023.
When was the response received?
Council and the honorable members of the Senate, 186, page 186, KM 29, it indicates that this response was done or came back on 19th March 2024.
So what does that time, how many months are those? Okay, was it within a very short time?
No, it wasn't Council.
Okay, so you are essentially saying that it takes time.
It takes time, and also to explain a bit further, for those, these are the newly recruited officers. For the officers that are coming from other state agencies, it may even take a year or even more time, because for them to be cleared, for instance, if that officer under mortgage with the other institution, for them to release that data, it might take even a longer time.
Okay, very well. That supports your evidence on the delay. So tell us, have you addressed this issue elsewhere?
Yes, this matter was also in the audit report for the financial year 2021-2022, where the county executive appeared before the county public accounts committee of the Senate.
And did you write a response to the Senate on that very issue?
Yes, I wrote and even explained myself.
Yes, is it the response that appears on page 180 to 182 of volume 1B of the governor's documents? Page 180 to 182 of volume 1B of governor's documents. Is that the response you're talking about?
Very, very true. In fact, it begins with the invitation of it indicates.
We can leave the details, but I just wanted you to confirm that you were actually were invited to by the Public Accounts Committee of the Senate.
Absolutely,
now,
so yes.
And what is the current status? Is that an issue in Meru County as we speak?
In fact, from the information and evidence, this matter has since been resolved from the 1st of April 2024.
Okay, so and 1st of April, that means that this issue was resolved even before the impeachment motion before this very house.
Absolutely so.
To the best of your knowledge, was the county assembly informed of this resolution of the manual payroll issue?
It wasn't, because this matter is appearing in the audit report for the financial. It's also appearing in the audit report for the financial year 2022-2023. If the Public Accounts Committee for the County Assembly, if they had invited the county executive to address these matters in the audit report, they would have certified themselves.
Okay, so you mean to say that this issue was resolved and it is the very issue that the Assembly wants the governor impeached on?
Very true.
And have you seen the issue elsewhere in the County Assembly?
Yeah, the County Assembly also, not only this matter, to explain, it's not a matter unique to only the County Executive of Meru. It is also a matter that also has appeared in the 2021-2022. If you peruse that audit report, you will find that the County Assembly of Meru and a similar issue.
Okay, so that appears at page 247 to 326 of volume 1B of the governor's documents. Now let us go to the issue of the doctors' pay. The governor has been accused of paying doctors' allowances illegally, and as you said earlier, that issue has been picked from the same audit report. Now, what was the basis of making this payment?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and honorable members of the Senate. This matter arose from a return to work formula over it was an issue that arose. This formula, or the return to work formula, is dated 18th April 2017. There are correspondences that are made by the Ministry of Health concerning the matter, what they resolved, and what they agreed. And so then the same is copied to the Council of Governors.
Okay, sorry to cut you short, but the correspondence you're talking about, is it the correspondence found in page 327 to 330 of volume 1B of Governor's documents? Is that the correspondence confirming that the county assembly, the county executive of Meru was actually within the law in making that payment?
Absolutely so.
So those are the documents that you wish to rely on to confirm that payment?
Very true.
Page 327 to 330 of volume 1B of the governor's documents. Okay, let us then move on to, but before we move on from there, so this issue that you are saying relates to payment of doctors relating to the CBA of 2017. Are you familiar with the recent developments relating to doctors' strikes and the implementation of this CBA?
Oh, okay. Let me make some explanation. It's a belief that, or it's a practice that a CBA runs for 4 years. Mm-hmm. However, if there is no other subsequent CBA, that similar CBA runs until another CBA is arrived at. The one that I'm aware of, there is in April, there was an agitation for improved remunerations to the medical field, and there was a return to work formula, and that CBA is the one that I can quote.
You are talking about the strike we saw recently.
Very true.
And the Assembly has also produced a video of doctors striking on basis of that very implementation of the CBA. Are you referring to that strike?
Yeah, the one that was agreed in April this 2024.
So do you find it in good faith that these two issues are being brought before this House to impeach the governor?
In fact, what I know, and it is an HR practice, is that once a benefit has been given or confirmed, you can't go back and retract that benefit unless it is done the same way that communication was done, or the SRC, which is a body that is taxed with the remunerations, also issues a notice. So what you would have seen is a similar communication, the way it was done to retract those benefits to the doctors.
Okay, very well. Let's go to the last issue. You have also mentioned in your affidavit that there were frustrations that the executive faced in coming up with the budget for 2024-2025. So very briefly, would you tell us why you wrote to the Controller of Budget? The letter that you wrote appears at page 344 of volume 1B, page 344, volume 1B of the governor's document. So I want you to very briefly tell us why did you write that letter?
Okay, thank you, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Senators. I wrote this particular letter when in our budgeting process, we made a CFSP as taxed by the PFM Act 2012. We submitted to the County Assembly, which then went beyond, and it went beyond the timelines that are set by the PFM Act. It went beyond other key considerations that are set by the legal provisions. So at that particular time, that is when I wrote to the control budget seeking an advice on those issues.
Okay, so the documents you've relied upon are from page 336 to page 344. So, has the county assembly implemented the memorandum that was arrived at between the executive, the assembly, and the controller of budget?
It is important that I give some information to this honorable House what happened.
For the sake of time, I just want you to confirm whether just very briefly explain what happened after you came up with the memorandum.
Okay. After coming up with a memorandum that was negotiated between the assembly and the county executive, we made a budget estimate because that memorandum was supposed to inform that budget estimate. The budget estimate was submitted to the county assembly, which they approved as per the memorandum. However, after the approval of the budget estimate, then it was supposed, I was supposed to make or draft an appropriation act to appropriate that budget estimate, which I submitted to the county assembly.
So after you submitted, did the assembly change that appropriation bill?
In fact, what the county assembly did went against the memorandum and went against the budget estimate that they had already adopted or approved.
So are the changes they made contained in volume 1B, page 409 to 413 of the governor's response? Volume 1B, page 409 to 413. You confirm those, just briefly mention whether those are the changes that you are talking about.
In fact, these are the changes, and this you will see, it's an under paper, because I also wrote again to the control budget when I realized there's a business appearing in the under paper of the county assembly proposing to make amendments against the proposed memorandum and against the budget estimate that the county assembly had already passed.
Okay, very well. So just before we invite, before we let you off for the examination in chief, there were several comments made yesterday about service delivery of the governor. So can you just tell us briefly how is the governor's performance in terms of financial performance relating to development in the county?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and Honorable members of the Senate. The performance of a governor can only be informed by the budgetary, how the governor has managed the budget through the report that has been produced by the control budget through the absorption rates. Currently, the Meru County government, this financial year, we have achieved 79% of performance in terms of budget absorption. Then, financial management. The only person who can be able to measure the performance or financial performance of a governor is the report of the Auditor General. The Auditor General's report that we have 2022-2023 confirms that the governor has transparently and prudently used utilized the finances of the funds of Meru County. Then number 3, on revenue performance, still it's another indicator of performance. The only report that we can rely on revenue performance is a report from the Commission on Revenue Allocation. We have not seen any adverse report from the CRA. We have not seen any adverse report from the control of budget. We have also not received any adverse report. What we have is a qualifying report from the Auditor General.
Okay, that would be all for this witness. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Is that all for the witness?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
So we are proceeding on to cross-examination.
Yes, Madam Speaker. My name is Boniface Kawira. I'll not take more than 10 minutes with this witness.
You may proceed.
Mr. Ibrahim, I want to take you straight to your affidavit, the one that you have filed. Specifically, at paragraph 26. Are you there?
Yes, Councillor, I am.
You say it is notable that the County Assembly has also faced a similar problem. This is the issue of manual payroll, correct?
True.
For which year?
Okay.
Which year from the
Which
witness statement?
volume are you relying on?
That is volume 1, Madam Speaker, the governor's response.
1B or 1?
Volume 1, the response.
Volume 1. Okay.
The witness's witness statement.
Okay, proceed.
At page 33. Which years are referenced in that statement?
2020, 21 and 2021, 2022.
So was the move of the impeachment motion a member of the County Assembly then?
She wasn't, but the purpose...
She wasn't.
The purpose is to show...
It's a yes, no question.
No.
She was not a member of the County Assembly.
She wasn't.
In fact, was the current Speaker of the County Assembly, was he the Speaker of the County Assembly then?
She wasn't, and the same case, from 2017, we sent our manual
Mr. Witness, just
payroll,
answer the questions.
And the governor was not in office then.
The governor was not in question.
Yes, this is just...
This relates to the County Assembly, correct?
It is.
Council,
Yes.
allow the witness to answer the questions.
Madam Speaker, I'll seek your guidance because this is cross-examination and I put a yes-no question to him.
Let him respond.
He will have an opportunity during the examination to clarify anything that might arise out of cross-examination.
Proceed to respond to that question.
Okay. Council, the information relating here, it doesn't mean that this is just a background to show that this matter is not only unique to the county executive.
I appreciate that, Mr. Witness. I appreciate that, but my question is, this is for before the general elections of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And the evidence you've adduced, that is the report. You will turn with me to page 1B. The report therein also relates to the financial year 2021-2022.
For the county assembly?
Yes.
Yeah, for the 2 years.
For those 2 years?
Yes.
Before the life of the current assembly?
That is correct.
So, Mr. Ibrahim, is it your evidence then that the answer to that allegation by the governor is that one, even the county assembly did it? Because that is what I'm getting. Is that your defense?
My purpose to produce...
No question. Is that your defense? That even the county assembly did it? Is that your defense?
That is not my defense.
Okay. Let us proceed. I'll take you to the letter at page 344 of the volume 1B, the governor's volume 1B, Madam Speaker. In fact, it is page 391, Madam Speaker. That is KM 49.
What page?
Page 391. Page 391, KM 49. You say there was a budget stalemate, correct?
True.
And you say that the county assembly, because you're writing to the clerk, you say they increased the ward fund from 33 million to 45 million, correct?
Correct.
Is that the position in the appropriations bill?
Okay.
This is a yes, no question.
I need to explain this one.
It is a yes, no question. What is the amount?
The context of
just wait for my question. Wait for my question.
Yes.
What is the amount in the appropriations bill that was passed by the county?
Currently, it is 36, and the agreed was 33. And then the context of this letter
wait for my question.
Is another paper.
Wait for my
and
question.
It shows what was supposed to be done there.
Sir, can you respond to the figures you're being asked?
Currently, it's 36 million.
36 million?
Yes.
Madam Speaker, That is, the appropriations bill is in the County Assembly's documents, volume 6. Just a moment, Madam Speaker. At page 111, and I want you, Mr. Ibrahim, to confirm at page 111, the word-based development projects. What is the total amount for each of them? The last column on the far right. What is the total amount?
33, is it?
Okay. What is the total amount? Is it not 33 million?
Yes.
Okay. Do you still maintain your answer that the correct amount is 36 million? Yes or no?
Okay, 33 million.
Okay. You concede that?
Yes.
One of the other contentions is that the County Assembly passed the appropriations bill and ignored the memorandum that was agreed with the Office of the Controller of Budget, correct?
True.
One of the other issues you raise is that the CFSP was not passed within the necessary timelines.
It's true.
So, is it your contention then, and this is a yes-no question, that if a CFSP, if the county fiscal strategy paper is not passed within the 14 days, then the executive can proceed to implement the same without the county assembly approval?
That is not so. That is why I saw an explanation or an advice from the control budget.
So, even if the 14 days had lapsed, the county assembly could proceed to consider and make amendments as allowed under section 117 of the
I made I sought an advisory and we were guided.
So you agree then that the county assembly could still, after the 14 days, consider the CFSP and pass it with amendment?
The guidance from the control budget, there is a letter there,
it's a yes,
and
no
they
question.
have been told.
It's a yes no question.
They were
Could the county executive proceed to implement it without county assembly approval? Yes or no?
What? Come again?
Could the county executive or the treasury that you had, correct? Yes. Could it proceed with the CFSP without county assembly approval?
No, it couldn't.
So the county assembly approval was necessary even after the lapse of 14 days.
And that is why we were advised by the control budget as the county assembly was on wrong, but we were told for us to move, it was a stalemate. We need to come and agree together.
Because the law allows that the county assembly can make amendments, correct?
In fact,
yes or no?
The law says,
can the county assembly make amendments to the CFSP?
It can make.
So
however,
what is it? Wait for my question. If the county assembly could make amendments to the CFSP, and indeed they made those amendments, why did the county executive bring those budget estimates without considering the amendments that have been done by the county assembly?
There was a contention one. That is why.
You agree there was a contention from both parties?
Yes, from both parties.
Contention by both parties.
Ours was on the timelines.
I need for my question.
Honorable members, I need to explain because this is an
You'll have an opportunity. You'll have an opportunity, Mr. Witness. A contention by both parties.
By both parties, yes.
So you will agree then that this deadlock was caused by the actions or inactions by both parties?
Majorly by the county assembly.
Granted.
You breached the county assembly breached the timelines.
Just wait for a question.
Among other provisions of the law.
Wait for my question. Do you have evidence that the entire budget for 2024-2025, the 12 billion, was subjected to public participation? Do you have that evidence in your volume?
Okay, the budget.
Yes or no?
Public participation, that is subjective.
The witness.
Do you have the evidence?
Witness, you are
okay.
required to respond to the question he has asked. about public participation. I
Well
believe
guided.
that's one question that can be a yes or no.
Yes,
there public
there's an evidence towards that.
Point me to the evidence. Point me to that evidence in your bundle.
I think I need to assist them.
Your volume 1B, you have your volume 1B there. Point me to the evidence. That you conducted public participation for the entire 12 billion.
The county executive?
Yes.
Council, your 10 minutes are over, but you have the discretion to use more minutes from your allocated timeline of 1 hour 20 minutes.
Very well. I leave it at that for this witness, Madam Speaker. We can take the next witness, or they can. I will lead the witness for
Do you want
exam.
more minutes?
No, I think it is okay for this witness.
Madam Speaker, I will take 2 minutes just for re-exam. Honourable Ibrahim, you have been tasked to explain the deadlock that was there between the County Assembly and the County Executive. Did you write a letter to the Controller of Budget complaining of the actions of the County Assembly?
Yes, I did.
And have you produced that letter in your bundle of documents?
Yes, in fact, in several letters, not just one.
So the letters that you said fall from page 336 to 344
Yes.
of volume 1B of the governor's documents?
Yes, Council.
So was there a legal basis for you to complain to the Controller of Budget?
Yes, several. Like the timelines and other key considerations.
Now, have you detailed those complaints in your letter?
Yes, they are detailed.
And you would invite the members of this House to have a look at that letter to appreciate the basis on which you are complaining?
True, Council.
And my last question, did you experience demonstration of good faith from the Assembly after the issue was mediated by the Controller of Budget?
Yes, one is when
Did the County Assembly show good faith following the conclusion of the memorandum that you drafted, following the intervention of the Controller of Budget?
It didn't.
Why are you saying so?
Because up to the budget, we went on very well. Then immediately after the budget, when we went for the appropriation bill, that is where things turn west. Because one, they went against the memorandum, and then number two, they took along almost 2 weeks before considering that appropriation.
So you invite this House to have a look at the documents you have tendered in support of that claim, to
True.
appreciate your evidence? True. Okay, that would be all, Madam Speaker, for this witness. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Honourable Senators, we have this witness, and I have several requests to seek clarifications. We should use the least time to get clarifications from this witness. Senator Mutinda Tabitha Murray.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I wanted to really clarify, and as a speaker, I'm the Vice Chair of Finance Committee. You raised a point and said that CRA did not raise any audit issues or concerns in terms of if the audit was qualified or had any advanced reports. I mean, to your knowledge, does CRA do audit reports? Second question, Did you summon have you ever been summoned by the PAC committee? And lastly, are you a member of ISPAC by any chance? And in finality, we have the CRF, not the CRF, but the County Revenue Fund, whereby issues have been raised in terms of the composition of the committee. And clause 6 of your act of the County Revenue, the fund, indicates that there needs to be a chairperson for that committee to be able to execute its mandate. So how are funds, allocated, how are funds approved without the composition correctly of the said committee? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Witness, you will proceed to respond.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members of the Senate. I want to clarify that I didn't say that CRA or Commission on Revenue Allocation ought to have made a report maybe on audit to say whether there was an adverse or not. What I said is Commission on Revenue Allocation makes reports on performance on revenue, whether a county has performed fairly or is the potential is its performance in terms of revenue, but not audit. So what I said is the performance of revenue collection can be well indicated or shown by the report from the Commission on Revenue Allocation, because once in a while they say that County X did not meet its revenue thresholds or it performed poorly. However, it is not an OAG report. It's a report from the Commission on Revenue Allocation, and it is available on the Commission's website and portal. Then, number 2, whether I've ever been invited by the Audit Committee. The PAC Committee, the County Public Accounts Committee of the Senate, yes, invited us in, not very sure, but July, and we appeared. In July, we appeared, and on the audit of 2021-2022, I appeared. Then, yes, I'm a member of ISPAC. I'm a member in good standing. Okay. The transfer to the Meru County Revenue Authority. That transfer, the money that is transferred to that board, it is from the main revenue of the county. After that money has been budgeted and has been approved, and that still money is also audited by the Auditor General on its prudence and how how it has been accounted for. So it is transferred from the Meru County revenue to revenue allocation to that to maintain its operations, because the authority is supposed to be self-sustaining. However, at the moment it isn't, so we transfer some money to the board. Yes.
Senator Wambua Enokio, what's your intervention?
Oops. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have two very quick interventions. One, just for clarity. Witness said at some point things turned west. I would want to understand when the things turned west, where are they heading? You know, what you say there is the only thing that we can use to make a decision. So I would want clarification when things turned west. Where are they going? Secondly, Madam Speaker, more substantively, there has been reference to the auditor report of 2022-2023. And the witness did well when he made reference to Article 2298 on the processing of auditor reports. That those reports cannot be used as material evidence in any proceeding until and unless they are considered by the Assembly and Parliament. But then he went ahead and made serious submissions on the basis of the audit report of 2022-2023. So where should we stand? Should we stand on the basis that we cannot make reference to 2022-2023, and in which case then dismiss everything that you have said about your standing, or should we take what you have said as part of evidence in these proceedings?
Respond, witness.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members. My reference to things standing west is in relation to the budgeting process, because we had a negotiating team that was that was superintended by the audit, the Office of the Control Budget, and one of the recommendations she had made is, after coming up with a memorandum, that memorandum becomes or forms the basis of our budget making. So that is where things, that is in as far as the budget making process is concerned. That is where I've said things stand west. Then I've referred to Auditor General report. Okay, to Auditor General's report 2022-2023. I'm not saying that it should not be referred to. What I'm only saying is, for this matter that is before the Senate on impeachment, if it would have been addressed in the committee of the PAC of the County Assembly of Meru, a number of things like Manyopero would not have found itself here. Because in that committee, we would have explained what we've done and the materiality of that matter, because we would have explained that this money that was paid through the manual payroll is money that has been budgeted, money that has been requisited to the control budget, and money that has been paid to individuals. It is not money that has found its way to other people, but you could even find the bank account. So it's not a material thing that should have even brought even an HR person to be reprimanded because of that, because it is a matter that is not so material. However, that is how I have referred to the Auditor General. So report, I have not said it shouldn't be refined, but for an impeachment motion, I think if this matter was addressed at the PAC committee, they would even have gotten more information and more materials to support or not to support.
Senator Chirarike Samson Kiprotich.
Madam Speaker, and I request the witness to be very brief. Mr. Witness, CPA, what is your ISPAC number? Number one. Number two, when you say CPA is 4 years, what is the legal authority or the policy of labor relations to give weight for you to say it stands 4 years? Number three, you have said that the spending of doctors' payment was within the legal authority and the CPA. My question is, how much was the budget in that financial year? If it was not there as a CPA, you know if there is a reallocation as the PMF Act envisages, whether that reallocation was sought. And number three, whether supplementary budget was sought to effect those changes. And finally, in 1B, the memo that you are provided is unsigned. It is signed by only the chair. So how can we trust in this volume 1B, Madam Speaker, that memo that had been signed, the engagement, the part of secretary and chairman is not signed, nor is it stamped? Is it an authentic document that you will want to present to this House for proper consideration, considering that what the House is considering, Madam Speaker, is a very serious issue? Madam Speaker, if you can answer those 4 questions, I'll be grateful.
You may proceed to answer those questions.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and the Honorable members of the Senate. My reference to CMBA 4 years, I may not authoritatively quote it, but I know it has been it has been termed from HR quarters. I'm not an HR expert. I want to say that, but it has been always saying that a CBA runs for 4 years. That is what but I'm not an HR expert. Yes. Then legal authority on the legal authority of payment of that allowance or the medical allowances that have been awarded after the CBA. This Honorable Speaker and the members, this payment has not been done only in 2022, 2023. It began from 2017. So, honorable members, when that expenditure was introduced to the budget, that is when it accrued on the budget. So even in the forthcoming years, it has been incorporated into the budget. So it didn't require a supplementary budget last financial year because it is a payment that was confirmed from 2017. So it has always been there. It has been provided within the budget. The memo on the 1B, I want to say, authoritatively, I want to own that memo. It is authentic. That memo is authentic.
Senator Danson Mungatana.
So, Mr. Speaker,
to the witness, just hold on, Senator Danson.
Yes.
1 minute. There was a question on your ISPAC registration.
Oh, yeah. My ISPAC registration is 10955.
Senator Danson Mungatana.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I was seeking clarification from the witness. I was listening to you when the question was put to you on the financial performance of Meru County. And I heard you say the Auditor General has given a report saying that it is an unqualified opinion. Therefore, it is good. I want you to clarify to me, is the Auditor General the only way, as a professional, that you would measure the financial performance of Meru County? I wanted to know, isn't budget execution, things like, performance, finishing on the projects and stuff like that, that would amount to good financial performance? And if so, please answer that question, because it will help us to make some decisions. I submit, Madam Chair.
Proceed, witness, to answer that question.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and members. Yes, budget execution. Okay, Auditor General report is not the only way, but it's the surest way. Where this one, it takes away every doubt, and that is why most of issues relating to financial management, there are recommendations. There be a special audit. There be an audit carried out to find out. However, even the budget execution is one way to measure financial performance, and that is why in my response I said that the controller of budget report on a budget in our budget appropriation or on budget execution, it is indicating that we are doing the county government of Meru is performing well in terms of budget execution at 79%. I think that is good. Then another indicator of good financial performance is paying. Like we are talking about payment of allowances to doctors. If a county is performing poorly financially, we would not be able to pay those allowances, but what we would be seeing is a protest on the roads, doctors protesting for a CBA that was agreed in 2017.
Those are all the requests we had on the board, so we can move to, it's not showing. Senator Kisang, you can proceed, but his name is not showing on the board. Clerk, check your system.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't know why my name is not showing there and it's on this side. Madam Speaker, I wanted to put to the witness, I don't know whether it's to him or who, because I want to put something on the audited report for 2022-23, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as a member of CIPIC, I also know as Gerard K is a member of CIPAC, normally what happens is when the Auditor General signs the report, the oversight committees of both the county assemblies and Senate and National Assembly, they go through the reports to verify, and if there are any additional issues that are required, then we recommend to ACC or other government bodies to investigate. So I'm wondering, I wanted to find out from the witness, were you called by the CIPAC and CIPIC committees of the County Assembly of Meru before they met this particular audit query and impeachment issue?
Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and Honorable members of the Senate. I want to confirm and say that on the specific of audit 2022-2023, the County Assembly Committee on Public Accounts and Investment has not invited us.
That is all for this witness now. There are no more clarifications from the senators. I hope there is no senator who's been left out. So, County Assembly can call in the next witness. Sorry, it's the county executive team that is calling in the next witness.
Madam Speaker and honorable members, our next witness is Dickson Munene Nkanata. Thank you.
Dickson Munene, where are you? County executive team, where is your witness?
I, Dickson Munene Nkanata, do solemnly swear that the evidence that I shall give before this Senate in respect of the matters before the Senate shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Madam Speaker, for the record, my name is Edgar Busiega. I've been variously referred to as Busienga. I'll wish to correct the record to reflect Busiega. Thank you.
May proceed, Councillor Busiega.
Okay. Kindly introduce yourself.
Madam Speaker, Honorable Senate, my name is Dixon Monene Nkanata. I am the CC in charge of Legal Affairs, Public Service Management and Administration in the County Government of Meru. I am also an advocate by profession.
Thank you, Mr. Monene. I'll refer to you as such. Starting from where you have stopped, indicate to this Honorable House, you've practiced law for how many years?
Madam Speaker, Honorable Senators, this is my 11th year of practice as an advocate. I was admitted in 2014. My personal number is P10507 of 2014.
Thank you.
Senator Chiradike, what is your intervention?
Madam Speaker, perhaps if you could freeze the time during the intervention.
Your time is frozen anytime there is an intervention. Can you give the mic to Senator Chiradike?
Madam Speaker, understanding 104 on the declaration of interest, I don't know how will this one proceed because Council Busieka and Council Munena and myself were in the same class. So is it in order that the council and the witness should have declared the interest before proceeding so that the House is cognizant of the fact?
Senator Chiradike, I believe you must be out of order because many of us were in class with so many other senators and many other people who are appearing. Unless you have special interests like being common shareholders within a company or other interests beyond going to school together. That's the only time you can then, unless you have very serious interests that go into legal, proprietary, or other definable interests in law, that would then bring the team together in such a manner that they've been resolving issues in a way that would influence their judgment in these proceedings. Otherwise, if it's just going to class together, many people have been in school together. So I will overrule that objection. Or do you have any other interest you want to disclose beyond going to school together? I have overruled just attending the same school or the same class as a common interest that would cause influence on the decision that will be made, unless there is another special interest that then would influence the decision of the senator especially. What is your point of information? Senator Methu, is there another point of information which is relevant and will not take away our minutes? We have very short time.
In fact, Madam Speaker, because I know we are very constrained of time, Senator Chiradike was selective, and that's why he never referred and read the Standing Order 104. It is very specific that a senator who wishes to speak on any matter in which a senator has pecuniary or proprietary interest shall first declare the interest. So I don't think going to school together is pecuniary or is proprietary, and I don't even think the witness before us is a senator. The Standing Order 104 is for a senator who wishes to speak on a matter. So the standing order that he quoted is irrelevant. I'm sure he just wanted us to know that he went to school with the brilliant fellas, but that is now water under the bridge.
Thank you. Though presumably it comes late after I had given a direction, but that suffices to close out that issue, Let's proceed on with the witness counsel.
Mr. Munene, you saw an affidavit on 16th of August this year, correct?
That is true.
Would you wish to rely on the same as your evidence before this House?
I don't wish to rely on the same, Madam Speaker, Senators.
Okay. Now, the first issue is on, as the subject of impeachment, is on what we call illegal revocation of one CPA, Virginia Kawira. Did Virginia have the requisite qualifications at the point of appointment?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On the issue, the governor has been accused of illegally revoking the appointment of CPA Virginia Kawira Miriti as the Secretary/CEO of the County Public Service Board. I'm aware that the governor revoked the appointment of CPA Virginia Kawira by virtue of the fact that she is still a public officer, and this is an issue that offended section 58, subsection 3B of the County Government Act. It was an expectation that after the nomination and approval of CPA Virginia Kawira by the County Assembly, before she took appointment, she should have resigned so that she doesn't own two offices, and so that she qualifies by virtue of that section 58 3B of the County Government Act. I'm also aware that this decision of the governor was informed by the legal advice that she received, both from myself, with the background of law, being the CC in charge of legal affairs, and the only CC who is an advocate by profession in that cabinet, and also from her legal advisor.
Based on what you've just informed this House, you are aware that the legal advisor was before this House yesterday?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I am aware that the legal advisor was before this House yesterday. I'm aware that the legal advisor disowned the internal memo that is which is appearing on page 11 and 12 of the volume 1B of the governor's documents. I'm also aware that the legal advisor, that is the former legal advisor, has since been, employment has since been terminated by the governor. And I'm aware of the circumstances under which the termination of her employment was done. I'm aware that there is a pending case between the legal advisor, the former legal advisor, and the governor in the Employment and Labor Relations Court. And I'm aware that the former legal advisor is represented by the firm of Ngwele and Company Advocates, which is the same firm that is representing the county public, the CEO of the County Public Service Board, that is Virginia Kawira. I'm aware they share the same advocate. I'm aware that in the documents filed in court by the former legal advisor, the Saint Virginia Kawira appears as the Linda Kiome's witness. So I would not be surprised that Linda Kiome would disown such an advice that she gave while still in office.
Thank you. Will you confirm unequivocally whether she ever consulted you or shared with you this letter prior to tendering to Her Excellency the Governor?
Yes, I confirm that we discussed the issue. I confirm that she delivered the letter to myself, which I delivered it to the Governor. Yes, and I can confirm that thereafter, when the Governor did a letter of termination, and the response there was an advisory from the chairperson of the Meru County Public Service Board in reference to that revocation. Linda Kiome was not available to advise the governor on how to respond to such. I'm aware that we agreed that I look at the documents since we had discussed over this issue, and I advised the governor on how to respond to the response from Julius Kainga Mitu, the County Public Service Board Chair. I'm aware that the governor did this letter between page 13 to that running 13, 14, and 15.
Honorable Senators, it's now 1 p.m. and I want first of all to notify the governor's team of their remaining time, which is 1 hour, 55 minutes out of the total time of 2 hours, 40 minutes. This will be reflected in the supplementary order paper that will be printed for the afternoon session. The county assembly team will have 1 hour, 10 minutes out of their total time of 1 hour, 20 minutes. Honorable Senators, the session in the afternoon will resume at 2 p.m., not 2:30 p.m. So, Honorable Senators, it's now 1 p.m., time to adjourn the Senate. The Senate therefore stands adjourned until later today, Tuesday, 20th August 2024 at 2 p.m.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Jacob. Yes, please. I'll take you quickly, because of the time constraints, to page 53 of the Governor's Index 1B. That is a volume of documents. The Governor's Index 1B. 53. You confirm that the County Assembly received that letter? Yes. On which date? On the top left corner. Can you see that thing? They're not clear, but is it 14th? Well, the document is dated 18th of June 2023, correct? Page 53 of the Governor's Volume 1B. Yes. It is dated 18th of June 2023. Yes. So that is the first submission that is the first list of the nominees that was sent to the County Assembly by the Governor. Yeah? Of all the documents that are filed by the Governor that are in contention with respect to the Meru County Revenue Board, that is the document that was sent, the list of nominees, correct? Yes. Turn with me to page 57 of the Governor's volume still. The Governor sent another list of nominees on 21st of June. Correct? Yes. And another one was equally sent on 21st June. That is page 58. Very true. 58 of the Governor's Volume 1B. And there's a response by the County Assembly, by yourself actually, on page 60 of the Governor's Index. Yes. You will agree with me that I will read it out in the interest of time, Honorable Speaker. In paragraph 2, the last sentence you say, from our present records, first of all, you make reference to the letters dated 18th and 21st June from the Governor, correct? Yes. In the second, in the paragraph 2, the last sentence you say, from our present records, we observe that most of the offices to which the nominees have been forwarded are substantive office holders whose terms are yet to expire. Correct? Very true. And the reason, what was the basis for you to say that their terms are yet to expire?
We reckon in our office of actually nominating those, of vetting the respective nominees.
Yes.
We are very clear that those offices are still occupied. They were to expire around December.
Yes. I'll refer you to page 52 of the County Assembly's volume 2. For instance, with respect to the Meru County Revenue Board, I want you to confirm whether page 52 of the County Assembly's volume 2, that is the exhibition supporting the impeachment motion, the Meru County Revenue Board, the term of the board was extended for 3 years from 15th November 2020, correct?
Yes.
So it means it was expiring in the 15th of November 2023, correct? 3 years from 15th of November 2020.
Very true.
So at the time of receiving nominees to the Meru County Revenue Board, in the letter we have seen by the governor, the letter on page 53 of the governor's volume 1B, the Meru County Revenue Board had a fully constituted board, correct?
Yeah.
And therefore the nominees could not have been appointed to those offices unless the existing appointments were revoked?
Yes, or natural attrition.
Or on account of natural attrition?
Yes.
So I'll take you to the County Assembly's volume 2, the letter on page 58. That is a letter you wrote to the county secretary, correct?
Yes.
And what do you tell the county secretary in that letter?
Delayed.
Are you there?
Yeah.
Yes. What do you say in that letter?
Delayed in approval of board nominees.
Pardon. Before you get there, turn to the governor's page 61 in the other volume, volume 1B of the governor. Page 61. The annexure KM 9 Roman 1. That is a letter by yourself, correct?
Yes.
In response to a letter by the, in fact, you make reference to your letter, to your previous letter dated 20th July.
Very true.
And what do you inform the county secretary in the second paragraph?
This is to kindly not make.
This is to kindly make a follow-up on the requested information to facilitate the committal of the forwarded nominees to the various semi-autonomous boards of the county government to the relevant committees of the assembly for vetting, correct?
Yes.
So you are making a follow-up with the office of the county secretary, correct?
Very true.
And now turn to the document on page 58 on the county assembly's volume 2. In fact, the first letter is a letter on page 60 of the County Assembly's volume 2. After you wrote on the 31st of August 2023, did the County Assembly ever receive any other response to that letter for that period between 31st August of 2023 until 15th of July? Did you receive any correspondence from the county
Not at
executive?
No.
So the next letter you received is on 15th of July 2024, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall what other activity was happening on the 15th of July 2024 in the County Assembly?
I think there was an impeachment.
You think there was an impeachment motion?
Yeah.
That is the first impeachment motion that was stopped by the court, correct?
Very true.
So on the date that the impeachment motion was was forwarded to your office, you received a letter from the county secretary accusing you of, at paragraph 2, of deliberately failing to approve or communicate your rejection of the employees and purporting that you want to cripple the overall performance of the government agencies, correct?
Very true.
And you respond with a letter on page 58, correct? That is 2 days later, on 17th of July, correct?
Yes.
What do you tell the county secretary? at paragraph 2. At paragraph 1, you make reference to your earlier letter of 20th July, which was close to a year later, because we are in 17th of July 2024. The previous correspondence, when you're making the follow-up, was on 17th of July, was on 20th of July 2023, correct?
Yes.
There was a letter of 31st of August 2023, which you sent to them from the governor's own documents, correct?
Yes.
So, at paragraph 2, what do you tell the county secretary? Or let me read so that you can agree with me for the benefit of time. Yeah. As per our communications, the Assembly repeatedly requested additional information and clarifications regarding the filling of available vacancies in the respective boards. Then you urge them at paragraph 3, kindly refer to their aforementioned letters for clarity, and the Assembly remains willing. So, at all times, would you say that the County Assembly was intentional in crippling the functions of the County Executive?
It's not true.
So, the governor, did the governor respond to that letter? A letter dated, or rather you can down with me to page 62.
No, not yet.
The letter at page 62 of the governor's volume 1B. Page 62 of the governor's volume 1B. That is the response by the governor, correct?
Yes.
The response by the county secretary?
By the county secretary, not the governor.
To your letter dated 17th of July, correct?
Yeah.
So say for these correspondences, I want you to check in your register, your original register, the one that has been, copies have been made and availed to the clerk. Specifically, did your office receive the letters dated, the letter on page 54 of the governor's volume 1B? Turn with me to page 54 of the governor's volume 1B. That is a blue copy, Honorable Speaker. The governor's volume 1B. The letter dated 18 September 2023.
Counsel, your time is up. I'm giving you 30 seconds to conclude on what you need to ask for the witness to respond.
Honorable Speaker, I'll just spend 2 minutes to conclude on this question. It is the very reason why I called this witness. Just 2 minutes.
Just close in 1 minute.
Very well. Honorable Mr. Witness, the document at page 54. The document at page 54, that is the letter dated 18 September 2023. The document at page 55, still of the governor's volume 1B, and the document at page 56 of the governor's volume 1B. Did your office receive these 3 letters?
Not yet.
I want you to confirm from your original register.
They are not in my record so far.
So from your record on 18th of September, is there any document that you received from the county secretary?
Not yet.
From your records, this is the register that you maintain in your office?
Yes. For all correspondences.
On the 18th of January, that is the letter at page 55.
11th January.
11th January, rather, Mr. Speaker, did you receive any letter?
Not at all.
You did not receive any letter dated 11th January?
Yes.
Did you receive any letter dated 18th of September 2023, the last page? 18th of December, that is the document appearing on page 54.
No.
So, to the best of your knowledge, are these documents legitimate documents that were served upon your office, or are they forgeries that are manufactured for the purpose of hoodwinking this honorable house?
I want to confirm that these documents are not my records, and therefore they must have been authored outside my office.
Is it a coincidence that
Counsel, your time is up. Your time is up.
Very well.
Yield the witness to the governor's team.
Very well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will the witness for cross-examination.
Mr. Speaker, we had been given 1 hour, which we used 20 minutes for the first witness and approximately 10 minutes for the other witness. I will not use my entire 30 minutes, but I just want to confirm that's the range of time that I have. I'll use very less than that.
That's the position.
Thank you so much. Mr. Jacob, let me just have your full name kindly so that I'm able to call you formally.
Jacob Kirari.
Jacob Kirari, thank you so much. Jacob, you are brought to this house for the limited purpose of producing that register. True or not true?
Yeah.
You are brought to this house today to produce this register before this house.
Yes.
Thank you. For how long have you served as a clerk of Meru County Assembly?
From 2020.
From 2020.
Yes.
Does Meru County Assembly have any other register for receiving correspondence, or that is the only register?
We use register when it's full, we open another one for purposes of accountability.
At the moment, so does Meru County Assembly operate multiple registers simultaneously, or does it operate one register at a time?
One register at a time.
Thank you. When was that register opened, the one you have?
It was opened on 15th September 2023.
Are you sure of that fact? Answer that question. Are you sure of that fact?
Yes.
There are papers you are holding with your hand. You have opened many papers. Yes, those ones. What are those papers? There are papers, yes. Remove that staple, but why have you stapled them? That's one of the things I wanted to ask you. Do those papers show correspondence? Do they show correspondence?
No, because they are not carrying all the details necessary.
You are answering a completely different question. Do they show correspondence?
No.
What do they show?
It was just a writing, which actually are not details.
Yes, those writings are something. What are those writings? Okay, let's go systematically. Open the very first page of that book. The very first page. Are we there?
Yes.
It is divided into columns, isn't it?
Yes.
Those columns have headings, isn't it?
Yeah.
Read for us column 1.
Date.
Date of what?
It was just date.
Column 2.
Particulars.
Of what?
Or content of the item.
Column 3.
Request.
Column 4.
Authorized to buy.
Column 5.
Signature.
Column 6.
Nothing.
Okay, let's go to the place called particulars. No, don't close that page. Let's go to the page called particulars. Read the first entry, the very first row. What particulars are entered there?
Infamous.
Second column.
Lunch allowance.
Sorry?
Lunch allowance. Second column is Phineas Mwenda.
Those entries, sorry, you're actually looking at the second page of that document, aren't you?
Yes.
Those entries began being entered on that document when?
2015.
Look at the cover page of that document. Look at the cover page. The cover. It states what the book is, isn't it? What's the title of that book?
Memo registers.
It is a memo register. Yes? Is that correct?
Yeah.
So there are memos from page 2 of that book. True or not true?
I want to explain that.
You will not explain. Answer my question. There are memos from page 2 of that book, aren't there?
Yes.
Those memos run from which date? What is the first date when the first memo is registered in that book?
25th, 2015.
Sorry?
25th June 2015.
Move to the entry of 17th November 2015.
17th?
Yes. Correct?
Yeah.
There is a memo on that date, isn't it?
Just facilitation.
There's a memo for facilitation on that day.
Yeah.
Is that true or not true?
It's recorded, yes, facilitation, but not.
Sorry, Jacob. I'm going to I mean, we're just starting.
It is true.
It is true.
Yeah.
After that memo entered in that register on 17th November 2015, when is the next entry of any memo or letter in that register?
We closed it, yeah?
I've asked you a simple and straightforward question.
No other in respect to facilitation.
What other entry is entered in that book?
Other entries as from 15th November actually is from...
Of which year?
2023.
2023.
That is the time.
There is no entry of a memo being received in that register from 17th November 2015 to 15th November 2023, a period of 8 years. True or not true?
There are other memos, there are other registers in the office.
Sorry?
There could be other registers there.
I thought you told me that you don't operate multiple registers simultaneously.
Yes.
So if you don't operate multiple registers simultaneously, that book was not full, was not filled as at 17th, but let's move step by step. How many pages of that hard-covered book are full as at 17th November 2015?
4 of them.
Only 4 pages in a book of how many pages in total?
This could be 384 pages.
384 pages. You have 380 pages to go by the time you receive the last memo of 17th November 2015. True or not true?
True.
The next memo to be received in that book or correspondence is 15th November 2023. Did I get you right?
15th November, September.
You said 15th September?
Yes.
Okay, let's use September. 15th September 2023, almost 8 years down the line, your office is not receiving and registering correspondence.
No, they were.
Where were they being registered?
If it were not for those particular period.
Where were they being registered?
In other registers.
So you were running multiple registers simultaneously.
Then.
You are running multiple registers in the period between 17th November 2015 and 15th September 2023.
Doesn't mean multiple. Could it be a register?
No, we are dealing with facts, Mr. Jacob. We are not dealing with hypotheses.
Yes.
Either you are dealing with multiple registers or not. Between 17th November 2015 and 15th September 2023, you are running multiple registers for receiving correspondence.
Not true.
Sorry?
Not true.
You are running one register.
Yeah, when it gets filled, then you open another one.
I thought we are agreed. Okay. When was that register first used to record correspondence? Which day?
First?
Yes.
That is 2015.
No, give me the date.
25th.
25th? Give me the date.
25th June 2015.
25th June 2015.
Yeah.
It has 384 pages.
Yes.
Ordinarily, filling that book means using all pages. Does it have any other meaning?
Yeah, it will depend with the content which you are using there.
I'm saying filling that book means using all pages, the book getting used up. Yes. Am I correct in that understanding?
Yes.
When was that book completely used up to date?
When?
Yes.
It's not yet over.
It's not yet over. So that is the register.
But still.
But that register of yours, after 17th November 2015, the office of the clerk, Meru County Assembly, receives no letter for 8 years until 15th September 2023. Mr. Jacob, does that make sense to you?
Not true.
Does that make sense to you?
We just brought the register that has issues.
There are other registers without issues?
Yes.
So you are running multiple registers?
No, when the register is over.
Mr. Jacob, where are those registers without issues? Where are they as we speak now?
They're in the office.
Why didn't you bring them for us to fully interrogate this question?
I got this information yesterday.
Mr. Jacob, what is your professional background?
Me?
Yes, you.
I'm a clerk.
Which area of learning are you an expert in? For example, I am a lawyer by training. Then I can be a teacher, I can be an advocate, I can be a speaker of this assembly, but I'm a lawyer. And you?
I'm a finance.
Sorry?
Bachelor in finance.
Finance people are very good at record keeping, Mr. Jacob.
LLB.
Sorry?
Degree.
Sorry?
Also law degree.
Oh, you have a law degree?
Yes.
That's the shocking news of this evening for me, Mr. Jacob, for good reason. So we can talk the same language.
Oh, yes.
Thank you so much. Mr. Jacob, you know as a law graduate that if facts are within your peculiar knowledge as the multiple registers you have not brought here and you don't bring here, a fact finder like these senators must make an adverse finding against you on that fact. Did you learn that in the law of evidence?
Yes.
Thank you. So you are knowledgeable in that area.
Yeah.
I'm therefore inviting these senators to make an adverse finding that had you brought those registers, these things you are saying are not in the registers would have been found there. Isn't that invitation sound in the law of evidence that you learned?
Actually, it's as a result of time when I was told this.
Isn't that suggestion of mine sound in the law of evidence that you and me learned?
Yes.
Thank you. So let's now make progress. Look at the governor's bundle 1B. 1B. My assistant will show you. My assistant will show you. That is a letter received in your office, isn't it?
Very true.
Thank you. And that the receipt of that letter is not disputed, isn't it?
Yes.
Go to your register and show us where you have indicated that receipt of that letter. Which page in your register shows that letter received? Check the date, because the register operates on along the lines of dates.
The register, which is here, actually starts from September.
By the way, let me ask you, you said you became the clerk when?
2020.
Where is the register of the documents you have been receiving since you became clerk in 2020?
In the office.
Sorry?
In the office.
How many pages is it?
It will depend with what is.
How many pages is it?
It will depend with what is in the store.
Sorry?
Any register in the store we can use.
Is that register full?
The one in the office?
Yes.
Yes.
Where is it?
It is in the office.
You didn't think it fit to bring it here?
I never bring it here.
Let's go to page 65 of Governor's Bundle 1B. That's a letter undisputedly received in your office.
Very true.
Where is evidence of receipt of that letter in your register?
Right. Also, I told you that the register I have starts the issue of this correspondence as from...
The register you have starts from 25th June 2015. You are the one who has read it for us.
There's a different content.
Sorry?
That part of it was slightly used for facilitation, but here we...
Sorry, what is the title of that book you are holding?
It doesn't matter, but...
Sorry, it matters, Mr. Jacob. Titles matter. What is the title of that book you are holding?
Memo register.
Does it have any other title for any other purpose? Is there any other title on that book anywhere?
There isn't.
There isn't. So that is a memo register. What do you understand by a memo register?
It's a register that we record memos.
It's the register which you record memos.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Yes.
From that cover page, we then go to page 2, which is the first place where the first entry is made. Yes?
Yeah.
That is 25th June 2015.
Yes.
Then we run simultaneously with that document bearing the name of memo register up to 17th November 2015. Fact or not true?
Yeah. No problem. The content we are talking about is starting from 15th September 2023.
I am talking about the content of that book. That book is a book. By the way, this is a government register, isn't it?
Not in, it is.
This register is a government book. It's a book used by the government of Kenya.
Yes.
And if you are me, like a responsible citizen, you will take government seriously. Do you take government seriously?
Of course.
Thank you. This serious government has told us what that book is used for on the cover.
Cover should not actually be the content.
That book you are holding has told us what that book is used for on the cover.
Yeah.
The use of that book is?
Memo register.
That book has not told us any other purpose on its cover.
It's true.
Look at page 59 of volume 1B. That is a letter undisputedly received in your office.
True.
Where is it received in that register?
Also, I told you any record not from September, I don't have it here.
By the way, that letter is received in the period after 25th June 2015. Yes?
Yes.
When that book you are holding is in existence.
Yeah.
This letter I've shown you at page 59 is received after 25th June 2015.
Yes.
When that book you are holding as a register is in existence.
It was not by then. This book was not.
When was that book manufactured? When was it bought by Meru County government?
It was bought in 2015. But
correct. That's what I'm saying. It was in existence.
Actually, it's not a must that we consistently. It was being used slightly for other purposes before we corrected the use.
Mr. Jacob, are you a respecter of yourself?
Yes.
Thank you. Look at page 58 of volume 1B. Yes? When is that letter is undisputedly received in your office?
Very true.
Where is it indicated in that register?
As I said, I don't have that register.
And yet that letter is received during the subsistence of this book?
Yes.
Thank you. Let us go to the transactions of 28th September 2023. There is a letter received in your office on that day. No, I'm talking about the register. The register shows a letter received in your office on that day.
20?
I told you 28th September 2023.
Yes.
Who received it in your office from your register?
My secretary, Joy.
You can see the name of your secretary, Joy, against that letter.
Yeah, 28th September 2023.
Honorable Senators, that is part of the document photocopied and before you on page 1. If you look at column 2, that's the column in which documents are received. And I want you to look at the second last entry on the first page, 28th September 2023, so that when we began this morning, Mr. Speaker, we talked about lying. We talked about that word. It was a bit controversial, but I want to contextualize it. 28th September 2023, Mr. Jacob, are you there?
Yes.
Who has committed herself or himself as receiving that letter in your office?
There was a letter received 28th September 2023, which...
I'm talking about the second last entry. The second last entry. Yes, 28th September. Professor Jotham Mishemi, EBS. You see that letter? You see Professor Jotham or something, Mishemi, EBS?
Yes.
Who received that letter in your office?
It's Joy.
Where is that entry?
You can see the same 28, just...
No. I'm talking about a particular... Joy makes an entry against every letter. You can see 9th September, 19th, every letter, 20th September, 22nd September. You see 22nd, let's go 22nd. You see 22nd September?
Yes.
You see Joy has received a letter from CECM Agric.
Yeah.
The same 22nd September. There's a letter from CECM Finance. You see it?
True.
Who received it?
Joy.
On the same day, isn't it?
Yeah.
Let's go to 28th, the second last letter. Who has indicated having received it?
She has not, but the same...
No. Who has indicated as having received it?
Nobody.
Nowhere, isn't it?
Yeah.
This is the record you want this assembly to rely on to make a decision in this matter.
It's true.
This is the record.
Yeah, it's...
On a serious matter like impeaching a governor.
This is a truthful record.
I'm asking you,
yeah.
This is the record you want this Senate to rely on to remove a governor from office. Not to caution, not to want to remove a governor from office. You know how serious that enterprise
is to protect the integrity of that office.
Let's look at page 60 of the bundle. You know, I can't see clearly. Are those 10 minutes? Thank you so much. Let's go to page 60 of bundle 1B. Who is the author of that letter?
It's me.
What are you saying in that letter in 1 minute?
Can you read it for me?
Okay, let me read it for you.
Yeah.
I'll ask the County Assembly's Council to put their copy to the witness so that we use the microphones properly for record for the Hansard purposes. Volume 1B of the Governor's Documents, page 60. The County Assembly's Council kindly put the document to your witness. Mr. Ndego, my time is running very fast. Kindly give the witness the document so that we make progress. Mr. Witness, that is your letter.
It is my letter.
You are referring to the letters from the County Secretary dated 18th and 21st June 2023.
Very true.
The subject of this letter is nominees to various semi-autonomous boards of the county government of Meru.
Yes.
As at 21st July 2023, you admit that the Meru County Governor had nominated various nominees to semi-autonomous boards of the county government of Meru.
Yeah, we received those lists.
Correct. Those boards are the same boards that the governor is accused of not appointing people to in this impeachment. True or not true?
Very true.
Thank you. The law requires the county assembly to approve those nominees before the governor appoints them. True or not true?
Very true.
As at 21st July last year, you had received the governor's nominees.
Yes, but
thank you. Now let's go to paragraph 2.
Not to be acted upon because
let's go to paragraph 2.
There are no existing vacancies.
Let's go to paragraph. By the way, let's deal with this fairly fast. The governor wrote to you seeking to know which of those offices had vacancies. Do you remember that correspondence?
I think they have record.
Do you remember that correspondence?
No.
You don't remember. By the way, as a clerk, you received these nominees and vetoed them. You never tabled them to the assembly.
No, that's not right.
Okay, let's read. Paragraph 2 reads, and I quote, "Would wish to kindly inform you that my office is unable to recommend the same for their consideration to be transmitted to the county assembly. Is that a correct reading or am I exaggerating?
Can you repeat?
I'm reading paragraph 2. We will wish to kindly inform you that my office is unable to recommend the same for their consideration to be transmitted to the county assembly for action. Is that a correct reading of what you wrote?
Yes, because
by your office you meant the office of clerk.
Yes.
You believe that in law the office of clerk can veto documents before they are tabled before the assembly?
Not the issue of vetting. It is the issue of procedure.
So which procedural step had been failed?
Under Section 6 of Appointment Act, Counter Approval Act.
Let's go to the next paragraph. You said this is largely because we observe that there may be missing information on the status of the offices the nominees have been nominated to occupy. Are we clear at that point? Yes?
Yes.
Which offices are these you are referring to?
These are semi-autonomous bodies.
Sorry?
The semi-autonomous bodies.
Which ones? Give us their names.
Nominees like the revenue bond and the rest.
Sorry?
Nominees for revenue bond and other agencies.
Mr. Clerk,
yes.
Did you ever table this letter from the governor's office to the county assembly?
Yes, it was.
Where is the memo tabling them?
We never tabled this one when we wanted the clarification. When a letter is received in the office of the clerk, as a matter of procedure, the clerk has to check the compliance of that letter.
You know, you are dealing
so
with
that we can now forward to the speaker.
You are dealing with the House of Parliament, Mr. Jacob.
Very well.
Are you aware that when letters are tabled, they're actually endorsed as tabled? They're actually endorsed on the first. You see an endorsement.
That stage was not yet. When they come to the office of the speaker, as per the law, they are public appointments, Counter Assembly Approval Act, Section 6(4).
Now let's move to the next.
All these documents has to be launched through the office of the clerk.
Let's move to the next stage. You say from our present records, we observe that most of the offices, not all of them, most of the offices which nominations have been forwarded to have substantive holders. Now, which are those most that had substantive holders, and which are those least that didn't have substantive holders?
According to the County Assembly record.
I've asked you I want you names of offices. Which are those most that had substantive holders? Which are those least that didn't have substantive holders?
Yeah, when we checked, according to what we are approved.
Give me the names so that we identify the most. Sorry?
But they are there in record.
Which ones? We want to know. This Senate must make a decision factually.
Like the microfinance.
Who was the office holder?
The board.
Who are the office holders?
The board is there in the law.
Who are the office holders?
I don't remember of it.
Does your letter tell us which office was still occupied by anyone? That letter.
By that time.
That letter, does it tell us which office was still held by an office holder?
No. But
you find that to be proper correspondence without particulars.
Of what they submitted, of
in
course.
Good conscience, you find that to be proper correspondence without particulars.
But they know what they submitted.
You, as a clerk, the CEO of Meru County Assembly, find that to be proper correspondence without particulars. You find it to be good correspondence.
Yeah, the communication.
Do you regret this kind of correspondence?
Not at all.
Without particulars, you can stand by it.
Yeah, I can stand by it.
You wanted the governor to take remedial action for something you have not given any specifics.
The county secretary.
The county secretary was corresponding for the governor. It was from the office of governor. Do you remember that?
Very true.
Thanks. You wanted the governor to take remedial action for something you have not particularized.
Of course.
You, Jacob, wanted the governor Meru County to take remedial action for something you have not particularized. Is that correct?
I told you what.
Did you particularize?
We questioned what they is.
Did you particularize which office is occupied? You did not.
Yeah.
So you wanted the governor to take remedial action for something you have not particularized?
Yeah, he could have inquired.
Mr. Jacob, when will you people end this manifest malice against this governor? When do you propose to end it?
What?
When do you propose to end this manifest malice against this governor?
No malice to governor.
When do you propose to end it?
Who?
You.
I'm not supposed even to handle such a situation.
Sorry?
I'm an officer. I'm not a politician.
Correct. So when do you propose to end this malice against the governor?
There is no malice to the governor.
You want to say that it is the right thing to do to ask the governor to take remedial action for boards that you have not specified, whose people who you are saying are occupying the offices are not specified.
That cannot limit the big responsibility from the other office to inquire even more.
Did you have a responsibility?
Councillor Longoya, your time is up.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I rest at that.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, may I then request that the Senate retains the original register, because what the copies they have and the register, the physical one, from my questions you can tell there's a big discrepancy.
That point is noted. We'll make appropriate arrangements for that. Counsel for the Assembly. Counsel for the Assembly. You recall that your time is up. I believe then that you do not expect any opportunity other than the discretion of the chair to permit you in the shortest time possible if there is any re-exam.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, I kindly beg your indulgence that you humbly allow me to ask a few questions in re-exam.
Mr. Speaker, may I have to raise on that issue, because there's something called equality of arms. The County Assembly had 3 hours and 10 minutes to deal with their first witness. We were given 1 hour strictly with no extension. The 20 minutes we were given ate into our time of cross-examining the other witnesses. Mr. Speaker, it will be impossible for the public following these proceedings to get a feeling that there is a even-handedness if this county government is adding 1 more minute. You notice, Mr. Speaker, I stopped my question in between. I stopped my question in the tracks when you stopped me. This county government is the real author of all misfortunes of time mismanagement today, the 19th day of August, 2023.
You've made your point.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I urge that you deny them that is good.
You must have noted the fact that I notified the council that they didn't have any extra time because they ate into their time in the earlier proceedings. But nonetheless, I will exercise my discretion. I'll allow you 2 minutes both to ask and to respond. So it will be up to you to decide how to utilize the 2 minutes, whether to ask the question or whether to allow the witness to get an opportunity to respond.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Senators. My name is Eric Murioki. Mr. Witness, in your exam, what was that book used for and at what date?
Actually, this book, as from September, has been used for correspondences that are received and that goes out of the office.
Now, you were asked about some documents appearing on pages 59 and 60, the ones that their authenticity is not controverted.
Very true.
In response to that question, or in follow-up to that question, I wanted to look at pages 54, 55, and 56 of the Governor's 1B.
Yes.
Are those documents that were received by your office?
They are not. It's a forged document.
Are the issues of...
Senator Siengo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I only need to seek clarification from the witness whether she's a previous executive member of the previous administration.
Senator Beth Siengo, what's the clarification? Senator Gloria, please allow me to preside over this order. Senator Siengo, your clarification, what are you clarifying? We are not questioning, we are not asking questions at this time. It is a procedural issue that we've been discussing, and we are moving on to cross-examination by the counsel for the governor. So it is not yet time for senators to ask questions. Counsel for the governor, please proceed. Your time starts running now.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For record purposes, my name is Elias Mutuma, counsel for the governor in these proceedings. I will begin by asking the witness. Good evening, Mheshimiwa Zipora.
Yes.
Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening.
Thank you. Kindly confirm your full names and what you do at the County Assembly.
My full name is Zipora Kinya. I am a member of the County Assembly of Meru, specially elected by UDA and the Deputy Leader of the Majority Party.
Indeed, you have previously served as a member of the executive in the previous regimes. That is right?
Yes.
In what capacity?
I served as a sub-county administrator, then later redesignated as the Deputy Director Administration until I exited.
When were you appointed as a sub-county administrator?
2013.
Which governor appointed you in that position?
Governor Munya.
And the next governor also retained you in that position? That is Governor Kiraito?
I was redesignated in 2018 to a Deputy Director of Administration.
Thank you. Briefly, give us the composition of party membership in the County Assembly of Meru. How many parties are there? How many members are there in the County Assembly of Meru?
In the County Assembly of Meru, there are 69 members. We are 69 members. The UDA has 21 members. The Bas Party has 20 members. And the rest have the remaining members. I am not very sure of the numbers.
Very well.
Yes.
Are there any independent members in this assembly?
Yes.
How many?
I'm not sure of the number, but there are members from it who vying on independent tickets.
Thank you. You have indicated to the honorable senators that this impeachment motion has been supported by a majority of residents of Meru, and you gave a percentage. What percentage is that?
85% according to the public participation.
Thank you. 85% according to the public participation, and you have brought the memorandum and report of that public participation.
286.
Page 286.
Yes, I'm there.
I want us to identify the anomaly in that minute. According to the title of that meeting, when did the minute start? First of all, tell us where that public participation exercise took place at. What time is indicated at the top as the time when the meeting began?
10 a.m.
10 a.m. Can you look at minute 1? What time does the minute show that the meeting began? What time?
It means I can read minute 101. The officers of the County Assembly arrived at the venue for public participation at 8 a.m.
It says 10 a.m.
They arrived at 8 a.m.
I have not, just kindly wait for my question. What time does it indicate the meeting began? As per minute 1.
10 a.m.
10 a.m.
Yes.
But at the top it shows it began at 8 a.m., correct?
No. The first page says it is the officers from the County Assembly that
correct.
arrived at 8.
It's the other way around. The top shows 10 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Is that the position? The title of the minute shows Social Hall in Abogeta West Ward of Meru County at 10 a.m.
Exactly.
But the minute, number 1 shows the minute began at 8, correct?
I'm disputing that, and I'm reading the minutes, council, because the minute says, officers of the county assembly arrived at the venue for public participation at 8 a.m.
Thank you very much.
Full stop. Then at 10 a.m., the meeting was called to order.
Can we go to another page, page 291? Confirm that the same format of capturing minutes appears at page 291. Tell us where that meeting took place and how the minutes were captured.
The meeting took place at MCK Kidare in Gia Ward in Meru County at 10 a.m.
Minute 1.
Officers of the county assembly arrived at the venue for public participation at 8 a.m.
Can we go to page 294 and compare that with page 297? Do we find page 294 and 297? Tell us whether the same format of capturing minutes appears. That officers in all these stations arrived at 10 a.m., at 8 a.m. and the meeting began at 10 a.m.
On page
294, tell us.
294?
Yes.
The officers of the county assembly arrived at the venue for public participation at 8:30 a.m.
Correct?
Yes.
And proceed to read minute 1.
The minute was called to order by Mr. Raphael Mwenda at 10 a.m. and a prayer was said by Ms. Keremi Kabubania, a member of the public.
Compare that with what appears at page 297 and page 299. Is it the same that has been captured?
It reads, the officer of the county assembly, this time it says officer of the county assembly, arrived at the venue for public participation at 8 a.m. and at 8 a.m., 10 a.m., the meeting was called to order.
Thank you. Now, let's read verbatim minute 1 for all the minutes that I have identified. The first paragraph.
Yes.
Read them. Let's start with, for instance, page 286. Minute 1, verbatim. 286.
The officers of the county assembly arrived at the venue for public participation at 8 a.m. and at 10 a.m. the meeting was called to order.
Proceed. Proceed. The entire
To order by Mr. Kevin Mwenda from the county assembly of Meru, and a prayer was said by Mr. Mutugi from Kionyo Bonda Bonda Association.
Thank you. That was page 286, read 297, word for word, except for the names of individuals present.
Not really, some are talking about 8:30 and others.
Show us the difference in terms of the content of that minute.
The other one was
297 and 284. You will confirm that except for the names, the rest of the content is...
It is not true. Let me read again. Let me read. It is not true. The officers of the county assembly arrived at the venue at 8. The meeting was called to order by Kevin Mwenda from the county assembly of Meru, and the prayer said by Mr. Mutugi.
Thank you. Can you now go to the other one?
Bonda Bonda Association.
And you go to the other one?
The other one is officers of the county assembly arrived at the venue for public participation at 8, and At 10 a.m., the meeting was called to order by Godfrey Mutiga. A prayer was sent by Murangiri Bogoli, a member of the public. There are two different things.
Thank you. Let's go to page 783 and all through to page 794. You will confirm that those are handwritten memorandum, right?
Yes.
Kindly look at the handwriting. Isn't it the same handwriting that is presenting those memorandum?
I can't confirm.
Do we have, apart from the names, do we have any other description of those parties? Phone numbers, ID numbers?
They are not there. The phone number is there, the name is there, and the signature.
Thank you. We can proceed on and on, but we will have time to identify all these things during cross-examination. Let us go to the incident that you talked about, that there was an attempt to touch the County Assembly of Meru. Which date was that?
It was on the eve of 8th. Actually, it happened at around 3 a.m. So it had on
Madam
the
Witness,
day,
I
yes.
am asking the questions.
Yes.
Kindly restrict yourself to the question.
Yes.
What date was it?
I've sent on the eve of 8th August 2024.
Is it on the eve, or I am interested on the dates? Which date?
It was on 7th August 2024 or at 3 a.m.
What time was it?
3 a.m. in the morning.
Were there members of the County Assembly?
Yes.
Within the Assembly at that hour?
Yes.
Does the County Assembly of Meru conduct business at 3 a.m.?
It doesn't.
It does not.
Yes.
How would you explain their presence? In public offices at 3 a.m.?
I would explain their presence because the members of the County Assembly, the members of the County Assembly
to either uphold the impeachment or to throw the charges out altogether. Our dear viewers, the Speaker and his procession is already into the chamber this afternoon. Allow me to hand you over for this live broadcast. Enjoy your viewing and good afternoon.
Nasikia mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uadilifu ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao tumezikabidhi mikononi mwetu.
under threat. And because of the threats that they were facing, like me, I was seriously threatened. I could not sleep at my home. So I sought refuge elsewhere.
We have got your answer.
Yes.
So were you present at 3 a.m. at the County Assembly?
Yes.
Were there other members of the public present at the county assembly at 3 a.m.?
I didn't see them.
You did not see them?
Yes.
So if I tell you that that fire emanated from people who were present at that time, would I be wrong?
You would be wrong.
You have just said that there were no other members, to your best of your knowledge.
Yes.
So the people present at the county assembly,
yes,
might they have begun this fire?
The members of the county assembly were inside and not outside, and the fire was from outside.
You said that the fire emanated from the Meru Locots, correct?
Yes.
Meru Locots is a secured premise, is
yes,
it?
Yes.
As a county assembly, did you try to seek any statement from the Meru Locots? You have just accused them of touching the county assembly of Meru because you said the fire emanated from the Meru Locots. Do you want to change your statement or do you want to stick by that statement?
I stick by that statement.
Did you seek any statement from the leadership of Meru Locots?
I didn't seek any statement because I was not the investigating officer. Maybe the investigating officer did.
You did not?
Yes, the investigating officer.
You have attributed the incident to governor supporters and you have given us a clip showing some members of the public arraigned in court.
Yes.
Among those people who are arraigned in court, which one of them is a supporter of the governor? By name and description?
I only attributed to the person working in the office of the governor who said, I attributed
Thank you very much. My question is simple. The people who are arraigned in court and you produced material evidence in form of video. All right?
Yes, yes.
Among the people arraigned in court, which one of them is a supporter of the governor? By name and description.
I didn't arrange the ones. I said the supporters.
You are now
of the
withdrawing that
I'm
statement.
not withdrawing.
So indeed,
I arranged that those who threatened to do it are supporters of the governor, and indeed, I did not say those that are arranged are the ones.
So you are now withdrawing that statement. It is on record that governor's supporters touched the county assembly of Meru, and you brought evidence. I am asking you, Madam Zipporah, which one of them is a supporter of the governor, by name and description?
I said, I'm saying, I did not say those that are charged are the ones who are the supporters of the governor. I said actually about the staff from the office of the governor who sent Atachoma, and I remember saying...
We are going to the staff that you talked about.
Yes.
So would you now want to confirm to the Senate that indeed there were no supporters of the governor charged with touching the assembly?
Yes, I can confirm because I said there are some people who are charged for the offense.
But you've just said they are not governor's supporters?
Yes.
Thank you.
Those charged.
Thank you very much. Let us go to the specific officer from the office of the governor. What was the name of the officer?
I said I don't know the official names, but he's popularly known as Achege.
Achege?
Yes.
Is he among the people we saw in that clip having been charged with the offense?
No.
He's not there?
Yes.
To the best of your knowledge, has this individual been charged for any offense, threats, or even assault?
He has not been charged.
He has not been charged?
Yes.
Any report that has been made?
I'm not aware of any.
Madam Witness, have you filed any report? Because you came to Senate and alleged that he threatened members of county assembly and he was among the people who planned to touch. Have you made any effort to have him arrested, including even filing a report?
Ahobi has been recorded.
Where is that Ahobi?
Ahobi was recorded by...
I ask you specifically, have you taken any steps? Not Anobi. Personally, have you taken any step?
Personally, I have not, but the county assembly has taken.
Thank you.
Yes.
You also played a clip showing your home being touched.
Yes.
What time was it?
It was touched on the eve of the first impeachment motion.
What time was it?
3:48 a.m.
3:48 a.m.
Yes.
And you said that was on the eve of
the first impeachment motion.
First impeachment.
Yes.
And you said the fire emanated from your neighbor's place?
From across the neighbor.
You
Yes.
told senators, and we were listening, and Hansard can confirm, that
Yes.
fire emanated from your neighbor's home.
Yes, not neighbor's home. I sent the fire was from the fence.
We
from
were
my
very
fence.
keen, Madam Speaker, and we can have the Hansads read to us.
Now, honorable senators, at the adjournment of the sitting at 1, the governor was still presenting her case, and we to stand down a witness to allow us to go for a lunch break. We will therefore proceed from where we left it. Counsel for governor, you may recall your witness. Clerk, proceed to call the order, please.
Order number 1, communication from the chair. Order number 2, hearing and determination on the proposed removal from office by impeachment of Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, the governor of Meru County.
So, counsel, before you start, just to remind you that you have 1 hour 55 minutes to conclude the presentation of the governor's case. You may proceed.
Mr. Speaker, sir, and honorable members, may I remind the witnesses that is still under oath through the chair.
Thank you. I'm aware I'm still under oath.
Thank you.
Can I
Mr.
continue?
Munene, may we proceed from where we had stopped, but we'll be moving to the second issue. The motion for impeachment before the Senate, the second issue accused of the governor is failing to appoint chairpersons of the Meru County Revenue Board, Meru Microfinance Corporation, Meru Youth Service Board, and Meru County Investment and Development Corporation Board. What's your response to that, Mr. Munene?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and honorable members. The governor has been accusing of failing to appoint the chairpersons of the Meru County Revenue Board, Meru Microfinance Corporation, Meru Youth Service Board, and Meru County Investment and Development Corporations as required by the law. I wish to state that by virtue of the information that has come within me, that's an allegation that is not true. The County Secretary, by a letter dated 18th June 2023, forwarded to the County Assembly the name of Japhet Ndumba Indinji as a nominee chairperson of the Meru County Revenue Board. The process of appointment of these chairpersons starts by the governor forwarding the list of nominees to the Assembly for approval. And it is only once the Assembly has approved.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm sorry for intervention, but I would seek your guidance that the witness directs us to the place where that evidence is for, so that we are able to follow. Most obliged.
Thank you. I was getting there, Mr. Speaker.
No, get there fast.
Thank you.
Because as you explained, we need to be on that page. So start with the page containing that document, so that when all the senators are there and other parties are there, you can now Proceed to explain
Thank
yourself.
you, Mr. Speaker. It is on page 53 of the Governor's Board of Documents, Volume 1B, page 53. There's a letter there dated 18th June 2023, received by the Office of the Clerk at the County Assembly on 21st June 2023. And the Governor and the Executive Member in charge of Finance, pursuant to Section 6 of the Meru County Revenue Board Act, is forwarding the list of nominees for the chairperson and 2 members of the County Revenue Board. Mr. Speaker and honorable members, page 57 of the same bundle of documents, it's a letter dated 21st June 2023, received in the office of the clerk of the County Assembly of Meru on the same date. It is forwarding the list of the chairperson and 2 members for approval by the County Assembly, forwarding the list, specifically the name of Harriet Karamana Gitonga Kadhata as the chairperson of Meru County Investment and Development Corporation. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, page 58 of the same bundle of documents is a letter dated 21st June 2023, forwarding the list of chairperson and members, nominee members, for approval by the County Assembly pursuant to Section 6 of the Meru County Youth Service Act. That letter has been received on 21st June 2023, and of importance is that the name of Kimathi Mutembei Dennis is the chairperson that is being, the Governor is seeking approval so that she can appoint. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, after this letter, the County Assembly drew a letter dated 21st July 2023. The clerk of the County Assembly wrote to the County Secretary. That is in page 60, volume 1B, a letter that is in page 60, volume 1B, whereby the clerk of the County Assembly is saying that my office is unable to recommend the list, for their consideration to be transmitted to the County Assembly for action, largely because they observe that there are some missing information regarding the status of offices, as some of the offices sought to be filled and substantive office holders. And by a similar letter that appears on page 61 of volume 1B, and the clerk of the County Assembly is seeking, it's a reminder letter, followed by the letter that was received on 21st July 2023. And Mr. Speaker, honorable members, in response to that letter, the County Secretary and End of Public Service wrote a letter dated 18th September 2023. It appears on page 54 of volume 1B of the same bundle of documents. And in this letter, saying that it indicates that reference is made to the above subject matter, and your letter dated 31st August 2023. The nominees of the County Revenue Board are made in anticipation of their lapse of term on 14th December 2023. All the other offices fell vacant by way of natural attrition. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, on page 55 is another letter from the County Secretary directed to the Clerk of the County Assembly, which is a polite reminder. It has been received the same date, it's dated 11th January 2024. On 21st March, page 56, volume 1B. On 21st March 2024, the County Secretary still wrote another reminder to the Clerk of the County Assembly of Meru, and subsequently, Mr. Speaker and honorable members, by a letter dated 15th July 2024. It's in the County Assembly's bundle of documents. Volume 1. This one.
As you check on that, Mr. Munene, is that a demonstration of compliance from High Excellency the Governor?
It is a demonstration of compliance, and of importance is that the letter dated 31st August, that is on page 61, which appears on volume 1B of the Governor's bundle of documents. The Clerk of the County Assembly is indicating that they have learned, indicating that the County Assembly, County government, this is to kindly make a follow-up on the requested information to facilitate the commit of the 400 names to the various semi-autonomous boards of the county government of Meru to the relevant committee of the County Assembly for vetting and consideration, excluding the nominees of the Meru County Alcoholic Drinks Control Board, whose nomination has been since committed to the relevant committee of the County Assembly for vetting and consideration. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, despite the Clerk of the County Assembly confirming that the list for the Meru County Alcoholic Drinks Control Board and been laid to the relevant committee by 31st August 2023, to date, that vetting is yet to be concluded. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, volume 2 of the County Assembly documents, page 60, is the letter I was referring to, dated 15th July 2024. And in this letter dated 15th July 2024, the County Secretary is indicating that is making a follow-up of those, the position of the nominees, whether they have been approved or not, and indicates that to date the County Assembly has deliberately failed to approve and or communicate its rejection of the nominees to the County Executive despite constant reminders. Despite constant reminders. This is a letter dated 15th July 2024, and my emphasis, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, on that statement, despite constant reminders, is because I'm aware that yesterday the Clerk of the County Assembly appeared before this honorable House and indicated that the letters, the 3 letters that I have mentioned, that is the letter dated, the letter appearing on the letter appearing on page 54, 55, and 56 of the Governor's bundle of documents, that they are disputed. Those letters are disputed. The Clerk of the County Assembly indicated they have never received any letter. For a reminder.
Thank you. I think that point has been exhausted. Let's proceed to the next issue. The next accusation is that the Governor has refused to implement resolutions of the Assembly to dismiss the County Secretary, Dr. Kiambi Tambura, and the Chief of Staff, Mr. Gatobu Nchamba. What's your answer to that, Mr. Munene?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable members. The Governor has been accused of refusing to implement the resolution of the County Assembly requiring the dismissal of the County Secretary and the Chief of Staff. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I'm aware of the information that, by virtue of the position that I hold, that once a report of the committee of the County Assembly has been discussed, that report has to be tabled. Once a report has been prepared of a petition, the report has to be tabled in the County Assembly, and resolutions pursuant to that report made. Thereafter, the resolutions and the answer for that sitting adopting the report is supposed to be forwarded to the executive or to the governor to implement the resolution. I can confirm that the document that the County Assembly seeks to rely on do not include a resolution. They do not include any answer showing whether the report that for the joint committee was adopted by the Assembly or not. So to that end, there is no resolution to accuse the governor of not implementing.
Thank you, Mr. Mnene. Quickly, as a practitioner of law, does the County Assembly have mandate to dismiss a County Secretary and Chief of Staff as officers in the office of the Governor?
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I'm not aware of a provision in law that mandates the County Assembly to dismiss the County Secretary or the Chief of Staff. To the best of my knowledge, in reference to a decision of Kilifi High Court being owned by the Kilifi County government, the former County Secretary of Kilifi County, the decision of that case indicates that the County Assembly can only move a censure motion against the County Secretary. The provision of the law, section 44 of the county government, talks of removal of the governor, the removal of the County Secretary by the governor. That the governor may remove the County Secretary in pursuant, subject to the terms and conditions of the contract of service.
Thank you, Mr. Mnene. The next question will be, the governor has been accused of illegally dismissing Dr. Ntoiti, CEO of County Revenue Board, Paul Mwaki, CEO Liquor Board, Kenneth Kimathi Mbaye, Managing Director, Meru Microfinance Corporation, and Josephine Kithure, CEO, MEWAS, in usurpation of the powers of the appointing authorities. What's your answer to that, Mr. Mnene?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable members. First, to note that this is a ground or particulars that were presented before the previous impeachment motion, in which I appeared as a witness before this Honorable Senate, and I can confirm that this was one of the grounds. And the allegation that has been made is not true. The governor did not dismiss Dr. Ntoiti, Paul Mwaki, Kenneth Mbaye, and Joseph Kithure, but Dr. Ntoiti resigned. Paul Mwaki served his term, which his contract ended on, I believe, 15th December 2023. Kenneth Mbaye left, actually abandoned. In that matter, the decision that they are seeking to rely on, you realize that Kenneth Mbaye did not return back to work after the court quashed the county secretary, the former county secretary's letter sending Kenneth Mbaye on compulsory leave. He did not resume his work, so he abandoned work. And Joseph Kithure served his term to conclusion, until it was terminated by lapse of time. So, and also the allegation that the county government of Meru has been slapped with the 4 million in that decision. It is not true. It is not a correct observation. The county government, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, is not a party to that employment and labor relations dispute. And in the same decision, in the same order, the general damages that were granted of cumulative general damages of 1 million.
Perhaps very quickly, Mr. Munene, if you could refer the House to the specific documents they wish to rely on.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, page 68 of the bundle of documents, volume 1B of the governor's bundle of documents, it's a request for confirmation on employment of Dr. John Toiti, made by the county secretary to the Nairobi County Secretary, Nairobi County. And on page 69 is a resignation of Dr. John Toiti, dated 14th November 2023. Page 70 of that bundle of documents is a letter from Nairobi City County confirming that confirming the employment status of Dr. John Toiti, that Dr. John Toiti is an employee of Nairobi City County. Page 71 of volume 1B of the bundle of documents, it is a notice of appeal indicating that the parties, the respondent, they disagreed with the decision of the court, and they have preferred an appeal against that decision.
Mr. Munene, I think that is sufficient. I'll move to the final issue. The governor has been accused of having a bloated workforce in his office. What's the response to that, Mr. Munene?
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I confirm that there is such an allegation of bloated workforce, and that allegation, there was a similar allegation in the previous motion in which I also appeared as a witness, whereby the governor is accused of having a bloated workforce. There are documents on the contrary to indicate that the governor has been categorical on the issue of controlling the wage bill in the county. That is by minimizing any hiring or replacements. Through the assistance of my advocate, I want to get to that page. This is employment. Page 170 of volume 1B, bundle of documents. This is a letter from the secretary. It's an internal memo from the secretary, County Public Service Board, to the Chief of Staff. It is dated 17th October 2023. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, it's of importance to note that at 17th October 2023, it is the same week that the second impeachment motion was drafted and debated at the County Assembly. This was an allegation that, the document that they sought to rely on, they relied on those documents then, and they're still the same document that they're relying on. In this letter, dated 5th October 2023, on page 170, the County Public Service Board, the Secretary of the County Public Service Board is communicating to the Chief of Staff that we would like to inform you that we have exhausted the available vacancies in the office of the governor as per the Transition Authority Circular of 6th September 2013. We have concluded on the recruitment process for staff in the governor's office. Attached, please find the list of the officers who have been so far employed in the office of the governor. And Mr. Speaker, honorable members, that list has 29 employees, 19 directly under the governor's office, and 10 under the deputy governor's office. Surprisingly, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, by a letter dated 6th October 2023, that is the following day, the first letter is dated 5th October 2023. The second letter comes on, it's dated 6th October 2023, but delivered on 5th December 2023. That is after the impeachment motion. The first letter is dated, appearing on page 170, is dated 5th October, but was sent to the Chief of Staff on 17th October when it is received. The second letter is dated, appearing on page 175 of the same bundle of documents. It is dated 6th October 2023 and received on 5th December 2023. Page 175, volume 1B of the Governor's Bundle of Documents. This letter, the bond has appointed Gitobu Tunu Gatweri as an administrative officer to replace Ellen Bahati Matilu, who left service. She will be placed in the Deputy Governor's office. This is therefore to give you authority to loan her into the payroll.
What was the response to that?
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, by a letter dated 15th December 2023, it's appearing on page 173, volume 1B of this document. The Chief of Staff responds on authority to loan in the payroll and indicates that it has been brought to our attention that by a letter dated 6th October, you have ordered the Chief Officer in charge of Public Service Management to loan a certain Gitobu Tunu Gatweri, whom you have apparently appointed as an administrative officer, employee under the office of the Governor. This is a protest letter, and on page 174, the letter runs to page 174 of specific importance before this honorable assembly, and Mr. Speaker, honorable members, is that the Chief of Staff says, be reminded also that solely the Governor has previously and including in the recent impeachment proceedings both the brunt of allegations of bloated workforce under the office of the Governor, and is not willing to preside over further appointments and overloading of the payroll as suggested by your latest communication. And in the same memo is saying that be advised that there is an administrative officer at the Deputy Governor's office who was deployed and has been there from 23rd February 2023. So the Governor is resisting any addition.
Thank you, Mr. Mena. I think you have been clear beyond peradventure. Mr. Speaker, sir, I'll close there in chief. You'll wait for questions, Mr. Menene. Okay, the witness seems to have one more issue to clarify as counsel of
very well.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, there is also an allegation that has been raised on the issue of that the Governor has been accused of abuse office for paying Kiabi Christas Manyora his full salary while still in remand. I'm aware that the County Public Service Bond, pursuant to sections 59(1)(c) of the County Government Act, is the one mandated with the disciplinary powers. The County Public Service Bond, it has the disciplinary powers, and when it comes to the issue of interdiction of an employee, it is the role of the County Public Service Bond to do the interdiction. And on disciplinary powers, at times the County Public Service Bond has delegated its disciplinary powers through some authorized officers. And I'm aware, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, that the Governor is not an authorized officer within the meaning of section 86 of the County Government Act. So it cannot be said that the Governor has failed to interdict an employee under the public service. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Menene.
For the record, Mr. Speaker, my name is Mwangaza. I'll be taking about 10 minutes in cross. Bwana Dixon.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, yes. Yes, sir.
How are you, Bwana Dixon?
I'm fine, thank you.
I refer you to your affidavit at page 24 of your documents, specifically paragraph 3 of your affidavit. You depone the issue of the revocation of the appointment, correct?
Yes.
Do you dispute that Ms. Miriti was appointed?
No, I don't.
Now, you have also deponed that the appointment was not legal, and you have deponed the issue of revocation of the appointment, correct?
Correct.
And it is your evidence that the revocation was pursuant to the legal advice?
Correct.
And you're on record that the legal advice was done both by yourself and the alleged legal advisor?
Correct.
Now, have you brought to this Senate an original copy of that legal advice?
No.
Do you have even a certified copy?
No.
Now, I take you to that legal advice, Bwana Munene. The legal advice is to be found at page 11 of the governor's bundle of documents,
yes.
Volume 1B, honorable members. Now, in that legal advice, legal opinion, Bwana Munene, page 11 of the governor's response, Volume 1B, marked as KM5. That legal advice, Bwana Munene, do we have someone signing off as who is the author of that document? At the last page, page 12.
It indicates legal advisor.
Do you have it reflecting the name?
No, it does not reflect the name.
It doesn't reflect the name of either the alleged legal advisor or your own or your own name, does it?
It does not.
Honorable Senators, I want to move with you to the affidavit of one Linda Gaki Kiome that was filed yesterday before the Senate, yesterday afternoon. I hope we all have that affidavit. It's a standalone affidavit that was filed yesterday afternoon by Linda Gaki Kiome. Now, Mr. Munene, do you have that affidavit?
No.
And in that affidavit, there is an annexure.
I don't have the affidavit.
You can supply a copy.
Okay.
Please look at the last annexure that was applied by Linda Gaki Kiome, the notice of intention to terminate your contract. Do you have that copy, Mr. Munene?
Yes, I am there.
Can you read the second sentence, paragraph that starts with the word, the reason for termination?
The reason for termination is due to your perennial unavailability to offer legal advice as and whenever the governor requires you.
The second sentence, the sentence preceding before that or after that?
You have also discernigned your obligation as a legal advisor to the governor and instead concentrated on your schedule as a council member of the LSK and also in the running of your law firm.
Now, Mr. Munene, stop at that. So this is an notice of intention to terminate the contract of Linda Gaki Kiome, correct?
Yes.
And the reasons for termination is perennial unavailability and desertion of work, correct?
Correct.
And what's the meaning of the word perennial? Is it not annually, perennially?
Many times.
Many times. When is the date of this letter?
26th March 2024.
26th?
March 2024.
Proceed to the sentence that begins with the word when the governor.
When the governor raised this concern over the same issue in December 2023, and in an attempt to amicably resolve it, you intimated that due to the exigencies of your schedule, you contemplated resigning.
In December which year?
2023.
That means that as of December 2023, the governor already had issues with her legal advisor, one Linda Gaki Kiome, correct?
It indicates so.
Is that not the inference?
That is what it infers.
Now, I take you back to the internal memo, Mr. Sorry, before I take you back to the internal memo, I take you to the date of the internal memo. When is the date of the internal memo?
23rd February 2024.
23rd?
February 2024.
A date coming after the governor having issues with her legal advisor, correct?
Correct.
A date coming after the governor having identified that her legal advisor has perennially deserted work, correct?
Not correct.
Do you want me to take you back to the intention to terminate?
Yes, which is coming on 26th March 2024. That is when the issue of perennial that is coming. Yes, 26th March 2024.
Thank you. Now, the paragraph that says when the governor raised this concern over the same issue, what issue was the governor raising in the month of December 2023 with her legal advisor, Mr. Munene? Is it not the issue of perennial unavailability and desertion of work?
It talks about exigencies of the schedule and contemplating. Yes, it is.
Is it not the issue of perennial unavailability and desertion?
Yes.
As of December 2023?
Yes.
The governor had problems with her legal advisor for being unavailable at work?
Yes.
Yet in 23rd February 2024, the legal advisor is in a capacity to advise the governor. Is that correct?
Yes, it's correct.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Now, if we are to look at the veracity and the legality of that opinion, Mr. Munene, which you have admitted that you did indeed give or issue, and as an advocate, what's the legality of that opinion in light of Section 58.5 of the County Government Act? Can I take you there, kindly?
Yes, sure.
Section 58.5 is to be found at our volume 3, the County Assembly Bundle, volume 3. The County Assembly Bundle, volume 3, at page 51. At page 51. Page 50 and page 51, section 58 is about composition of the County Public Service Board. Mr. Munene, can you kindly read section 58.5 of the County Government Act?
I am not there yet, so if you could be assistant with a copy.
Kindly.
Thank you.
Page 51.
Yes.
Can you kindly read?
The members of the board may only be removed from office on grounds set out for the removal of members of a constitutional commission under Article 251(1) of the Constitution, and by a vote of not less than 75% of all members of the County Assembly.
That is the process of removing a member of the board, correct?
Yes, but not an ex-officio member of the board.
Wasn't Ms. Miriti appointed to the board?
She was an ex-officio member of the board.
Is she not a secretary?
She's a secretary.
Does this fly on the face?
Sergeant at arms.
Sergeant at Arms, is everything okay?
Mr. I hope my time was post, Honorable Speaker. Now, Mr. Munene, it's your evidence that the...
Just hold on, Council.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Munene, it is your evidence that the Secretary is an ex-officio member.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Can you kindly look at page 50 of the same volume 3 band of the County Assembly, section 58(1) on the composition of the board? Are you there?
Yes, I am there.
What is the composition of the board?
The County Public Service Board shall comprise a chairperson appointed in accordance with section 58A, at least...
C, specifically C, go to section 58, subsection 1C.
I'm on 58, at least 3 but not more than 5 members appointed in accordance with section 58A, a certified public secretary.
A certified?
Public secretary.
So is a certified public secretary a member of the board?
An ex-officio member.
But a member of the?
An ex-officio member.
Where is the issue of ex-officio on section 58(1)C?
Because
constrain yourself to that section. Is a secretary a member of the board? Yes or no?
Yes.
Now, in respect of section 58(5), is the procedure depicted under section 58(5) the procedure for removal of the secretary? Correct?
It's for the members of the board.
And the secretary, correct?
Article 251.
No. Mr. Munene, section 58(5), the members of the board may only be removed from office pursuant to section 58(5), correct?
Yes, and
correct?
251.
Yes or no?
Correct.
Now, in respect to the legal opinion, doesn't that legal opinion that you claim to have given fly on the face of section 58(5) and article 251? Yes or no?
No.
Now, Mr. Munene, I take you to the question of boards as paragraph 6 of your affidavit. You've deponed that the letter by the County Secretary dated 18th June 2023 was forwarded to the County Assembly in the name of Japhet Dombi, correct?
Correct.
Were you copied in those letters? Were you copied?
Take me to the letter, I'll confirm whether I was copied or not.
Honorable Senators, the said letters are to be found at volume 1B, of the Governor's...
Order, Honorable Senators, there is a lot of loud consultations. Kindly, let's hear the witness in silence.
Volume 1B, the Governor's bundle, is marked as KM9A at page 53.
Yes, I am not copied in that letter.
That letter dated 18th June, are you copied?
I am not.
How did you become aware?
By virtue of my position as a county executive committee member.
How did you become aware? Were you copied?
I am not copied in the letter.
How did you become aware with the information?
By virtue of my position in the county executive.
Who informed you?
Yeah.
Who informed you?
The county secretary.
Is he testifying in this Senate today?
No.
Now, there was a response that you responded to the various requests by the county assembly, particularly the letter by the clerk seeking clarification on the missing information. That letter is to be found to be found in page 60 of the same bundle, the governor's bundle. It's marked as KM9H.
Yes, I'm there.
Is received 21st July 2023. Is a letter by the office of the clerk. Now, Mr. Munene, I kindly refer you to the last paragraph of that letter.
Yes.
Can you kindly read the last paragraph?
Yes.
Page 60. The Governor's Bundle, Volume 1B.
Kindly also feel free to provide any other additional information regarding the nominations that may facilitate the county assembly to effectively discharge its mandate. We look forward to your response and clarifications.
And the preceding paragraph, we are therefore
kindly asking for more information / clarification regarding the availability / existence of vacancies in the offices within which the nominations are being made in order to facilitate their transmission to the county assembly for consideration. This will enable the county assembly to...
Stop there, Bwana Munene. Okay. Did you ever forward a response in terms of providing the necessary information as required by the clerk?
Yes,
yes or no?
Yes.
Where is the evidence? Kindly take us the evidence quickly.
It's on page 54, volume 1B, Governor's Bundle of Documents.
Did you provide the evidence on the further and better particulars as sought in terms of further information?
It is talking / clarifications. It is providing a clarification.
Now, let me take you to our bundle where were you not appointing members of the board to non-existent positions or positions that have already been filled up?
No.
Honorable members, we are referring to page 52 of the County Assembly response. Volume 2, Honorable Senators. Page 52, Volume 2 of the County Assembly documents. It's at page 52, Volume 2 of the County Assembly documents, exhibits. Now, Bwana Munene, can you kindly read out that Gazette notice? Page 52, Honorable Senators.
Should I read from here?
Mr. Munene, very quickly, time is not with us. Can you read out the Gazette notice number?
Gazette notice number 538, the Constitution of Kenya, the county government
time, Mr. Munene, can you go to the content of the Gazette notice? It is notified.
Okay. It It is notified for public information that the governor of the county government of Meru has extended the period of appointment of the Meru County Revenue Bond contained in Gazette Notice number 5202 of 2017 for a period of 3 years with effect from the 15th December 2020.
So is that not an extension of the office bearers then?
Yes, it is.
As at 15th December 2020?
As at 6th December 2020. The Gazette Notice
expiring
is dated,
for a period of?
The Gazette Notice is dated 6th December 2020.
It's dated 15th
and it
November.
says that the extension will be with effect with 15th December 2020.
When was the extension to expire? When was it to expire, Mr. Munene?
On 14th December 2023.
14th December
2023.
Now, in your letter dated 18th
September 2023.
In your letter, the letter at the governor's bundle, honorable senators, at page 54. When you read that as against the county, the letter by the county, the office of the clerk at page 60. Mr. Munene, at page 60 of the governor's bundle. Mr. Munene, at page 60. We are therefore kindly asking for more information, clarification regarding the availability, existence of vacancies in the office within which the nominations are being made. Is that so?
Which paragraph is that?
Wasn't the clerk asking for information as to which office the members were being nominated to?
Yes, through clarification.
As at 21st July 2023?
Yes.
And that is what you responded by your letter dated 18 September 2023?
Yes.
Did you supply information as to which office that you are nominating those members?
It's not information through clarification.
Did you supply?
Yes, the clarification.
Yes or no? Did you supply? Did you clarify that the office was already having office bearers?
Yes.
Were these office bearers in office on 18 September 2023?
Yes.
To which office were you nominating members?
The nominees of the County Revenue Board are made in anticipation of their lapse of term on 14th December 2023. That is the clarification.
Mr. Speaker, I cede my few minutes to my colleague, Mr. Kawira. And Mr. Ndego.
Mr. Munene, the letters appearing on pages 54, 55 to 56. You must be aware that the County Assembly contends that those documents are outright forgeries, correct?
Sorry?
The documents appearing from pages 54 to 56 of the Governor's Volume 1B, you are aware that you contend that those documents are forgeries, correct?
Yes.
And because his allegation was brought out yesterday,
yes,
and the clerk was here,
yes,
have you sought the leave of the Speaker or made any attempts to bring the delivery note of these 3 letters that you purport and that you say you are aware they were received by the office of the clerk?
No.
You've not made such an attempt?
We have not made the attempt.
Okay. Is it a coincidence that these 3 letters, and Mr. Speaker, I do not purport to be a forensic examiner or a forensic expert, or a document examiner rather, but is it a coincidence that these 3 letters that were in different months, in fact in different years, is it a coincidence that the 3 of them were stamped on the same place, different months, different years?
What do you mean by same place?
Just look at the letterhead of those 3 letters.
They are stamped on different pages.
Stamp, yes, but same place, correct?
Not same.
Okay. I'll leave the honorable senators to draw their own conclusion. Mr. Munene, you said that there is a requirement that the County Assembly actually table and adopt a resolution with respect to petitions that are made by members of the public. Is that your position?
Sorry?
Is there a requirement, or what is your position with regard to, was there a requirement rather, this is the question, was there a requirement that a resolution be passed by the County Assembly for the removal of those officers? That is the Chief of Staff and the County Secretary, pursuant to that public petition. Is there a requirement in law?
The requirement is that the resolution, the report is tabled to back to the county assembly.
No, is there a requirement? Because you say that there's a requirement that a resolution be passed by the county assembly. That there is debate and a resolution passed. Is there such a requirement in law?
The letter makes reference to resolutions of the assembly, not of the committee, of the assembly.
Yes. Let me refer you to that report. That is Honorable Speaker, that is volume 2 of the assembly documents, the exhibits in support of the impeachment motion, at page 140. Page 140 of volume 2 of the county assembly documents. At 5.2, you will see the committee's recommendations. Is that the assembly or the committee's recommendations?
These are the committee's recommendations.
And what is recommendation number 2? That the governor do dismiss the county secretary and the chief of staff, correct?
Yes.
I'll refer you to our volume 4. Our volume 4, Honorable Speaker, the county assembly documents. Volume 4, that is at page 295. Volume 4 of the county assembly documents, that is, those are the standing orders. Are you there?
Yes, I am there.
Page 295 of volume 4 of the county assembly documents. On committee of petitions, I'll read it out and you tell me whether you agree with it. Every petition presented or reported pursuant to this part shall stand committed to the relevant sectorial committee. 2, whenever a petition is committed to a sectorial committee, the committee shall in not more than 60 calendar days from the time of reading the prayer respond to the petitioner by way of a report addressed to the petitioner or petitioners and laid on the table of the assembly, and no debate on or in relation to the report shall be allowed, but the speaker may in exceptional circumstances allow comments or observations in relation to the report to the petitions for not more than 20 minutes. So do you still maintain the position that there needed to be a debate and a resolution passed by the county assembly in light of this standing order on the public petition that was passed by the county assembly?
You did not get me clearly. I think that the resolution that you are making reference to of the assembly.
Yes.
You said resolutions of the county assembly.
Yes.
Which are in existence. We do not have in the bundle of your documents resolutions of the county assembly adopting that report, and that is that is your allegation.
I'll refer you, Mr. Munene, to page. Volume 2, volume 2 of the county assembly documents. Mr. Speaker, the first paragraph. Kindly read out that first paragraph.
Reference is made to the above mentioned subject matter.
The second paragraph, I'm sorry, the second paragraph.
On Wednesday, 13th December 2023, during the afternoon sitting, the Joint Committee on Labor, Public Service and Social Welfare and the Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Cohesion presented and laid their response to petition number 5 of 2023 by way of a report of their findings on the alleged gross violations of the Constitution of Kenya 2010 and other statutory laws by various county executive committee members and chief officers within the county government of Meru to the assembly.
Mr. Munene, what is irregular about this communication by the clerk to the petitioners in view of the fact that that report was laid on the floor?
The allegation here is on the county secretary and chief of staff. This particular paragraph I have read does not even mention the county secretary or chief of staff. It is talking about county executive committee
fair enough.
members.
It is the heading. It is a response to which petition? Petition number 5 of 2023, correct?
Let me read.
It is petition number 5 of 2023, correct, Mr. Munene?
Mine is not clear.
Honorable Speaker, I think the witness is now filibustering. I'll end it at that. I leave.
No, he just said his copy is not clear, and therefore he couldn't read it. Just provide him with a clear copy. We conclude this.
Very well. On my copy, it is petition number 5 of 2023. Can you see that?
Yes. Okay. Yeah, petition number 5 of 2023.
Mr. Munene, to the best of your knowledge, is that the petition that was presented by 1611 members of the public?
Sorry?
To the best of your knowledge, Mr. Munene, is that the petition that was presented by 1611 members of the public with respect to all these officers, chief officers, CECMs?
Yes, it is.
And the county secretary as well?
Unless I confirm.
Unless you confirm?
Yes.
I leave it at that, Honorable Speaker.
Mr. Munene, I'll be very brief with you. Kindly confirm that prior to your admission as an advocate, you underwent a rigorous training in the advocates training program, correct?
I confirm.
And that during that training, you must have interacted with a topic called legal drafting, correct?
Legal drafting?
Trained in legal drafting, correct or not correct?
Correct.
And as such, I refer you to the opinion by the questioned opinion by Advocate Linda. In that drafting, you are taught on how to do legal document, correct or not correct?
Correct.
For example, you are taught on how to draft a letter, yes?
Yes.
And any other legal correspondence, correct?
Yes.
And you are told the characters that must appear on any legal document, yes?
Not all.
You are taught on the characters that must appear on any legal document, yes or no?
Yes.
And as such, in any legal document, there must be an identification of the person drafting that document, yes?
Yes.
Kindly look at that document.
I am on it.
Does it bear the person drafting it?
Yes.
Look at where the signature is purportedly embossed or placed. Does it bear the person drafting it?
Yes, legal advisor.
No. What is the name of the person who drafted that document?
The name is not there, but the title is.
That is not there, correct?
Yes.
That is what you are taught in law school, yes?
Yes.
Thank you. Let me finally ask you one more question. You communicated to the Senate that you also act as a legal advisor, correct?
Sorry?
You said that you advised the governor,
yes,
in conjunction with Linda on how to deal with that issue of the CEO, correct?
Yes.
And that you acted as a legal advisor, correct?
Yes.
What is your job description? What is your job description, Mr. Munene?
To advise the governor.
What is your constitutional job description? Are you a legal advisor or are you a CEC?
I am a CEC.
You are a CEC?
Yes.
Who also doubles up as a legal advisor, correct?
That is part of my...
I'm asking, who also doubles up?
Yes.
So you have two job descriptions, correct?
Part of advice.
You have two job descriptions, Mr. Munene?
No.
Kindly look at the TA, Transitional Authority document appearing on volume 3, volume 2, at page that one, the Transitional Authority. Ulikuwa umetoa. Transition Authority, you had it. A moment.
Page 2, it is page 191.
Page 191.
Of volume 2.
Volume 2. Is it that one? See here. Okay, just get it. But before we go to that, as I look for it, Mr. Munene, you are aware? Mr. Munene?
Yes.
176. Wachana na katiba. Haiko hapo.
It's the act.
One. Page 178, Honorable Senators. You are aware that there was a transitional authority that was constituted that was to oversee the transition from the local government to the county government, correct?
I'm aware.
And that during that particular of trying to formulate the county government, they issued a communique dated 16th of September 2013, correct?
Correct.
And that document creates the offices that were to work under the governor's office, yes?
Yes.
And that you as a CEC is part of what is contemplated, yes?
No, it is not. CC is in the County Government Act. It's not in the transition.
Honorable Senators, I'm looking at page 108 or 180 of that document. Yes? Volume 2, page 180. Mr. Munene?
Yes, I'm there.
Can you see where there is a provision for the legal advisor?
Yes.
Are you the legal advisor to the governor?
No.
Thank you. No further questions.
The County Assembly, are you done with your cross-examination?
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
Okay. The Council for Governor, you may re-examine your witness.
Mr. Munene, I'll have a few questions for you, just for clarification.
Thank you.
Council for the Assembly starting point was on the governor's legal advisor.
Yes.
How many advisors does the governor have?
3. We have a political advisor, economic advisor, and legal advisor.
Mr. Munene, are you among the legal advisors?
No.
Thank you. You have been shown the legal advisory through an internal memo that was issued by the legal advisor. To you, is that in contention?
It is not.
As a legal practitioner, was it necessary for the name to be indicated?
Not necessary. It's an internal memo. It's actually it's a legal advice, not a legal opinion, as I did.
Thank you. Is there an active matter in court between the said Linda Kiome and the Honorable Governor?
There is.
Has that matter been determined yet?
No, it's still active.
Thank you. You are shown an affidavit by Linda Kiome. Do you have that affidavit with you?
Yes, I do.
When was the notice of intention to terminate issued?
It is dated 26th March 2024.
Was there a subsisting relationship as of December 2023, as a matter of fact?
Yes, there was.
Thank you. An insinuation or innuendo was passed that the advisor was unavailable completely. Are you in a position to confirm whether it was sporadic appearance or total shutdown, unavailability?
She was not totally unavailable. She was available but there was perennial absence that was noted.
Thank you for that clarification.
And the other
That will
thing
be
is
all.
that she was still earning a salary, so she was still an employee of the governor. She earned a salary until the date of the lapse of the notice. She was an employee until 30th April 2024. A legal advisor.
Thank you, Mr. Mnene. That will be all for this witness.
Honorable Senators, for those who wish to seek for clarification or questions or pose questions to the witness, this is the moment. Senator Muma.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I have some 2 or 3 questions to you, witness. The first question relates to charge number 1. Is there a difference between revocation and dismissal or removal from office? That is question number 1. Question number 2. Is the Secretary or CEO of the Meru County Public Service Board an ex-officio member, or they are a member they are a voting member of that board? And then finally, is it the practice that I can be a CEO of an institution and at the same time a holder of an office in the same institution? So I have taken leave of absence from being an officer in order to be a CEO in the same organization. Is that part of good governance practice in human resource? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable member. I start with the first question on revocation and dismissal. Those are, in my opinion, and which I believe is the opinion of the law, revocation is different from dismissal. An appointment is made pursuant to certain condition precedents of qualifications. And the moment the appointing authority realizes that those qualifications have not been met, they have that residual right to recall the appointment, which is technically revocation. It is recalling an appointment. Dismissal, it's a dismissal pursuant to Section 41 of the Employment Act. Thank you. The other question on whether the counties, the secretary of the county public service board is an ex-officio member or a voting member, I confirm that the county secretary, the secretary of the county public service board does not have a voting right in the county public service board. As such, she is an ex-officio member. And Article 251, sub-Article 1 on their removal indicates, excludes actually ex-officio member. Says that a member other than an ex-officio member may be removed pursuant to that provision. So the secretary of the county public service board is not immune to provision of Section 58. Lastly, it is not good governance practice for a person to take a position of a CEO and continue to be a public officer in the same institution. The court has rendered its opinion on that severally, and it has indicated that you cannot freeze one position for 6 years, take another position, await the 6 years to lapse, and come back and purport to continue in that previous position that you had taken?
Senator Sige.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Munene, I derive my question from the two letters that you took us through in bundle 1B, that is the governor's evidence, appearing at page 170 and 175. The first one letter received on dated 5th of October 2023, received on the 12th of October 2023. And the second, which is of interest to me, is appearing at page 175, dated 6th of October 2023, received on 5th of December 2023. In that second memo, there is a gentleman, Gitobu Tunu, who is appointed to replace one Helen Bahati Matilu. Recall in your earlier letter, you indicated that the workforce within the office of the governor and the deputy governor comprised 29 employees. I can't see the name of Helen Bahati Matilu in that list of 29. Could you confirm that indeed that was the position, or the communication referred to a completely different person not within the employee of the deputy governor's personnel?
You may proceed to respond, witness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable members. I confirm that Helen Bahati Matilu was the one that being replaced, and in the letter that that appears at page 173, it's of important, the last paragraph indicates that whereas no request for appointment of an administrative officer was made from myself as the chief of staff under the governor and deputy governor, be advised that there is an administrative officer at the deputy governor's office who was deployed and has been there from 23rd February 2023. To put this in context is that the said Helen Bahati Matilu, her appointment had been revoked for having not genuine academic certificates. After the revocation, an administrative officer was deployed to that office of the deputy governor. And that is what it is confirming, that from 23rd February 2023, that administrative officer was in that office.
Senator Mogeni.
Yes, when I heard your introductions, you said you are county attorney.
No.
Yeah. Is CCM?
Just put the record straight.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm the CCM in charge of legal affairs, public service management, and administration.
Okay, that's even better for me. So there is an issue that has always caused problems for us. I just wanted to get clarification from you. Issue of public participation. So as a county attorney, I just wanted you to shed some light to us. When you do public participation, do you use your professional staff as a county, or it's in order for MCS to conduct public participation on their own and prepare minutes? Maybe you could refer to page 355, volume 5, where I think minutes were taken and recorded by MCA. I've seen it in 340. It appears severally in the report that is before us. I wanted your comment. Then number 2, I just wanted you to look at the same bundle from page 27 all through to page 70. Okay.
Sorry,
the number
can I kindly get the copy?
That is volume 5. I'm sure the lawyers will give you.
Thank you.
Okay. There are a number of photos.
Senator Mogeni, you had not more than 2 minutes. I will, under standing order number 1, give you 1 minute.
Have a look at those photos and just confirm to me whether there is, whether the people who did the public participation are staff of the county assembly or it was done by the public members themselves. Finally, I wanted you to respond to the issue that has been coming from court. Public participation need to be quantitative, qualitative, and meaningful. If you go to page 463, the people who attended public participation are given as 3. Page 467, 3 people attended. 468, nobody attended. 471, 5 people. 485, 7. 541, 6. So, as an attorney from the county government of Meru, what would be your comment with the documents that we have where the attendance is given as 7 people? Is that the normal practice when you do public participation? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Public participation, ordinarily, when it comes to the impeachment of a governor, is carried out by the staff of the county assembly. Although, under the county government, we have a Directorate of Public Participation and Civic Education, which is at the county executive. So I believe probably because of perceived conflict, that is why the county assembly prefers to carry out public participation using their staff, the county assembly staff. In my opinion, and I believe in the opinion of the law, there has been a decision on public participation. I believe the decision that was illegalizing the Finance Act 2023 to majorly dwelled on public participation. It needs to be qualitative, quantitative, and there has to be a report to the parties or to the participants. They need to know what is the outcome of this public participation. Public participation means there are some number of pages in the document that has been computed. You find that there are few participants, 1, 2, 3. Others, like the document that I'm in, page 468, it appears that it has not been recorded as having any participants. I believe it's due to the exigencies of time within which the county assembly has to process an impeachment motion the moment that it has been tabled. They have to carry out public participation within 7 days, and they have also to debate that motion between 7 to 10 days, within 7 to 10 days. So in this particular case, public participation was allegedly carried out during the same day, on one day, in the 45 warrants. And a notice that was given for that participation was I think it was a 4 days notice. So the reason why that why we have a very low turnout, I believe partly is because of the short notice, and partly also because, probably those who decided to abstain did not support the motion.
Senator Chirange.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Witness, in Kanata Dixon Munene, in LSK portal, you have indicated that your workplace is Okubasu and Munene Advocates. Why is it so? And your CCM of Meru, you are the CCM that has been appointed to serve in Meru, but in your LSK portal you have indicated that you work at Munene and Okubasu Advocates. Can you clarify that for me? Secondly, on the issue of the legal advisor, yesterday she contested that the legal advice or the letter that was being purported, being tabled as the memo, she didn't sign. And in her submission, she said that she needed to brief you before briefing the governor as a legal advisor. Number 3, and finally, Mr. Speaker, sir, when you look at the letter by transitional authority, the governor has been given personal staff. In your affidavit, you have indicated that the governor has pushed to reduce the number of staff. But quick assessment in page 171, 1B, volume 1B, governor has 4 drivers, so I presume he has 4 vehicles, and he has 5 support staff who are not indicated. Is this in line with the circular that was issued with transitional authority in your submission? Finally, under the same letter, the all correspondence and communications should be and must be the county secretary. Are you the county secretary of Meru? Are you the CCM? Or are you the legal advisor? Can you clarify? Because you have witnessed in letters that has not even been copied to you as the CCM in charge of legal affairs. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Witness, proceed
Thank you,
to respond.
Mr. Speaker. I start from the portal that appears, indicates that I practice in the firm of Kubaso and Monene Advocates. That was my former workplace before I joined the county executive. I need to follow up with the LSK to make the changes. I note that they have not been made there. 2, on the issue of, sorry, I seem to have lost the trail of that.
You didn't get the question?
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I didn't get the other questions.
Can you give him a full scope and a pen so that we don't go back to it? Senator Chirange, just pose it again.
Mine, Mr. Speaker, quickly, under page 171, volume 1B, the letter that has been part of the evidence, in the breakdown of governor's personal staff, there are 4 drivers, so I presume there are 4 vehicles, and there are 5 staff that their job description has not been indicated. So the question should be, in your affidavit, you have indicated the governor is trying to bring down the wage bill. And finally, the final question was, under the same letter by the transitional authority, all communications and correspondence should be and must be through the county secretary. So my question is, are you CCM in CCM? Are you county secretary or are you legal advisor? Who are you in Meru? It looks like you are the king of Meru and we don't know. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is indeed page 171, volume 1B of the governor's documents. It indicates that the governor has 4 designated drivers. I believe the governor has 3 vehicles. There has to be a reliever. There is also the issue of the support staff. That is as per the transitional authority advisory, where it talks of support, a few support staff. On the issue as to whether I am the CCM, the county secretary of the King of Meru County, I confirm that I am the CCM. I'm not a county secretary. There is a county secretary by the name Dr. Kiambi Aderu.
Senator Richard Onyonka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just needed clarity on the charge of illegally dismissing Dr. Ntoire. I think you're aware of that case. That also includes Paul Mwaniki, Kenneth Kinuthi Mbaye, and Joseph Kithure. Right. I wanted to ask you, could you confirm to this House if indeed these officers were dismissed by the governor? And if so, what procedure did she use to dismiss them? If she's the one who did the dismissals, or was legal procedure followed? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can confirm that the officers were not dismissed by the governor. The gravamen of that dispute was that they were sent on compulsory leave by the county secretary, the former county secretary. They disputed that letter sending them on compulsory leave. They went to court. The court stayed the decision to send them on compulsory leave. They came back, served their term. Some of them resigned, like Dr. Ntoite resigned after the court stayed the decision sending them on compulsory leave. Another one did not resume. The other two served their term, the contract term, until it lapsed. So there is no instance or incidence of dismissal. They were never dismissed.
Senator Mutinda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In regards to the letter by the legal counsel, Madam Linda, she was here yesterday. She really did indicate that, according to her, in short, this letter is just fake. And in her qualifications, she cannot actually put the composition of the wordings. I listened to you, and you also, at some point, really acknowledge that the standard of this letter is not to a level of a qualified legal person. At this point, are you on the same page with Madam Linda that truly this letter looks or it is fake? And secondly, there has been issues in some of the positions, case example, the chair positions in different boards, that there are no appointees. In your acts, it is key and mandatory to have chairpersons who form the composition of any committee. What was your legal advice to the governor as far as, case example, the County Revenue Board, which up to date does not have a chairperson? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Member. The letter by the legal advisor, let me make this categorical. I did not indicate that that letter is fake. As to the advice that is given there, I do not see any mediocrity or mediocre in the legal advice that is given there. This is an advice that was being given to a governor who does not have the background of legal knowledge. So it is a simplistic letter that is meant for the consumption of the governor. On composition of the appointment of the County Revenue Board chairperson, the advice that I gave the governor is that the law requires, Section 6 of the County Revenue Board Act requires that the governor should appoint the chairperson, who is supposed to be, through the approval, upon the approval of the county assembly, and two other members. The same act indicates that in the absence of the chairperson, one of the members or the vice chairperson will take over the role of the chairperson. Indeed, the governor forwarded 3 names to the county assembly for approval. That is the chairperson and the 2 members. When this the delay in the approval persisted, and the 2 members that had been, the 3 members, that is the chairperson and 2 other members, served their term up to 14th December when it lapsed, I advised the governor, since the law does not strictly require the approval of these 2 members by the county assembly, my advice to the governor that she can proceed and appoint the 2 members and leave the position of the chairperson vacant until it has been approved by the assembly. And these 2 members, together with the CEO and the chief officer finance, would constitute the revenue board. And that way the board would be able to run without any issues.
Thank you. Senator Wambua.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've followed submissions by Munene and the other witnesses. There is a very simple way of settling this conflict on this legal advice. Mr. Speaker, I would want the witness to tell the House or submit to the House who has custody of the original copy of the legal advice.
Witness, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We can endeavor to get that a copy of the original copy, indeed from the Office of the Governor. I believe it is this private secretary.
Mr. Munene, you know we have to conclude this hearing by today. And you knew that that particular legal advice was being, there was a lot of contention that was surrounding this particular piece of legal advice. In the morning, the County Assembly Council, in fact, made an application that the original copy be produced. And I ruled that it shall be, that will be handled when the team of the governor will get to the space where they will want to rely on that particular legal advice. If that legal advice is still your evidence, then before we close, it must be looked at by the honorable senators so that we conclude this debate as to whether it is fake or is not fake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe that the legal team for the governor's hand.
Because in the absence of the original copy, each side will basically settle for their own opinion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Senator Wambo.
Mr. Speaker, I do not want to guide you on this, but I would request that you give that as a directive, that at a point that is appointed by you, that advice then should be made available to us so that it helps us to make a decision. I think.
I will not direct the team of the governor on how best to present their case. If you feel withholding the original makes your case stronger, then so be it. If you feel by producing the original makes your case stronger, then so be it. It's really within your powers.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm humbly guided by your directions and the discretion for the defense team to avail or not to avail. But I was making a humble request that in the event the same is availed, that you grant the County Assembly an opportunity to recall that particular witnesses for purpose of identification of that document. I am most humbled.
Very well. Senator Mungatana.
Mr. Speaker, I am asking the witness this question again. The witness, Linda, explained very clearly to the House that she was requested or directed by the governor to work with you. Now, from my understanding, and that's why I'm seeking your clarification, working with you, working with the minister in that department means that she was working under you, technically. So, can you clarify to us whether this legal advice, when it was being written, was it cleared by you? Were you aware of it before it left the department to go to the governor? Just clear for us, because then it might help us to know the authenticity of this letter. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable members. I was aware of this legal advice when it was sent to the governor. We discussed about this issue. Indeed, we used to work together as a team. We used to discuss issues together, especially on legal issues. We used to consult with the legal advisor severally. Most of the time, it would be when there's a legal issue that needs to be addressed, we won't work together. And I can confirm that when this legal advice was dispatched to the governor, I was aware.
Now, honorable senators, due to the time factor, we will terminate this witness at that. And the team of the governor, do you still have more witnesses you want to call? You may now proceed to call them. Call the next witness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Our next witness is Evans Mawera.
Clerk, how many minutes do we have for the team of the governor so that they can prepare themselves accordingly on how to manage that time? So the governor's team, you have 1 hour, 25 minutes, not just for this witness, but for all the remaining witnesses. And the county assembly, you have 32 minutes to do your cross-examination on the remaining witnesses. Yes, Senator Fonandi.
Mr. Speaker, just your indulgence and guidance, when just under 1 minute, when CPA Ibrahim Mutwiri Kirimi, who was the CCM of Finance, appeared, I asked a clarification question on his standing at the ISPAC, where the membership number was 10,955 and membership status is active and status is not in good standing. But in his submission, Mr. Speaker, mark you under Odds and Statutory Declaration ACAP 15, Mr. Speaker, under Section 11, when you don't follow the oath that you have given, the law is punishable at that. Mr. Speaker, I have gone ahead and obtained from the ISPAC website, and I want to table to the House and for the information to indicate that CPA Kirimi Ibrahim W. Mutwiri was not honest by saying that is in good standing, yet from the ISPAC itself, it says not in good standing. Mr. Speaker, I beg to table and maybe...
Senator Fernandez, I'm afraid I may not allow you to table that document.
Yes.
Unless you get it certified by ISPAC.
Okay.
You have just sought clarification from the witness who just been stood down. And from the website, it still indicates that he's an associate or a partner in a law firm. Yes. Whereas indicated that he left a while ago, but it's only that the information had not been updated. So unless we get a certified copy of a document from ISPAC indicating that particular information, I'm afraid I will not allow you to table that document. You know what to do, so you don't need to seek my permission. Yeah. Yes.
You know, Mr. Speaker, these are quasi-judicial proceedings. This is a professional. He's being condemned without being given a chance to say his side of the story. This document would have been introduced and given to the witness when he was on the witness box. But I think if we now produce it, table it, it becomes a public document without his side of the story, we would have condemned him and had, Mr. Speaker.
Well, if it was satisfied, if it was certified, I wouldn't mind recalling the witness so that he has a chance to also explain his side. But downloading from the website isn't good enough. Counsel, you may proceed with your witness.
I, Evans Mawera Karia, do solemnly swear that the evidence that I shall give before the Senate in respect of the matters before the Senate shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. Confirm your full names and the position you hold within Meru County.
As I've stated, my name is Evans Mawira. I do represent a ward called Mitungu Ward, that is in South Imenti, Meru County. I'm also a second-term serving MCA, and I was formerly the immediate former majority leader of the County Assembly of Meru, of the UDA party in the Assembly, and I was also the mover of the last impeachment motion that was prosecuted in this Honorable Senate, and it was deemed that all the counts were unsubstantiated.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. You have sworn an affidavit that you have produced before the Senate. Confirm that it's the one appearing at page 36 of volume 1 of the governor's response. Confirm that that is your affidavit.
I do confirm.
You do confirm. Attached to your affidavit is also authority to swear, where several members of the County Assembly of Meru have given you authority to plead and swear this affidavit on their behalf. Can you confirm that?
I do confirm that 17 members have given me the authority to plead on their behalf.
Honorable Senators, that document appears on the last page, just after page 50. It is not paginated, but it should be page 51. Just after 50, there is authority to swear that has been attached to the affidavit. Confirm that you have the authority of all these members of County Assembly to stand here and offer evidence on their behalf, and if that is the case, why do you have that authority?
I do confirm that members who have appended their signature have given me the authority, and this is because it's a large number that they couldn't all appear here in the Honorable Senate to testify or be witnesses.
Thank you so much. You have also alluded to the fact that you were the mover of the previous motion for impeachment against the governor of Meru. Confirm that that is the motion that has been attached to volume 2 of the governor's response.
I do confirm.
You do confirm?
Yes.
We sat here yesterday, Mr. Witness, and we watched the mover of the current motion, one Zipporah Kenya. Do you know of her relationship with the previous motion for impeachment? And what kind of relationship is there?
Yes, I know one Honorable Zipporah Kenya, the mover of the present motion, very well. And she played a key role in drafting the previous motion and collecting evidence. And also, she sat down in the small team that finally came up with the motion that was brought in the previous impeachment motion in the Senate. And also, Zipporah Kenya, Honorable Zipporah Kenya, took the position of the deputy majority leader due to the fact that once I decided to support the governor, I was removed from that position.
We are heading there, Mr. Witness. For now, confirm that indeed you took the motion for impeachment last year from the current mover of the motion, that it was indeed a motion, but you took that motion from her. Is that the position?
I didn't take the motion from her, but once the small team sat down, it was decided that the motion has to be moved by the leader of the majority party then, and that's when it became my motion.
So it is your evidence then that the instructions to move the impeachment motion last year was a party position?
Yes, I do prove, I do state that.
And by party position, what party are you referring to and at what level?
The UDA party, the leadership at the county level. Since before we moved that motion, the then Secretary General of the UDA party had called me and told me that clearly that should not be prosecuted as the position of the UDA party, but the leadership at the county level insisted that it was a party affair. That is the UDA party affair at the county level.
The governor was here last year and she's here again this year. And her defense has always been that she's being targeted by the political leadership of Meru. Having participated in the impeachment process last year and now participating in this process again, but on her side, would you care to shed light on whether you are aware of any political influence from the political leadership of Meru, and if so, what kind of influence is there?
That is the position, and maybe, Honorable Speaker, I can give a little narration of how we came up with the second impeachment motion. After political leaders in Meru felt that the governor had gone rogue, members of the county assembly were mobilized upon party lines, and the first party to do that was the UDA party, where personally I was called by the UDA county coordinator then, and he called me for a meeting, and in that meeting that I attended with the majority whip of the UDA party in the assembly, we met with the chair of MP's caucus, one Honorable Ndikiri, who is also a UDA member, and also Honorable Kaduri Moronge, who is the Senator of Meru. And we made a decision that we have to communicate to other UDA members that it is the position of the party at that moment that we have to withdraw all the support for the governor within and without the assembly, and that we were to introduce a new impeachment motion that we call UDA party members or members of the county assembly belonging to the UDA party, and we communicated the same and issued a press conference to that effect. Other parties followed suit, that is Jubilee Party, No-PEO Party, Baz Party, DP. So all the assembly parties issued the same directive that members were to support the impeachment of the governor that we brought to the Senate in the last impeachment motion.
Thank you. Kindly give us the composition of party membership within the Meru County Assembly. How many members are there from each of the political parties?
The Meru County Assembly is comprised of 69 members, that is 45 elected members and 24 nominated members, where the largest party is the UDA party, but with a small margin of the majority, that is 21 members. The next party with or the minority party is the Baz Party, which has got 20 members. Then we have Jubilee, which has got 11 members. We have PNU, we have No-PEO, we have DP, and also we have independents.
So is it your testimony that all these political parties were united in the quest to remove the governor of Meru?
That is true.
And we also watched the move of the current motion on TV, saying that it is the business of the Meru County Assembly to impeach the governor. And I was quick to translate the use of the word business into the Swahili language, biashara, connoting that there was monetary benefit by people who participate in the impeachment of the governor. Are you aware of any monetary incentives by people who either support the impeachment motion or any reprimand for any person that does not support the impeachment motion?
Yes, it is true that members of the assembly do benefit financially during these impeachment processes. And because I'm on oath, I can only state that it was during the first impeachment motion that was defeated in this Honorable Senate that there was no inducement. The second one, there was a lot of inducement, and even this one, I believe there is a lot of inducement, and those who have not been in support of the impeachment motion have severely suffered on the hands of the assembly.
Let us talk about the incentives that you're talking about. What nature are those incentives and where do they come from?
For example, right now when we are here in this, during these proceedings, members have been facilitated for more than 5 days to be in Nairobi, where they draw per diems and DSAs. And also, I'm aware that during this process, members were also put into a common area where they were held.
Before you proceed there, Honorable Zipporah was here yesterday, and I posed that question to her, and she denied categorically that any of the MCAs within Meru is earning allowances for this process. Are you saying that she lied, that you have yourself received these allowances during the last impeachment, and you received the same for this impeachment?
Yes, because we were facilitated by the Assembly to be in Nairobi for around five days, where we received DSAs and per diems.
How much do you receive as members of County Assembly whenever you appear at the Senate for the impeachment?
According to the directions or guidance by the SRC, whenever members are out in a county headquarters, they draw 14,000, which is the DSA for all county headquarters. So even here in Nairobi, they draw 14,000. Then they also facilitated or given transport back to and from Meru.
Does the County Assembly facilitate all the 69 members of County Assembly?
Not always, unless there's a common cause. That's when maybe they can.
I'm asking for the impeachment processes that you are aware of, the second and third, last November and this one. Does the County Assembly facilitate all the members of the County Assembly?
The second impeachment motion, all members, only members who are in support of the impeachment motion were the ones who are facilitated. For this one, they sent out messages to everybody indicating that we should be in Nairobi for the Senate proceedings for about 5 days.
My understanding of the workings of the County Assembly is that you are only entitled to allowances if you are out on official duties and for a very specific purpose. Under what vote do you get these allowances?
Sorry?
Under what vote do you get these allowances?
Under what?
Under what vote? Under what?
Domestic travel. Domestic travel. It's actually domestic travel and accommodation.
For all the members of County Assembly?
Yes.
I want to refer you to page 382, volume 2 of the County Assembly's documents. Tell us the amount of expenses under domestic travels. 382 of volume 2 of the County Assembly. Are you at page 382 of volume 2 of the County Assembly's documents?
Yes, I'm there.
How much is amount indicated as having been utilized under domestic travels? Have you identified that? Perhaps we can move, as we look for it, at page 272 of volume 1B. Tell us what was the Auditor General's comment on the county government's, County Assembly's expense. Page 272, volume 1B. Are you able to see that?
Yes.
As the Auditor General flagged impeachment as a project of the county?
It is flagged as an activity of the County Assembly of Meru. Motions for the impeachment of the governor, Meru County, 2 motions for the 2 impeachment attempts.
Would the Auditor General flag a project if it had no monetary implication to the taxpayer?
No, because it should marry the financial statement, so it indicates that there was some monetary implication in that activity.
Have you now found page 382, volume 2 of the County Assembly? tell us the expenses involved within the Meru County Assembly.
The County Assembly spent that 5.50 million on committee sitting allowances for the 68 MCAs against an annual budget allocation of 71.36. The average monthly sitting allowance was 57.63, and the County Assembly has established 27 committees.
Thank you. As I move to the next issue, confirm that each MCA that were in support of the motion last year walked away with at least 80,000 as facilitation from taxpayer, and that they are likely to walk away with the same amount this year.
That one I confirm because the DSA's paid was for 5 days and the transport allowance of 10,000.
So if we were to look at the 49 MCAs that are in support of this motion, times 80, that would be around 4 million Kenya shillings?
Yes, on average.
Thank you. Let us proceed to the next issue. Well, we were in Senate last year, in November. You lost the impeachment motion, correct?
Yes, all the counts were not substantiated.
They were not substantiated. Tell us what transpired immediately when you lost the motion. Were there any reconciliatory efforts from your side? And by your side, I mean the members of the County Assembly that were in support of the impeachment motion. Were there any efforts to reconcile with the governor and have a working relationship with her?
There were none, and immediately we lost the impeachment motion. The following day, we met in a hotel in Nairobi, where all the 59 members and the Speaker of the Assembly were in support of the impeachment motion, together with the Deputy Governor and Honorable Mporo Abori came together. And in that meeting, it was deliberated that members should be taken for a retreat to freshen up and maybe relax.
Do you recall the name of the hotel where you attended and you had this meeting?
Yes, Sunstar Hotel in Nairobi.
Sunstar Hotel in Nairobi?
Yes.
You confirm that that meeting took place the following day after you lost the impeachment motion?
That is true.
What were the resolutions of that meeting?
I was just stating that it was agreed that the Assembly facilitates members for a retreat, for members to go and relax and freshen up maybe after the vigorous impeachment process that they taken. And then immediately after that...
The retreat was in addition to the 80,000 that each of you had pocketed?
No, it was a new retreat that members...
I'm saying it was in addition to what you had
Yes, in addition
pocketed.
to. In addition to.
Okay, proceed.
So we agreed that we'll be facilitated for a whole week, and we went to Mombasa for a whole week where we were facilitated along committee lines. Therefore, members who had been de-whipped earlier from committees were not participants, and we did committee work for 2 days. And for the rest of the days, we sat down to organize and plan on how to sabotage the government so that it doesn't work. And that is when the time it was agreed that a petition be introduced in the County Assembly to try and impeach.
Mr. Mawira, you are using very strong terms here. Is it your evidence that members of the County Assembly at taxpayers' expense went to Mombasa and planned on how to sabotage the governor? And you're saying that on oath?
That is my evidence, and I want to say to this Honorable Senate, that is when it was agreed that a petition be introduced in the Assembly, petitioning or praying that all CCs for the county government of Meru, chief officers, the county secretary and chief of staff be impeached so that the government can be sabotaged and does not function, because we have already lost the impeachment motion.
What petition is that you're talking about, and was that resolution ever acted upon, to the best of your knowledge?
It was acted upon because immediately we went back to Meru. A petition was brought to the Assembly, praying for or requesting that the County Assembly conducts an investigation on around 7 CECs I think 3 chief officers and the county secretary and the chief of staff, that culminated to a report of the Joint Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs recommending the impeachment of or the removal from office of the county secretary and the chief of staff, and also give members of the assembly freedom, or they were at liberty, to introduce impeachment motions for 3 CECs, and that was tabled in the assembly.
I want you to look at page 90 to 145 of the County Assembly's documents. That should be volume.
Page 92
of volume 2 of the County Assembly's documents, page 90 to 145. Can you take us to the place where you now term as the evidence of the resolution that was arrived at in Mombasa of impeaching, or rather sabotaging, in your own words, the governor's government by impeaching the CECs? Page 90.
Page 90 of volume.
Of the county government's exhibits.
This one exhibit for the governor.
I'll retrieve it shortly. So, as we retrieve that, confirm what transpired in actuation of that resolution.
I do confirm that the petition was brought to the assembly, and it was committed to a joint committee of JLAC, or Justice and Legal Affairs, and also the Labour Committee, and the resolutions or the recommendations of the committee came back that 3 CECs.
Before you proceed, Honorable Senators, I'm referring to volume 4 of the County Assembly's bundle of documents at page 90 to 145. That's volume 4, County Assembly's bundle of documents. But, Mr. Witness, when I look at that petition, it is signed by members of the public. What relationship is there between these members of public or petitioners and members of the County Assembly?
That is on page
90 to 145, volume 4.
Yes, the petition is signed by members of the public, but in that meeting it was agreed that members of the County Assembly look for friendly members of the public who can introduce the motion, or the petition, sorry, and one is a perennial petition in the Assembly. One, Salesio Mutuma, who has signed that petition, has introduced more than, I think, 20 or 30 petitions in that Assembly.
Is it your evidence then that these petitioners were procured by the members of the County Assembly for the purposes of appearing as if it was the public behind the impeachments?
I have stated so.
That is your evidence?
Yes.
How soon after the first impeachment was that petition brought before the Assembly?
In less than a month.
In less than a month. Was there any other resolution by members of the County Assembly to frustrate Her Excellency's government, and if so, in what way?
It was also agreed that we have to sabotage the government through the budget making process, where members agreed that they will do an itemized budget, despite of the fact that the county government has always prepared an itemized budget, and also do an allocation to their respective wards at that point.
I am having serious problems, Mr. Witness, to fathom that members of the County Assembly would sit and scheme against the executive. Are you sure of your evidence? And do you really want to go on record as a witness of events that really transpired?
That is very true, because members were very bitter, because initially they had been assured that the governor of Meru was going. So
who had assured them? You are talking of assurance.
The political class of leaders, especially those at the national level, but come from Meru County.
The Meru County. I want you to say that again for record purposes. Who, and if you're capable, you can mention names of people you think, or you know, not think, were giving that kind of assurance.
I'm saying...
Mr. Speaker, sir, while I do not like objecting, perhaps it would be important, Mr. Speaker, sir, that the witness limits himself to the evidence before the assembly, so that he does not open Pandora's box and goes on a fishing expedition, mention names that will not be brought before you or before us for cross-examination or re-examination. That line will greatly prejudice our case unless we are assured that the names that shall be put on record will be made available for further re-examination. I am most obliged.
Mr. Speaker, sir, if I may respond to that issue. It is the governor's case that she is a victim of political witch hunt by the political leadership in Meru. Those facts have been alluded to in the affidavit of the witness. We have annexed video evidence which we will play. It is only fair for counsel to allow me conclude on that issue, unless, of course, I'm touching on a live nerve that he's aware of.
Mr. Speaker, sir, you may allow me in response.
Counsel for the County Assembly.
Yes,
just take your seat. You know, yesterday I gave you some latitude because the counsel for the governor rose on a point of order on the very same issue. But I gave you latitude so that we run this smoothly. Kindly allow the governor to present her case the best way she knows how. Having said that, counsel for the governor, do not veer off so far from what is already before us by bringing very new material, which then will not able the counsel for the County Assembly to respond adequately. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I will be pursuing that line shortly, Mr. Witness. It is your testimony that you had been assured that the governor would indeed go home.
Yes, you see what happened, Honorable Speaker. Immediately after the first impeachment came to this assembly, came to this Honorable Senate, and all the counts were still unsubstantiated, we went back to Meru, and the president of this country, His Excellency William Samoei Ruto, and the deputy president initiated a reconciliation between the assembly and the executive, and the team from the assembly and the team from the executive led by the governor, while the team from the assembly was led by the speaker, stayed here at the office of the deputy president for 3 days, and we resolved all the matters that and brought us to the first impeachment motion. And therefore, when we went back to Meru, that was maybe for, I think, approximately from February, we had a cordial working relationship between the executive and the assembly, and that is the time that the assembly approved budgets for the school feeding program, the one cow, one needy family program, and so many others. But immediately when the political class sat down and felt maybe the governor had gone rogue, they started mobilizing us, members, intimating to us that now it was time to remove the governor from the office. So many members were reluctant because initially they had a good working relationship with the governor, but now we were mobilized along the political party lines, and that is when we were assured that for sure this time the governor of Meru will now come back to Meru as the governor.
Thank you. You have alluded to a meeting that took place at Mombasa, and another meeting that was convened in Nanyuki.
Yes.
After 1 month.
Yes.
Kindly explain to us what transpired in Nanyuki, and if you can remember, who attended that meeting, what was the agenda, and what were the resolutions?
just before Christmas, and when news for the famous blogger, one sniper, started circulating that he was missing, the county assembly members were facilitated to go to Nanyuki for committee work, and after finishing the committee work, 59 members who had supported the impeachment process were left for a meeting which was attended by all the MPs from Meru, the former CS for Agriculture, in the exclusion of the senator only. All the other political class was there. And we were urged and asked to remain united so that the cause that we had just lost, we can maybe later, at a later date, and we were told that is by 2024 June, the cause that we, or the fight that we had lost will be brought back, and by that time, for sure, we'll win it.
The cause that you're talking about, what cause is this that you're being urged to continue pursuing?
It was impeaching the governor of Meru.
It was impeaching the governor of Meru. Did at any time the political class within Meru County preach peace, unity, you having a working relationship with the governor of Meru? Did they do that at any moment?
At no point did anybody talk about reconciliation or peace.
How was this meeting facilitated that took place in Nanyuki?
It was facilitated by the assembly through committees. Then later, after the meeting ended, we were given cash of 20,000 each, and we were told it was for Christmas.
Who gave you the 20,000?
The speaker shared it among his members, but of course, it was from the members who had attended that meeting, the political class that attended.
By speaker, you mean which speaker? Of which?
Speaker of the County Assembly of Meru, sorry.
Yes, we are in a Senate which has a speaker.
Certainly, it cannot be me, counsel for the government.
I wanted to have that on record, Mr. Speaker, sir. Thank you for that clarification. It was the Speaker of County Assembly of Meru.
Yes.
Thank you. How many MCAs were in Nanyuki for the three districts?
For the committee work, all members were there, the 69 members, but for the meeting, it was for the 59 members only who had supported the impeachment process for the governor.
So each of the 59 got 20,000 shillings from the speaker?
Yes.
Might you know where that money had come from?
It wasn't disclosed, but we were told it was a Christmas gift from the political leaders who were there that time. I stated that all the members of National Assembly from Meru were there in the exclusion of the senator only. The women rep was there, and also the former CS Agriculture was in that meeting.
And you are talking about the political leadership across the political divide, not just one political party?
Yes, across the political parties or the political divide.
Were you given any timelines or any specifics on how you would prosecute the resolution that had been arrived at?
Of course, we gave all the plans that we reached at in Mombasa, and then we were told to forge ahead with them. And then for the impeachment of the governor was to be reintroduced on or around June 2024.
You have talked about other ways of frustrating Her Excellency's government. What other ways were agreed upon, if any, on how you would frustrate the governor of Meru?
The main agreement was that one will sabotage the government of Meru through the budget making process from the CADP, the CFSP going onward. And also it was agreed that there were programs that were being undertaken by the county government of Meru that were making the governor very popular on the ground, and therefore they had to be stopped. And that was the school feeding program for ECD learners, and also the one cow, one needy family program that was being carried out by the county government of Meru.
So is it your evidence that indeed members of the county assembly schemed to have the ECD school feeding program scrapped for the sole purpose of sabotaging the governor's governance within the county?
Yes, and indeed it happened in the assembly where the Committee on Agriculture tabled a report, and declared that there was no policy for the school feeding program, and for the one cow, one needy family program, and it was halted. And also the school feeding program was halted by the same assembly.
Mr. Kawira, the members of the County Assembly of Meru are public officers,
yes,
paid by taxpayers.
Yes.
How does it make you feel that you are part of a scheme to frustrate the very mwananchi that has elected you to public office, to the extent of scrapping the school feeding of the poor children for political gain? How does it make you feel?
It is very
and what does
unfortunate.
it say about the County Assembly of Meru?
It is very unfortunate and regrettable that public servants can sit down and try to sabotage the same wananchi who have voted for them. And it also shows the level of desperation or the laws that the County Assembly of Meru can go so as to remove from office one Governor Kawira Mwangaza.
Thank you. Yesterday, there was a clip that was played here at the Senate, and there was one gentleman who was very vocal, and the mover of the motion said that that gentleman is not a leader within Meru County. Do you recall that?
Maybe the clip can be played so that I can.
Can we watch VKM 13? VKM 13. We may, Mr. Speaker, sir, we may need an interpreter on standby. Mr. Speaker, sir, with your indulgence, we may need a translator of the Meru language with your guidance.
Sergeant at Arms, kindly usher in the translator.
Thank you. Can we watch VKM 13?
Finally, as I said, I want to tell the County Assembly of Meru, we can't wait any longer. We lost in the second impeachment. Give us the third and the fourth and the fifth and the sixth impeachment. And within a month's time, we want to see the County Assembly of Meru. Give us that. Finally, as I said, that today, when Kiraito Morongi, when Mwashimiwa Munya, when Kadhuri Morongi, when CS Rentori, when Motuma Ntoidhikia, when Ayubu Bundi, when Indani Kere, and the other members of the assembly will sit down and have a cup of tea and they even say nothing, that today the redemption of Meru will be nigh.
Now this time round, we can pause there as we wait for the interpreter is here. Thank you. We can proceed with the clip. Now this time round,
Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable members, my name is Mutembei. I'm from KBC, Mwago FM, as an interpreter. Kindly, can we play the clip now? We are begging you to support us.
Now this time round,
and this time round, we don't want many stories.
we want to be very simple. Senate. Kaduri.
We want it to be very simple. We'll come to Senate. Kaduri.
I know you are there, our senator. Tutaleta huyo mama huko. Na this time round, hata sisi mtatuona kama wa mama. Akitoa kitambaa tunatoa. Okay, japo hivyo kwa kuigelwa kiao.
And amesema, and then we'll bring that mother there and we'll be ready. If she cries, we will also cry as the women from the county.
Sisi kama County Assembly ya Meru, we are determined kutetea Meru kwa vyovyote vile.
We as the County Assembly of Meru, we are ready to help you for whatever cost.
Actually, some of us have even made a decision.
Actually, many of us have made a decision
Let it interpret the Meru part only. You know, we understand Kiswahili, we do understand English.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We can proceed with the clip uninterrupted when it is in Kiswahili and English.
So that the Meru can be out of the mess that it is. So ile kitu tunataka kuomba tu, naona tuko na wafoma waziri hapa, Mheshimiwa Munya, Mheshimiwa Kadhuri, Mheshimiwa Mitura and the Deputy Governor. Batu watawangaratania.
Kyle, can we get back a little? Just that one.
Batu watawangaratania.
I can see we have a honorables here, Honorable Munya and others. Kindly don't disrupt the process. And never take us around. Sorry, kindly, a little back.
Mr. Interpreter, kindly be attentive. We are losing time.
Maybe something like that can flow kindly, just a little something. Just prepare yourself. It's you who will help us. Don't let us down. And because we're men, we can sit down and talk like elders. So we heard whatever you were saying with our ears.
Niwaambie rais amesikia shinda zile tuliko nazo Meru.
Thank you. Honorable witness, and I would request the translator to remain by, with your permission, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Witness, kindly explain to us, if you are aware, the venue of this meeting, who are in attendance, and what was being said. And most importantly, the gentleman who spoke first, who is he?
Yes, it was in Abario, in parts of the Gembe region, where all members of the, members of the county assembly, the majority who support the impeachment process were there. And also other leaders were there, the former governor, Honorable Vita Munya. We had the CS then for agriculture. Our beloved senator was there also. And the first gentleman who spoke is called Mwendia Muguna alias Alaji, who is the Secretary General for the Bas Party at the county level for the county of Meru.
The mover of the motion was here yesterday, and she said that that gentleman is not a leader of any political party in Meru. What would your evidence be?
He is the Secretary General for the Bas Party in Meru County, and previously he also served in the government of Governor Kirito as the Director of Events, and previously in 2013 he was a nominated councillor, a nominated MCA by the Bas Party in the County Assembly of Meru.
Thank you. So briefly, what transpired in that meeting? What were the resolutions? What were the pleas by the various speakers?
The plea from various speakers that we have seen from that video is for the continuation of the removal of the governor of Meru from office through impeachment.
And did you get a response to the pleas?
From who?
Did you get any response from the attendees of the plea that you had made? That rather the people speaking had made?
Yeah, the members of the county assembly at the crown that was there applauded for those pleas.
There is a certain lady in that clip who says, who we've just heard say, we will go to the Senate and take that woman, and this time round, we will take a woman who will also cry. Who is that person uttering those words?
That is a member of the county assembly of Meru nominated by the Bas Party. And she was stating that indicating that because maybe the governor is a woman, and maybe the Senate saves the governor because of her gender, Then the next impeachment process will be initiated by a woman, so that when they come to the Senate, if the governor sheds tears, they also shed tears to maybe for the Senate to sympathize with them.
Is it then a surprise that this impeachment motion was brought by a woman? And have the translator tell us what he has just said. We can play it again for
the Secretary General of Kambas.
We can pause.
The Secretary General for the party of BAS.
So that gentleman introduces himself in the capacity that he holds. Is that so, Mr. Witness?
That is true.
Thank you. Let us proceed.
Nataka kusema hivi, na hii ni hamri. Hii ni hamri. Every MCA ambaye anasimama ama ameteua na chama cha BAS, minority leader na uongozi wa assembly, kama kunaye amehasi akaondoka njia yenu, mwambieni kimo chake kimotoni. Huyo apende asipende ataenda. Lazima kila mmoja atii hamri, na leo ni hamri tunatoa. Hakuna wa kusimama kando, hata hiyo kiti ulichonacho tutachukua. Kwa hivyo tunataka kuambia viongozi, wakishindwa na Kawira, watuachie sisi wananchi, tuende tumutoe hiyo nyumba yake. Ukaona libaya latendeka, zuia kwa nguvu ya mwili. Ukashindwa kuzuia kwa nguvu ya mwili, zuia kwa mdomo yako. Ukashindwa kuzuia kwa mdomo, chukia kwa roho yako, na hiyo ndio udhaifu wa imani, kuchukia kwa roho. Finally,
we can pause and have the...
Finally, I'm very excited now that Maua is not paying the cess or the tax. No one is going to pay anymore. Even those metals should be sold like scrap metals. Those metals over there should be sold like scrap metals. We are going to advertise. We're going to say that there is nowhere that tax will be collected anymore. We'll never give out our money to be used in corruption during in Senate.
Hatutafanya hivyo mara ingine. Tumekubaliana kwa mikono. Kwa mikono. Asanteni sana. The Secretary.
Thank you. Mr. Witness, you have confirmed that this gentleman is the Secretary General of BAS Party at the county level.
In fact, he stated the same himself in that clip.
And where was this event? What was taking place and who were in attendance, if you are aware?
It was held at Kinoru Stadium in Meru during requiem for the late sniper. Members of the county assembly were present. Other leaders from also the National Assembly were present, and members of the public.
What is your intervention? Certainly it cannot be a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, there was an inconsistency between the interpretation, the verbal, and the whatever we saw written on the screen, particularly within that clip that relates to bribe of the Senate. The interpreter did not mention bribe, but the transcript on the screen mentioned bribe. Could that be made clear, Mr. Speaker?
Can you play the clip again? And Mr. Interpreter.
Yes, sir.
You know the Meru language very well, yeah?
Yes, Mr. Speaker,
okay,
sir.
give us the true translation.
All right, thank you.
You can play to the very end. The very end, I think the last few seconds.
I'm very excited now that Maua is not paying cess or tax to the government. And they are not going to pay anymore. Even those metals should be sold like scrap metals. Those metals over there should be sold like scrap metals. And we are going to announce that there is nowhere that tax will be collected. To give out our money to go and bribe a Senate.
Thank you. We can pause there. I think for the sake of Honorable Kajwang, that is now clear. Mr. Witness,
Is it now clear, Senator for Mutembei? You got it clearly?
In the first instance, the translator used the word to corrupt the Senate. In the second instance, he's used the word to bribe the Senate. Perhaps I leave it to the senators to confirm whether those are synonyms.
You know, English and Meru sometimes can vary drastically.
Indeed, I can confirm that, my lord.
Proceed.
So, the gentleman is talking about selling some metals as scrap. What metals is he referring to?
It is the cess stand, which is used to collect revenue for the Meru County government.
So he's inciting members of the public, number one, not to pay revenue, and number two, to even destroy public property.
That is true.
That's true. And why is he telling them to do that?
He is alluding to the fact that the revenue collected by the county government of Meru is used to bribe the Senate during impeachment processes.
Thank you. Can we now watch VKM 18? From the beginning.
Sniper jole yale tutatembea na hii familia kwa vyovyote vile Mungu akitujalia.
The body of Sniper is over there.
Viongozi tukishikana na hawa hakuna kitu tutashindwa, tutasaidia hii familia. So familia Sniper, personally mimi mwenyewe nitafanya maneno mimi mwenyewe, na pia wabunge tutasaidiana tuone hii familia imekaa vizuri.
Na inaonekana mauaji yalifanyika na gavana wa Meru. Tunaomba gavana wa Meru leo na bwana wake wakamata leo. Mnakubaliana na mimi? Wasipomkamata leo, sisi wa Meru tutawasha moto Meru.
Si basi tutoe sandaka tuweke hapo kwa Sniper 247. Then account number 07 nderwa kiroi na cash.
For the one who has cash.
Na cash uneja
those who got that cash should bring here.
Bishop waja, Bishop Rungama.
To the bishop here. Bishop, can you stand?
Choaga antoka kuikia cash you are as vote of thanks.
get a place you can receive that cash. We go dropping that cash over there.
We can stop there for now. Mr. Witness, where was this event and who are the people that we have just watched in that video so far?
That was also another requirement held at Kinoru Stadium, requirement for the late sniper. And the speakers who have already been shown in that clip, we have Honorable Rendekiri, member of Parliament for Bori. We have also seen another public member from Egembe. We have also seen the Speaker of the County Assembly of Meru.
What role was the Speaker playing in this event?
He is passing the mic to one Alhaji Omonde Muguna. Therefore, I deem he was the MC of that event.
We have seen about Sadaka for a pay bill and some other forms. Kindly explain what you were able to understand.
It was money being raised for the late sniper's family, and the Speaker is stating that money can be raised to the pay bill number provided, and he also states that whoever has cash can hand it over to the bishop for the same purpose.
Was cash raised during the event, to the best of your understanding, not through the pay bill? Was cash raised? Because we see him giving a bishop that task of collecting cash. Was there any cash?
Of course, because it was in a public meeting, there ought to have been cash that was raised in that meeting.
Thank you. We have also had utterances by one person directed to the governor. Who is that individual?
I didn't capture that.
There is an individual talking about the murder of Sniper and saying that they are going to lead fire within Meru.
Oh yes, he's a political activist in Meru County.
Thank you. Let us proceed and watch the remaining part of the video.
Nderwa kiroi na cash na chwaga ntwa ko yukia cash wa roaje pa thanks tutatoke kala cash wa. The house of shame, that house of greed called the Senate, a house of shame, a house of greed, aingeturundishia ugonjwa huu Meru, atunge kuwa hapa. Therefore, I am sounding people like Kimbone Garware na wale wengine, tumbo zenu zikaongoza nyinyi mpaka ugonjwa ulio Meru, mukafanya ugonjwa huo ukakita. Shame on you, house of shame. Shame on you, house of greed. And we are ashamed that institution in Kenya, which is supposed to safeguard the interests of the people of Kenya, succumbed to a few coins, a few cents. Shetani ashindwe. Hii ugonjwa atunge kuwa nao wakati huu. Kumbukeni, Mbone Arware, I want to remind you, ulisimama mbunge la Senate, ukaita watu wa Meru waenda wazimu. Siku ya leo nataka kutadharisha, wa Meru wamekuonyesha, sio wa Meru waenda wazimu ni nyinyi. Njumba la haibu, njumba la kulimia tumba zao, ni nyinyi waenda wazimu, sio sisi. Na ine.
Thank you. I do not know whether you want to make any comments in respect to that video, but I felt that it is self-explanatory.
I do not wish to comment because it is regrettable and the ones are self-explanatory.
Now, Mr. Mawira, kindly, in very few minutes, talk about the governor's efforts. Thank you for the indication of time. Tell us any efforts that you're aware of that the governor of Meru made to reconcile with leaders, if any, and what role you played. Because the assumption has been that the governor is a lone ranger who does not work with any member of the county assembly and other political leaders within Meru.
In fact, immediately after the second impeachment failed in the Senate, the governor of Meru went back to Meru and made a clarion call that let all leaders come together and unite. She made a call for reconciliation and also asked for forgiveness if she had wronged any leader in Meru. And thereafter, the governor of Meru went ahead and stopped Okolea programs which had aggrieved members of the county assembly. Thereafter, the governor tried to reach out to me, myself as the leader of the majority party at that time, and I hid to the call where I went and listened to her carefully, and she told me the plans that she had, that she was inviting all the members of the county assembly to come and work together with her. And at that moment, I asked her to give me time as the leader of the majority party to go and try to reach out to other members so that maybe she can organize a meeting with them and try to forge or try to bring reconciliation. After I left, I went and reached out to the members of the county assembly, and they all declined, especially the leadership of the county assembly, declined to attend a meeting with the governor. And once I communicated that message back to the governor, she asked me if she can make our efforts about reaching out public and state that we had met, and I agreed because I was convinced about her genuineness that time. And she went ahead and made that remark that the majority leader of the government of the county assembly of Meru and agreed to reconcile and work with her. Immediately thereafter, a meeting was convened by the majority whip of the county assembly of Meru together with the speaker for the 59 members who were in support of the impeachment process, where during that meeting myself, I was tasked to explain if I was still for the cause of removing the governor from office because of the statement that the governor had made. And if so, I should apologize to the members because I intended to maybe bring disunity or disarray their cause. At that point, myself, I stood up and told them that it was the time, a time had come that every member of the county assembly should be given freedom to exercise their democratic right of either to support Governor Kawira Mwangaza or to oppose her. What followed immediately, I walked out of that meeting because I declined to apologize or tell them if I was for that cause. Immediately after that, a press conference was issued, led by the majority whip, where they declared because of some they have to do some alignments in the leadership positions of the assembly, so that the business of the assembly cannot be disrupted by maybe leaders who abandoned that cause. At that point, Honorable Speaker, because that was a press conference that was covered nationally, the then Secretary General of the UDA party nationally, one Honorable Cleophas Malala, wrote a letter to myself and to the whip indicating that there should be no leadership changes in the positions of the majority party, and invited us for a meeting that we attended in Nairobi. And during that meeting, the majority of members saying that the problem of Meru County was the majority leader, and it is at that point that I was removed as the majority leader of the majority party in the assembly. And also other changes were made where the deputy majority whip was also removed because we were all in support of the governor of Meru County.
Thank you. Have you adduced any evidence to support that you involved your party leadership at the national level and that they gave a clear directions which were ignored?
Yes, I have adduced evidence.
Honorable Senators, I want to refer you to pages 470 of volume that is 1B of the governor's case. all the way to page 473. Indeed, they run all the way to page 490. Page 470 to page 491. In fact, we can go all the way to page 500, indicating the complaints by the members of County Assembly who are in support of the governor and who are being victimized for their move. For the sake of time, I would just leave the senators to refer to those documents. Mr. Mawera, what transpired after your removal from the County Assembly? Who took over your position?
My position was taken by the member who was formerly my deputy, and that of the deputy was taken by the mover of the current motion, Honorable Zipporah. And immediately after the changes were made and communicated in the Assembly, the leadership of the County Assembly of Meru went further ahead, and removed all the 13 members who are in support of the governor then. You remember during the second impeachment motion, the governor had only 10 members. And when I was tasked to state if I was still for the cause and I walked out, other 2 members followed me, so we became 13. The 13 of us were de-whipped from 3 key select committees. That is the Committee on Budget and Appropriations, County Assembly Committee on Public Accounts, and Committee on Implementation. And thereafter, every person of the 13 who held a leadership position in any of committees of the Assembly were removed from those positions through a vote of no confidence. Therefore, members lost chairmanship of committees, they lost vice chairmanship of committees, and also those who served in the Speaker's panel initially were also removed, and the Speaker's panel was expanded to 18 members, 8 members, so that it can incorporate the members who, out of the 56, who are not earning any responsibility allowance in that Assembly.
I want you to clarify on that issue of expanding the Speaker's panel. What was the initial number of members of the Speaker's panel?
The initial number that the Assembly had approved was 11 members, but in our standing orders, the members of the Speaker's panel should be 5, that is the Speaker, the Deputy Speaker, and 3 other members, but it was still expanded to 18 members, so that it can take care of members who are not earning any responsibility allowance and they were in opposition to the governor.
And when you talk about Speaker's panel, what kind of allowances, if any, do they draw?
Of course, when you serve in the Speaker's panel, you draw some responsibility allowance, and also you benefit from trainings, capacity building, skills improvement, and what have you.
And you said the maximum number of members allowed as per the standing orders are 4.
Yes.
How much money are we losing as taxpayers for the expanded Speaker's panel, in your estimation?
In my estimation, every member who serves in the Speaker's panel draws around 26 or 27,000 every month as responsibility allowance. They also have special meetings that they draw allowances. And also, of course, they do benefit from DSAs and per diems when they attend trainings and capacity building workshops.
And let us look at page 262, volume 1B. There lies the report of the Auditor General confirming indeed that 18 members of the County Assembly of Meru have been included in the Speaker's panel for the purposes of drawing allowances. Are you able to see that?
The one on that page was before the expansion of the committee, the one that was composed of 11 members.
Yes, proceed.
But later it was expanded to 18 members. It is indeed true that they draw benefits from taxpayers' money.
Thank you. In your assessment, what does that communicate about the County Assembly of Meru?
It clearly shows that the County Assembly, especially the leadership, was going to any length to make sure that no single MCA will decide to either support the governor because of the victimization and intimidation that has been happening, and of course the financial losses that any member who decided to support the governor was undergoing.
Thank you. For the sake of time, I want to conclude. You have alleged that you were not able to exercise your oversight role at the County Assembly during the impeachment process. Is that the case? And how many other members of the County Assembly were not allowed to exercise their mandate?
That is true, because in the first instance, we were denied entrance into the chambers by strangers. Later, the sergeant at arms. Also,
can we watch VKM20? Video VKM20. Thank you. So, would you explain to us what is happening and which day was that?
That was the day when the impeachment motion was being prosecuted, and when the first impeachment, the third impeachment motion was introduced in the Assembly, 10 members out of the 56 who are left opposing the governor felt that it was not right for us to continue fighting the infights between the Assembly and the Executive, and 10 of the members joined the 13 of us who were in support of the governor, but later 3 members were intimidated and left the cause, so we were left with a number of 20 members. So during that day, when the impeachment motion was being prosecuted in the Assembly, we came in as a team, and there was an attempt to deny us entry to the chambers so that we cannot prosecute that motion. And also during the process was rushed, and most of us who are in support of the governor, especially me, was denied a chance to contribute to that motion.
Thank you. Previously you had, through your video VKM10, we may not have time to play it, you had alleged that you were also excluded from crucial meetings of the county where MCA are taken for retreats and other meetings, and you're not involved.
It's true, and I wish maybe that clip can be played.
VKM10, kindly.
I request.
Nonto barabangi baratere Mombasa for 15 days na batu bararegere tuitano augabe the training lakini na ito karigara training irikube tite Mombasa for 15 days na bangi Tanzania 10 days na batu supporta dirikari ya Meru tutia
we can have the translation quickly.
Kindly go bit by bit kindly so that we can
you understand.
Okay. Kindly play.
Kindly, can we play now?
Batu temania toe MCAs bamero.
Maybe we could start from the start, kindly.
Batu temania toe MCAs bamero baraba supporta governor.
Let's meet here as Meru MCAs who support the governor.
Mama, nonto barabangi baratere Mombasa for 15 days.
Because others went to Mombasa for 15 days. And we were denying to go with them. They said they were going for a training.
Mombasa for 15 days.
but we are having questions. Which kind of training are they going?
Thank you. We can proceed to where the current witness is speaking for the sake of time.
Na tumenye maendeleo jaraja kuja mashinani.
We don't know how it was planned, because if it was about all MCAs, there are no MCAs who are two sides. There is no difference between MCA who was elected and the one who was nominated. They are all Meru MCAs. But when we trying to ask the county clerk, he's saying that he was given instructions. After a kind of a discussion was done,
majority leader, minority leader.
He was advised.
You can stop there. So, Mr. Witness, what had happened during this event?
What had happened, members of the county assembly, the 56 at that time, who were in support or in opposition to the governor, had been facilitated for 15 days training in Mombasa, where they are going to be taken through the budget making process, and the 13 of us were left out without no single explanation, simply because you are supporting the governor of Meru.
So, is it your evidence that you have been punished and targeted for supporting the governor?
We have been punished, we have been ridiculed, we have been intimidated, we have been threatened, just because we decided to support the governor of Meru. That is true.
Does the governor have any working relationship with other groups within the county?
Of course, it's true she has a working relationship with other groups, maybe religious leaders, women groups, faction of Jorin Cheke, so many other groups.
Let us watch briefly VKM14.
Council, if I may interrupt you, you have less than 15 minutes. And I see on the list that you still needed to call 3 other witnesses, one including the governor. So will you be able to manage that within the 15 minutes?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. This is a very crucial witness for us. I will only take the next 3 minutes with him. Then we reserve the remaining minute for one more witness, who is the governor.
Very well.
We will drop the others. Thank you. Mr. Kawira, can we watch VKM14?
Tuombe yule mama Meru. Yule mama ameumia. Mimi hata mimi nilikuwa napinga mama. Lakini siku ile tulikaa vile aliambiwa na rais, aende akae chini na kila kiongozi, si kama walemavu wa pale, tulikaa na yeye chini na tulizaelewa mama. Na mama akakubali kufanya kazi na walemavu. Kwa hivyo nataka kuomba walemavu wote Kenya na wale viongozi tuko nao hapa, hata hao wa Nairobi, mjaribu kutuombea Meru. Watu wote waheshimu sheria na waheshimu katiba. Wajua hata kama kuna kimila Meru, kuna naye sheria ilipitizwa 2010 ya kusema mama uwe mwanaume uwe nani, si zote ni iko. Hakuna mchichana, hakuna kijana, hakuna mama, hakuna mwanaume. Lakini kwetu Meru ile kimila tu inaendelea pale. Wale viongozi wote Kawira alianguza wakati wa kuomba kura 2022. Hata mimi nikiwa mmoja wao. Hatusikiangi vizuri kama tunaongozwa na mama. Lakini mimi nimetii. Nimejua mama ndio kiongozi wa pale Meru, na alichaguliwa na watu, na alichaguliwa na independent. Kwa hivyo nataka kumuomba rais, nataka kumuomba Raila, nataka kumuomba Musalia, nataka kuomba Gachagua. Mjue msiposikilia akina mama aswa Meru, msiposikilia huyo mama ataanguzwa. Watu wengi wanasema county to dissolve county. Utadissolve county aje na mama alichaguliwa na watu? Huyu mama alichaguliwa na independence. Ana chake, ana mtu wake. Wala matajiri akina Kiraito, akina Metheka Letore, akina Munya, akina MP wote wanaume wanasikia ni aibu sana kuinamia mama. Lakini wacha niwape example. Mimi ni mlemavu. Mimi ndio nilikuwa mtu wa kwanza kupigana na mama ndio ya kimila. Lakini juzi tulienda kotini, tulisomewa sheria. Kwa sababu naamini sheria na naheshimu katiba ya Kenya. Mimi nakuinamia mama Kawira Mwangaza. Nimesurrender.
Thank you.
Nataka kuomba
we can proceed just for a few more minutes.
Viongozi. Wajua kwa nini nacheka wa Kenya? Wameru viongozi wetu hawajaamini kuita Kawira Mwangaza kama ni kazi rahisi, wanaona ni kazi ngumu. Wanafikiria wakimpiga through bunge. Kwa sababu MCA wetu wanachangiwa, hata mimi nilikuwa nachanga. Na niko na evidence. Tunawachangia MCA wao wanapewa pesa mpaka tutoe mama. Hatuwezi ongozwa na mama, ndivyo wanasema. Kwa hivyo nataka kuomba wa Kenya hivi na viongozi wetu, wacha tuheshimu huyu mama, ndio alichaguliwa. Nyinyi mko na chama, tuko na chama PNU imesimamiwa na Munya. Tuko na chama PNO inasimamiwa na Mporo wa Bori. Tuko na chama Mbasi inasimamiwa na Kiraito Morongi. Tuko na UDA inasimamiwa na Rigathi, inasimamiwa na Ruto, inasimamiwa na Kadhuri Morongi, inasimamiwa na Metheka Lentori. Tuko na chama inaitwa Azimio yenye iko na Jubilee, inasimamiwa na Jeremia Keoni. Mimi ile kitu naomba kwa hizi chama zote, muite watoto wenu wale mulipeleka mbunge ya Meru yenye haina mlemavu, muwaite muwaambie gavana ni mama. Kwa sababu tusiposema hivyo, Meru hata mkindissolve saa hii, mseme tumendissolve county ya Meru, vita itaisha. Kwa sababu wa Meru, yule Mmeru kamili, hata saa hii Mungu anajua, hata Kiraito anajua, Metheka anajua, Munya anajua, hata tukirundi kwa ndebe saa hii, Kawira atapigwa 400,000 na Mmeru yule wa kawaida. Kwa sababu watu wanaona kazi ya huyu mama, wanaona mama ana vita na mtu yoyote, lakini mara
stop there now. We will play it shortly, but Mr. Witness, tell us your summary of the charges that are before the Senate. You have a time to go through the motion of impeachment now and back then in 2023 rather. What are the basis of these charges?
Because I've been present in that assembly since the first impeachment process, what I would like to tell this Honorable Senate, Honorable Speaker, is that the impeachment process has been abused in Meru County Assembly, and it has been weaponized to fight political fights, whereas we know that impeachment should be used sparingly. It should be a measure of the last resort whenever that there are violations of the Constitution and other laws. And therefore, it's my humble submission that the Senate vindicates the Governor of Meru from objectivity of the charges that are there, because according to me, the charges are malicious and they are also frivolous in nature.
Do we have specific charges? One of the charges is employing a bloated workforce.
Yes.
Was that a charge that you brought before this Senate last impeachment?
It was.
You have a charge that accuses the governor of dismissing certain employees of boards, one of them being Mr. Mwaki. Is that a charge that you brought and prosecuted before this Senate during the last motion?
It was part of the motion.
There is a specific charge where the governor is accused of misconduct by stating that 86 million shillings was raised in support of the burial of the blogger, Mr. Sniper. What would you say about that specific charge?
Because I was privy to the happenings behind the whatever was happening during the demise of one blogger, Mudiani, I think the governor didn't allude to a specific collection of money because there were several fundraisers that were held in support of that family.
Are you aware of any other forms of fundraising that were done? Did you participate in any yourself?
Yes, personally I participated in the one that was conducted by members of the county assembly, where initially we contributed 1,000 each member, the 59 members who were then opposing the governor, and later we contributed 10,000 each for the same. And also other political leaders contributed to that cause.
By political leaders, who are you referring to? And in your estimation, how much money was raised? And I'm also sorry to ask this, what is the status of that kitty, if you are aware of, and how was it utilized?
The one for the assembly was utilized in conducting the road shows across crisscross in Meru, and other monies were used to hold prayers in various stadiums, as we have seen, Kenoru, Maua, and others. And by the time I left that group where the fundraising was being held, we had not been accounted for the remainder of the money.
So, when the governor states that to the tune of 86 million might have been raised, is it anywhere near the truth in your estimation, having participated in the fundraisings in various modes?
It will be the truth.
Thank you. I think I will rest this witness and hand him over to cross-examination. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, sir, we'll be very brief with this witness. Mr. Witness, confirm that you moved the motion for impeachment last time, yes?
Yes, I confirm.
And that you live by the statements that you have indicated in your affidavit that you have testified to, yes?
Sorry?
And that you confirm and want to rely on the affidavit that you have filed.
Yes, I confirm.
And that you remember on the 7th of November 2023, you took the same stand and testified before this assembly as a mover, correct?
Yes, I confirm.
And you remember a question was put to you whether or not the impeachment then was politically instigated, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall your answers?
I may not recall the exact answer.
I'll give you the answer. Honorable Speaker, I'm referring to the answers of this House at page 53, dated 7th of November. Mr. Mutembei Thionkulu was the lead counsel then, correct?
Yes.
And you remember him putting this question to you, and you answered in negative, that it was not politically instigated. You remember? You recall or you do not recall, Mr. Witness?
I don't recall. Read for me the answer, maybe.
You remember Mr. Mutembei asking you whether it is true from the governor's allegations that the impeachment was politically instigated, and your answer was Evans Mawira
Karia.
You said it was not true. Have I now refreshed your memories?
From the records, yes.
Do you still want to hold that preposition?
Of course, everything that was in that motion was not substantiated.
Excuse me, Mr. Witness, I want a yes or a no answer. Do you still want to hold that preposition, or you want to run away from it?
As at then, I hold that position.
You hold that position?
Yes.
What has now changed?
So many things.
The one, that you are no longer the leader of the majority in the assembly.
No.
Yes. Number two?
The governor reached out and called for reconciliation. I did a lot of soul searching.
Thank you.
I consulted widely.
It's okay. Don't answer questions that I have not put to you. You have testified at length how people were induced to bring that particular motion, correct?
Yes, and I've stated the facts.
That is the motion that you brought on the 7th of November, correct?
Yes.
So you brought motion out of ulterior motives of being induced as at then, correct?
According to the circumstances then.
You allowed yourself to be induced, yes?
As per the circumstances then.
So on that day when you took the stand on the 7th of November 2023, you did not speak the truth to this at Senate, but you spoke out of inducement, correct?
I'm saying
correct or not correct? I want an answer, not a vague answer. Correct or not correct?
Not correct.
So then, were you induced that particular time from your evidence?
I've narrated all the events that led to
one of the events, Mr. Witness, was that you are induced, correct? One of the events is that you are induced.
I didn't say you are induced. I said you are mobilized according to party lines.
How are you mobilized?
Of course, I stated that we met as the leadership of
for financial gains, correct? Including 20,000 shillings that you were given, correct?
That was later, after the second impeachment.
Gift, correct?
After the second impeachment had failed in the Senate.
You remember the Christmas gift, yes?
I'm saying later, after the second impeachment had failed in the Senate.
You received a gift?
Yes.
For the work well done, correct?
A Christmas gift for a work well done. Christmas was not even, Christmas was oncoming.
So, Mr. Witness, if you allowed yourself to be induced that particular time to bring that particular impeachment motion, how truthful is your statement today?
I was not induced. I said we were mobilized on party lines.
On party lines?
Yes.
So you, which party do you belong to?
UDA.
UDA?
Yes.
So UDA mobilized its MCAs to bring the motion?
UDA at the county level, Meru county level, mobilized the MCAs to introduce an impeachment motion.
Does that mean that the UDA party is against the governor or was against the governor?
I stated in my statement.
Does that mean at that particular time the UDA party was against the governor?
At the county level, yes. Nationally, the Secretary General had stated that that was not the party position.
Which other party was against the governor as at then?
The parties that were mobilized, we have BAS party, we have PNU, we have Jubilee, and other assembly parties.
You spoke about receiving 80,000 shillings. You correct? You remember?
Facilitation to be in the Senate.
Who gave these 80,000 shillings?
It was paid from the assembly.
It was paid from the assembly. Did you receive or did you partake of it?
Yes, I received.
And it was a motivation for you to appear, correct?
It was facilitation to be in the Senate for the 5 days that we were here.
A facilitation?
Yes.
Today, have you been facilitated?
I've seen that we have received a message.
Today, have you been facilitated?
Facilitation, yes, we have been facilitated, but it has not already been paid. But it will be paid because we have received a message from the clerk saying that members will be facilitated for 5 days to be in the Senate.
Notwithstanding whether or not you appear for Governor Kawira as a witness or of the witness for the Senate, for the Assembly. Yes?
Witness for the governor.
The County Assembly has equally facilitated you, correct?
I have received that message.
That you'll receive your per diems for participating?
Yes, yes.
So it was usual for the County Assembly to facilitate its members?
For the previous one, only 59 members were facilitated.
It is usual for the County Assembly to facilitate its members, correct? Because today you have received a message that you receive facilitation, correct?
Yes, we have received the message.
And therefore the County Assembly considers its members as equal, correct?
No, no, no.
Mr. Witness, I want to refer you to your affidavit. But before I refer you to this affidavit, have you critically read the motion before this assembly for the impeachment of the governor?
I've gone through the motion.
Have you answered those allegations in your affidavit? And if yes, kindly point to us the particular paragraph that answers to the allegations.
The particular allegations?
Excuse me, just take your affidavit, take it.
Yeah,
and lead the Senate to the particular paragraph that has responded to issue number 1. Issue number 1, where have you responded?
Just a minute. I've responded to the issue of money that was raised for the...
Not the money that was raised, the issue of illegal revocation. Where have you responded to it in your affidavit?
I've not responded to it in that affidavit.
You have not responded to it. Issue number 2, where have you responded to it?
I've stated...
Do you know what issue number 2 is all about?
Yes, yes.
Show us the particular paragraph that responds to those allegations.
Number 23.
Paragraph 23.
Yes, paragraph
Read
23.
it out.
That the clerk of the assembly, under the instructions of the speaker, has been writing several letters to frustrate the approval of the governor's nominees for the bones of various semi-autonomous government agencies. The clerk has no role.
Do you have evidence in that respect?
It is in the governor's baduri.
Were you aware of this frustration by the clerk before you came to this assembly?
Yes, I was aware, because when those...
You were aware, thank you.
Yes.
Did you take any actions to curtail these frustrations?
Yes, I did.
What did you do?
When these letters came...
Where is the evidence in your affidavit?
It is not
What
in the
did you
affidavit,
and
but
where is the
personally I gave my opinion in a meeting
I'm not
that was
asking,
discussing
I'm not
these
asking about
nominees.
you. Mr. Witness, please listen.
Yes,
I'm not asking you to give us your opinion. You've given so many of them. So we do not want to entertain any further opinion.
Okay.
We want to go to the facts.
Okay.
Where have you pleaded in your affidavit that you took actions against the clerk for frustrating the works of the governor?
I didn't take any action against the clerk, but I have responded to that count number 2.
Yes?
I didn't take any action, but
did not
in my
take any
affidavit I have responded
Show
to that.
us in your affidavit where you've responded to issue number 3.
Can I have the affidavit?
And I put it to you that issue number 3, now 23, does not respond to the allegations contained in the notice of motion, issue number 2.
Sorry?
I put it to you that paragraph 23 of your affidavit is not a response and is not evidence that relates to the allegations of failing to appoint chairpersons.
I don't agree to that.
Let us go to issue number 3 and point us in your affidavit where you have responded to it.
I have not responded to issue number 3.
Thank you. Let us go to issue number 4. Point us in your affidavit where you have responded to it.
I've responded to it where I stated that I'm aware that count was initially in the previous impeachment motions.
Where in your paragraph? And is the issue in illegal dismissing about the issue of dismissing or the issue of the expenditure of county money? The governor dismissing individuals and making the county accrue unnecessary resources paid to the litigants. Did you understand?
If I can read the crowd, it's illegally dismissing in bold.
Yes.
In bold.
And
illegally dismissing.
Yes.
And then narration continues.
As a consequence of?
Illegally dismissing.
And as a consequence thereof, what happened?
A loss.
A loss of how much?
4 million.
Where is that in your affidavit?
I've said I responded. It's not in my affidavit.
It's not in your affidavit.
Yes.
Let us go to issue number, count number 2, gross misconduct. Yes? Deliberately misleading the county, the members of the public. Yes? That's in the barrier of Sniper, 86 million was raised, correct?
Yes.
You are aware of those utterances, correct?
Yes, I'm aware.
That the same were done by the governor, yes?
Yes, I'm aware.
And that it was done in public, correct?
Yes.
And that there was a pay bill that was generated for that purposes, yes?
Yes.
And that in the said pay bill, it's only 286,516,000 that was donated, correct?
According to the Assembly's evidence.
According to the Assembly's evidence.
Yes.
Do you have any contra evidence to that averment?
Yes, in my statement I've stated.
Please lead us to that paragraph. Lead us to that particular paragraph.
Just a minute.
You're also aware that the governor made averments and allegations that the window to the sniper has moved on with another MCA, correct?
I'm not aware of that.
You're not aware. Kindly, let's play video 1A and 1B in our videos. You yourself, did you changa to that particular pay bill?
Yes, no, not to the pay bill.
How did you changa?
Through the WhatsApp group created for the Assembly members.
How was the money collected?
It was collected through a member of the Assembly.
Through a member of the Assembly?
Yes.
Through who? Which member?
Member of a county assembly known as Sarah Gaki, Honorable Sarah Gaki.
Is it true that the wife of the deceased sniper moved on with an MCA?
I'm not aware.
Did you see her testifying yesterday?
I didn't watch the...
Are you aware that she was a witness?
Sorry?
Are you aware that she was a witness?
Yes, I'm aware she was a witness.
Did you follow through her evidence?
I didn't follow.
All right. As we wait for the playing of those videos, you have indicated before this assembly that one of the frustration that you colluded to undertake was to make sure that the governor was frustrated in the feeding program, correct?
Yes.
And that frustration was actualized according to your evidence, correct?
Yes.
How was it actualized?
Through a motion in the assembly, a report of a committee.
Through a motion, correct?
Yes.
So it is in your evidence that that program is no longer running, correct?
It was stopped.
It was stopped. Mr. Witness, I refer you and I refer the senators to our further bundle of volume 6 at page 83. At page 83.
Yes.
Kindly look at the entry where we have the votes, correct? Can you see them?
Yes, I can see the votes.
Vote 22-11-015. Can you see it?
Yes.
Confirm that this is a Meru County budget estimate for the year ended, for the year 2024-2025.
It is.
Confirm that you participated in this process, correct?
I did participate.
And that you are aware of the allocations and apportionment, correct?
I'm aware.
And therefore you want to read with us about that particular vote, yes?
Yes.
What does it provide?
Food and rations feeding program.
How much has been allocated?
54 million.
54 million, yes?
Yes.
For which financial year?
2023, 2024.
What was the purpose of the allocation?
The feeding program.
Thank you. Was it approved?
It was approved by the assembly.
Has this year budget also been approved?
This year's budget has been approved.
Thank you. Let's go to the next one about the cows. It is your evidence that the county assembly has colluded to frustrate the governor's programs, correct?
Yes, please.
Let us look at page 78, 79 of the same bundle. Honorable Senators, we look at the vote end written 31-11-302-00001. Can you see it?
Sorry, come again.
Can you see that vote end? The vote end?
Yes, yes.
Can you see it?
Yes, I
Again,
can see
confirm that these are the financial year 2024-2025.
Sorry?
Confirm that these are budget for 2024-2025 approved.
Yes.
And that the county assembly has approved that budget, correct?
Yes, it has been approved.
And that even 2024, 2023, 2024, the same was approved, correct?
But you saying it's the budget for the 2024-2025, there's nothing that has been approved for that vote.
Yes. What was the reason for failure to approve?
Because the assembly halted the program.
On the failure to have policies, correct?
Yes.
Is there a policy that exists in that respect?
It was introduced in the assembly and the assembly
Is there a
trying to
policy
approve.
that exists in that respect?
I'm saying the policy was introduced in the assembly by the CC Agriculture and the assembly failed to approve that policy.
Is it mandatory for the assembly to approve anything or everything?
That was the requirement that they had, the recommendation in the report.
Are you aware that that policy was rejected through the public participation?
No, it was not subjected to public participation.
So the county assembly must at always time act according to the demands as they come, according to your evidence, correct?
Sorry?
The county assembly must always pass anything without scrutiny, correct? Even without looking at the viability of the project, correct?
It has to look at the viability and...
Thank you. Confirm to us that you have responded to the issue count number 3 on abuse of office. Have you? And if yes, point us to that evidence.
Under abuse of office, I've responded to Count number, paragraph 10.
Yes, paragraph 10.
Employed a bloated workforce of at least 111 personal staff.
Yes.
And I indicated in my affidavit that it was...
Paragraph 10.
Yes, I indicated in my affidavit that it was...
Paragraph 10. Can you read out paragraph 10?
Employing a bloated workforce of at least...
Paragraph 10 of your affidavit.
I didn't say paragraph 10 of my affidavit, but let me see.
I've asked you whether you've responded to paragraph
Yes, I've responded to... I'm saying, Council, I've responded to count number 3 in paragraph 10, employment of a bloated workforce.
Where is that in your affidavit?
Just a minute.
That's what I want you to show us.
Paragraph 22 of my affidavit.
Read it out.
That I'm also aware that the current impeachment motion features some issues which were also in the previous motions in the Senate, and the Senate finding the allegations unsubstantiated and not meeting a threshold of impeaching a governor. The issue of bloated workforce and alleged illegal dismissal of Dr. Ntoiti and 3 others was in the failed motion.
Do you work in the county executive?
No.
How did you conclude on the question of the bloated workforce?
We brought it here and it was not substantiated. We couldn't prove it.
Did you call out for any statement from the responsible organ of the county government?
My work ended when I brought it to the Senate and it was not substantiated.
Did you not? Did you call for any oversight over that issue when you went back to the county assembly?
I didn't.
You didn't. You have alleged that individuals were called somewhere in Mombasa. Were you in attendance?
I've alluded to 2 meetings in Mombasa. One I was in attendance, the other one I was not.
Which one were you in attendance?
Immediately after the second impeachment.
Immediately after the second impeachment?
Yes.
Who was paying for your allowances?
County Assembly of Meru.
Is it unusual or usual for the county assembly to do that?
It is not unusual.
Thank you. Finally, Mr.
What was unusual was the activities.
I am satisfied with your answer. Mr. Witness, confirm that county government must spend money in accordance to
the budgetary allocations
and prudence, correct?
Yes.
Have you looked at issue number 11 in our motion? And to that effect, do you want Kiambi Christus Manyara?
I'm there.
You know Kiambi Christus Manyara?
He's not personally known to me.
He's not personally known to you. Have you ever heard of him?
I think that I have the name being mentioned during the case for hearing case for one.
In what circumstances was the name being mentioned?
That he was an accused person.
He was an accused person. In which matter?
Involved in that matter.
In that matter. Do you know of somebody called Supu?
Yes, Supu is well known to me.
How do you know him?
He's a personal friend.
Do you know where?
And we come from the same locality.
Do you know where he was working or where he works?
According to my knowledge, I'm not aware of where he works because he has always told me that he's not employed.
You are aware that he works in the office of the governor, yes?
I'm not aware. I
therefore put it to you that he does work in the office of the governor.
I can't accept that one.
Equally, have you seen that from that allegation that this one Crispus Kiambi Manyara,
sorry,
while he was in custody, he was being paid his full salary?
I'm not aware if he's in custody.
Read the allegations. Read them out.
Paying Kiambi Crispus Manyara, a public communication officer in the office of the governor, his full salary and benefits while in remand and despite being accused of murder, contrary to section 4.2 of the Public Service Commission Discipline Manual for the Public Service.
You are aware that he was arrested pursuant to that murder, correct?
Yes.
And that he was remanded, correct?
I'm not aware of that.
I therefore put it to you that he was remanded, and that while in remand, he was accruing all his full salary.
That is your evidence, Counsel.
That's our evidence. Have you controverted it in your affidavit?
I have not controverted it.
You have not controverted it?
Yes.
You therefore cannot doubt what I am telling you this afternoon, correct?
I can doubt because
you cannot doubt what I am telling you unless you have a contra evidence.
Is your word against mine, Counsel?
Where is your word?
It's nowhere in the affidavit, but I'm stating it now.
It's nowhere in your affidavit.
Yes.
I told you, or I put to you, or I asked you whether you know one Supu.
Yes, I said I know one Supu.
Have a look at this document, Honorable Senators. We are looking at volume 2 of our evidence.
page 443 of our volume 2. 43. And we can be playing we can be ready to play the video. And can you see serial number 1?
Serial number 1, yes.
Do you know, can you read out that name?
Vincent Mureithi.
Vincent Mureithi?
Yes.
First of all, who is the originator of that document?
The acting secretary, Meru County Public Service Board.
Sorry?
The acting secretary, Meru County Public Service Board, one Virginia Kawira.
And it's an internal memo, correct?
Yes.
And the internal memo speaks to the appointments of contractual employees in the office of the governor, correct?
They do.
And therefore, whatever appears therein is a list of those individuals who works there in the office, correct?
That is true.
And that Vincent Mureithi of ID number that works as an assistant director in that office, correct?
That is true, according to the memo.
That is Vincent Mureithi alias Supu, correct?
Yes.
Let us play that video. And you know, as we await, that the said Supu and Manyora at page 428 of our bundle, volume 2, sorry, 429, I beg your pardon, of volume 2, contains the information of the individuals who are charged with the murder of one sniper, correct?
Yes, correct.
And you can see accused number 1 is Vincent Mureithi Karemi alias Supu, correct?
True.
Number 2 is who?
Murangeri Kenneth Gwantai alias Tali.
Do you know him?
Personally, no.
Do you know that that is the governor's brother?
According to you.
Let us look at number 2, number 3.
Boniface Kileji alias DJ Kaboom.
Number 4.
Christus Manyora alias Chris.
Christus Manyora alias?
Chris.
And that is the Christus Manyora who works in the office of the governor, correct?
The one that we have seen is working in the office of the governor is Vincent Mureithi Karemi.
Let's look at that as we play the video.
Wale ambao wanazunguka na mwili wakisema haki ipatikane, si haki ipatikane, wako katika siasa na biashara. Ile ni biashara yao.
Do you know whom she was referring to as those people wanazunguka na mwili ya sniper?
In this video?
Yes.
I'm not aware of the specific people because it was a group of people.
Could it have been the mover of the motion?
Maybe yes, because members of the county assembly were there.
Could it have been you?
Personally, I was not there.
Okay. Let's proceed.
Wameweka pay bill, wanachukua pesa, wanajaza mafuta kwa MCA, zingine wanakula. Huyo mama ambaye anachangiwa pesa wakisema ni haki kwa sniper. Kitu ya kwanza tunataka ajengewe nyumba ya ghorofa. Number 2, anunuliwe Prado. Number 3, afunguliwe trust fund ya education ya watoto wake. Kama wajafanya hiyo, hawa ni wakora na wezi wameibia huyo mama kupitia hiyo familia. Ni makatero na ni biashara na
okay, proceed.
Siasa ya bure na matapeli. Hiyo wamefungua kama biashara, wanakuja kusanya pesa, wamechukua huyo mama, wamemficha kwa MCA fulani anakaa hapo, wanasunguka na mwili. Ingelikuwa ni mmoja wao wangefanya namna hiyo. Ingelikuwa ni mtoto wao wangemzungusha mwezi mzima. Lakini kwa sababu wanataka pahali watajijenga kisiasa, wanataka pahali watakulia maana wamesota. Nilisikia wakisema ya kwamba hawana pesa kwa mifuko wanatembea na OB. Sasa wamepata njia ya kutembea na pesa kwa mfuko kupitia maiti. Hiyo ya kutembea na mwili wa sniper ni mambo mawili peke yake. Biashara na siasa. Hakuna justice wanatafuta. Wangelikuwa wanatafuta justice, watoto wangapi wamekufa Meru? Watoto wangapi wamepotea Meru? Huko Ndumo Oruna, huko upande wa Tigania, wangapi wanakufa? Mbona hatujaona hao viongozi wakitembea wakisema ya kwamba tunahitaji haki ya vijana wetu ambao wanakufia? Why this one? Why huyu peke yake? Kuna MC ambaye aliuawa na ikasemekana sijui nani amemuua. Mbona tukiona? Hii ni siasa na biashara. Na wamelaaniwa wanaosunguka na huo mwili. Wamelaaniwa. Mtu ambaye ni mshtakiwa the key suspect mkuu
ambaye ni Supu.
Pause. Have you heard what the governor has said?
Yes.
What has she said?
Supu. She mentioned Supu.
Mstakiwa? Mstuhumiwa?
Anaye? Daiwa.
Play it again.
Mtu ambaye ni mstakiwa the chief suspect mkuu.
The chief
suspect.
Who is the chief suspect?
Supu.
Has that Supu been charged before the court of law?
Yes.
Proceed.
Paya ni Supu. Mnahitaji kuangalia mtu mmoja tu wa governor mwenye alipigia simu ama wengine wengi ambaye pia aliwapigia.
Have you heard her owning up that mnafaa mtafute mtu mmoja wa governor? Have you heard that statement? Listen carefully.
Play it again.
Just play it again for him and please listen carefully.
The key suspect mkuu ambaye ni Supu. Mnahitaji kuangalia mtu mmoja.
Just was the time?
No, one moment. Senator Omtata, what is your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, sir, my point of order is that this matter is live before a court of law under criminal proceedings, and I think we should exercise a lot of precaution and deference to the court process, because I think that we are beginning to tread into the area of testing the evidence and the witnesses in that matter, which is not before this court, and that is, I think, sub judice for the rule of law.
Mr. Speaker, sir, we can then abandon it and go to the next clip, 214. The same clip at 214, minute 214. The same clip, minute 214.
Simu, hakuna mtu mwingine alipigia simu siku hiyo. Ndio mbebe kijana ati mseme ati kwa sababu Supu alimpigia simu, you want to charge him. Wale ambao wamewasukuma kisiasa kwa sababu mnasema ya kwamba mmepewa pressure, political pressure. Wenye wamepatia nyinyi political pressure, wapatie nyinyi ushahidi. Sure. Maana tutahitaji haki kwa kijana wetu, ninahitaji haki kama familia yangu. Ningependa kusema
You've heard the governor stating wanataka haki kama familia.
Yes.
I have put to you that his brother has been charged in his proceedings.
Well and good.
Thank you. No further questions in that respect. I want to invite my learned friend, Mr. Muriuki, to proceed from there, but kindly confirm that you have no evidence that controverts all the averments contained in the motion, and that you have not tabled it before this assembly.
It is in my affidavit, and there are supporting documents in the governor's.
That the account that you have given is just your frustrations and your bitterness for having been removed as a leader of majority.
That is not true, Council.
You have seen the last video that was played, and there was an issue of gender card being played. Yes?
Which video?
You have seen the governor played the last video where there was one person seated.
Yes, I've seen it.
And started saying that this is all about women leadership and the people of Meru must accept it, correct?
Yes, that is his opinion.
Is there contention that she's the governor?
None.
Yes?
None whatsoever, but he is facing an impeachment motion.
Are you a man who is supporting the governor?
I'm supporting the governor.
Are you a Marian?
Yes, I am.
Supporting a governor, correct?
Yes.
And therefore there is no question, when it comes to questions of accountability, there is no defense of being a gender person, correct?
That depends.
There is no defense. Gender is not a defense.
Of course it is not a defense.
Finally, when she was asked the last time, she said it wasn't me. Today, you have played clips blaming the senators. Do you associate yourself with the statements that were made by Al-Haji?
I don't associate myself with those senators.
Do you have confidence with this Senate that they can dispense with substantive justice?
A lot of confidence.
And that is why we are here, correct?
True.
Do you attribute that statement to any member of the assembly?
It was used to reduce members of the assembly.
Not associated with any member
inside.
of the assembly.
Yes, because they were there nodding and applauding when Alhaji was speaking those ones.
Let me ask you, is it wrong for somebody to hold an opinion?
It's not wrong.
Thank you, Mr. Muriuki. But before I go to Mr. Muriuki, you remember he claimed to be Secretary General of the Bas Party.
Alhaji, yes, he claimed.
And he said he's a Secretary General and he never defined where he's a Secretary General. He gave a statement that I am the Secretary General.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Council, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Mawira.
Yes, Council.
Today you have taken an oath when you stood here.
True.
Just like you did the last time you were here on 7th of November.
True.
And in that oath, you said that you're going to tell this House the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
True.
Now, you have come here today saying that last time your impeachment motion was politically instigated.
Yes.
Did you tell the Senate that last time when you were here?
At that point,
Did you make any such statement last time when you were here, yes or no?
I didn't make such a statement last time.
You did not tell the whole truth to the Senate.
I told the truth.
You did not tell the whole truth.
I told the truth.
Mr. Mawira, you have said,
to me.
I don't have time, so please don't argue with me, just answer yes or no. You have said that party formations were used to whip you into moving an impeachment motion.
That is true.
Have you adduced any document to that effect?
None.
Have you adduced any letter telling you to move the impeachment motion?
None.
Mr. Mawira, I put it to you that you do not have a mind of your own, that you are a gun for hire.
That is our opinion, Council.
Mr. Mawira, you stated that you are giving evidence on behalf of other people who are not here.
That is true.
Are you aware that there is no such thing as giving evidence on behalf of other witnesses? You can only give evidence on behalf of a party.
They have given me the authority to plead on their behalf.
Mr. Mawira, you have claimed that there were meetings organized that you took part to sabotage the executive.
Yes, there are.
Have you brought the minutes for those meetings?
No minutes. But
Mr. Mawira, you have stated in your affidavit that the people who are supporting the governor, the MCAs who are supporting the governor, that is page 13, paragraph 13 of your affidavit.
Council, your time is up. I will allow you to just ask that last question and conclude.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You have stated that on paragraph 13 of your affidavit, are you there?
Supply me the affidavit kindly.
Paragraph 13 of your affidavit.
Yes.
You have stated that the MCAs who support the governor were removed from committees, including the budget committee, the public accounts, and the committee on implementation.
That is true.
Who is the chair of the budget committee?
Honorable Mwirigi from Kibiricha Ward.
Is he a witness for the governor in this case?
Yes.
Who is the chair of the gender committee?
Honorable Murogocho.
Did she support this impeachment motion?
Not.
Who is the chair of the transport committee?
Honorable Kidenji.
Did he support this impeachment motion?
No.
Who is the chair of the finance committee?
Honorable Caleb.
Did he support this impeachment motion?
No.
Who is the chair of the committee on delegated legislation?
Honorable Saragaki.
Did she support this impeachment motion?
No.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
But in that paragraph, it is clearly stated that in
Speaker,
MCs.
I have done with my questions to the witness.
Thank you. Thank you, Council. Thank you, witness. Honorable Senators, we will now give you an opportunity to ask questions.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I have just 1 minute of re-exam, just one.
You have, okay, Council, you have 4 minutes remaining. So
I will utilize one.
Okay.
Mr. Witness, Mr. Witness.
Yes, please.
I will just need you to confirm the names that have just been read to you now. Are they members of that committee? Were they still members then, or what transpired?
Which committee?
Their names that council has just read to you, confirming that they are still holding their positions in the committees, yet they did not support the...
These are members who have
in 1 minute, kindly.
They are members who have joined in support of the governor just the other day when the impeachment motion was introduced. But when we were whipped, we were 13 when we were whipped from committees, and that is what I've alluded to in that affidavit.
Thank you very much.
Legal counsel for the governor, have you concluded your questioning?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir, I am done with the witness.
And your time of 3 minutes?
I have the governor as the last witness, Mr. Speaker, sir.
So are you calling the governor?
Yes, I am, but with your kind permission, Mr. Speaker, sir, I would be seeking your indulgence to engage the governor in under 20 minutes, with your kind permission.
Council, what we'll do is we'll first take questions or clarifications from the senators, and then we will. I don't know if we're going to give you more time, but we'll get back to that issue at that once we finish with the senators.
Most obliged, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable senators, we'll now be taking your questions, and we would like to keep it within 30 minutes. So we'll be giving each senator 1 minute to ask a question, because there are several requests, and we need to get to as many people as possible. So one question, 1 minute, and be very brief. Senator Murangu James Kamau.
Asante sana mstahiki Spika. Mstahiki Spika, mnamo tarehe 16 mwezi wa Oktoba mwaka 2023, wakati tulikuwa tukiangalia pia mswada uliokuwa umeletwa hapa kuhusu kung'atuliwa kwa gavana Kawira, Mheshimiwa Mawira ambaye ako mbele yetu pia alikuja na akaapa, na pia alikuwa ameweka hati ya kiapo ambayo alikuwa amechukua kusema ya kwamba yeye ako na kichwa kizuri, ako na uwezo wa kuaminika, wakati na akatia kindole ile hati ya kiapo ambayo alileta katika Senate hii. Leo chini ya kiapo ameleta pia hati ya kiapo ingine ambayo amebadilisha mawazo na kusema kwamba hii Senate ilikaa chini kuangalia nakala na makaratasi, tukapoteza pesa ya umma, na wakati kufuatilia stakabadhi ambazo zilikuwa hazina maana kwa sababu
Senator, ulikuwa uulize swali yako katika dakika moja. Wewe umeanza hadithi mingi. Sawa, uliza swali.
Sasa nauliza, Mheshimiwa Mawira, uliokokea kanisa gani kwamba tukuamini leo na ulitundanganya wakati tulikuwa tunaangalia maneno wakati huo mwingine? Asante Mr. Speaker.
Senator Wambua, alafu utajibu hiyo swali mbili.
It's not possible. So, Mr. Witness, is it your evidence on record and under oath that last year you moved a motion for the impeachment of the governor of Meru under duress, and that what you said, the grounds that you adduced, you don't believe in those grounds? If that be the case, why should we believe that you have faith in what you're telling us today?
You see, Wambua, you managed it within 1 minute. Witness, go ahead and answer those two questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. It's true I moved the previous impeachment motion. And whatever I stated then under the circumstances and the facts available to me, I believe to be the truth at that point. But later, looking at the sequence of events that led to that impeachment motion, I felt that we were misused at that point and lied to. And I believe also that would answer to the question by Honorable Senator Wambua. If I believed in the grounds then, yes, I didn't believe in them. I believe in what I've seen right now, what I've stated. Yes, I believe in it.
Next questions by Senator Karen Nyamu and Senator Muma, in that order.
Mr. Witness, you said that you were part of a scheme to impeach Mama, politically instigated, the governor, politically instigated, and you even were part of the team that went to Mombasa for a retreat. What changed your mind? What was the exodus moment that now you are supporting Mama? Mama Governor Kawira. The other question.
Senator, just one question, please. Senator Catherine Muma.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question to the witness is, the governor is widely accused of not being a people person who brings people together. What efforts have been made to bring the governor and the county assembly to work together for the benefit of the people of Kenya, of Meru, I mean?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Senator. To answer to the first question, what changed my mind? Immediately after the second impeachment motion failed in the Senate, Honorable Speaker, and immediately we left Mombasa and also the Nanyuki meeting. Personally, I suffered because I fell ill. I was admitted in Karen Hospital here. My blood pressure levels had gone up, and that is a fact that I disclosed to the Speaker of the County Assembly who came visiting me. And thereafter, I felt that I need to take some time to chart a way forward on what was happening in Meru. So I did a lot of soul searching. I consulted my wife and family. I consulted my close confidants and electorates. Even my electorates and started saying that they didn't send me to fight the governor. And it is at that point now when the governor reached out herself to me, I felt that now I need to listen to her and see if she is genuine, and I could see her genuineness then, and that is the point when I decided to support the governor. About the governor not bringing the people together, I stated that immediately the governor left this Senate last impeachment motion, she went around the county making a call for peace and reconciliation amongst all leaders, and she also asked for forgiveness if at all she had wronged any leader in Meru. But on the side, and she went further even to reach out to me, and I know she has also tried to reach out to other leaders because there were reconciliation efforts brought by the president and the deputy president, where the governor sat down with all leaders from Meru County, including the deputy governor, which didn't culminate to any peace in that county. But from the side of the assembly, they have been going out, doing all that is possible to frustrate any reconciliation process.
The next questions will be from Senator Samson Cherargei, followed by Senator Beatrice Ogola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Witness, Mheshimiwa, according to November 7 Senate answered, Dr. Mutomi Tiankulu asked you, since you are the mover of the motion, is this message consistent with the narrative of a peaceful governor who is a victim of some evil scheme to oust her out of office? And Honorable Evans Mawira Kaharia, you responded by saying it is inconsistent. Is this still your position, or has it changed? And what will make you or make us believe that it might be out of inducement, that is why you are supporting the governor now? Thank you.
The Honorable Witness, a video was shown to you and the Senate on a funeral of one alias sniper, and there was bashing of the Senate and some senators, and then there was a funeral of sniper. So between the two, the death and the loss of sniper and the bashing, which is most important to you and to the people of Meru?
Sorry, come again. Honorable.
A video was shown to you and to the Senate of a burial of one alias sniper. On that video, there was the bashing of the Senate and some other senators. So between the bashing of the Senate and the loss of sniper,
thank you, Honorable Speaker. The message that we passed during the second impeachment motion, that at that point the governor was not a peace-seeking person, was valid at that point, and during, depending on the activities that had happened previously. If it is still valid as at this point, it is invalid because we have seen efforts from the governor herself trying to bring peace and call for reconciliation in the county. And Honorable Speaker, if there is one sign that can tell you the governor is peaceful, I'm the one who was here crucifying the governor. I moved the motion to impeach the governor. And if it went through, the governor could have been sent home packing, condemning her from serving in any public office in this country for the whole of her life. But when she reached out and we sat down and considered all the events and factors surrounding that position at that point, she told me she has no problem at all with me or with any other leader or with any other MCA. And if from that point up to now, we have been working together, I've been supporting her, and we have been trying to bring peace in that county, then I don't believe there will be any other sign to show that the governor has reformed and she is a peaceful person. About any inducement, I'm not aware of any, Honorable Speaker, and if I told there is an inducement that would have led me to support the governor, is the service delivery for the people who elected me, that is the people of Mitungu Ward. According to the question number 2, bashing of the Senate and the senators and loss of sniper, I believe that the Honorable Senator was asking which is a more weighty issue in that matter. And I would say loss of life, unfortunate loss of life, is a more weighty issue than the bashing of the Senate.
Next questions by Senator Hilary Wakili, followed by Senator Jones Mwashushe Mwaruma.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Kawira, as a member of a political party, you've told this House that you're a member of UDA. Had you any meeting prior to the alleged meeting that you said you were caucused to bring out an impeachment motion against the governor, which you were a mover? And secondly, you told this House earlier on in that motion that you moved that the governor had gone rogue. At what point did you have your Damascus moment and that the governor could have changed? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Kawira, in your own assessment, if the governor happens to be acquitted, perchance, do you think there is a possibility of the governor working with the assembly? And what needs to be done for that to be achieved? Or do you think the situation is irredeemable? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Senators. The question by Honorable Senator Sigei. The first one, there was no meeting for the party, but there were informal meetings, commonly known as kamukunji, in the assembly, where in fact, Honorable Speaker, the leadership of the House and members felt that they needed to punish the 10 members who had not supported the impeachment motion in the assembly. And it was my opinion then in that meeting that there is no need to punish these members because of entirely their political decision or their democratic right of either supporting or not supporting. And furthermore, they had not stopped the assembly from impeaching the governor at that point. Therefore, at that point, I told the informal meeting that I did not see any need for us to punish the 10 members. And I'm made aware that in the last or the previous impeachment motion, I've seen the governor and gone rogue. And I've said, considering the facts and events that had previously happened, there was some element of truth. And what changed, or when did I change, is when the governor now started preaching reconciliation and peace, and in our own act, even went ahead to stop the Okolea program that most of the MCAs were disgruntled with. Therefore, at that point, I saw that the governor was genuine and had agreed to change. Question number 2, if the governor is acquitted, is she likely to work with other leaders? That is very true, because, Honorable Speaker, if you can follow the sequence of events from the first impeachment motion, during the first impeachment motion, the governor was being supported by only one MCA at that point. During the second impeachment motion, the governor had the support of only 10 members during the second impeachment motion. During this third impeachment motion, the governor has a support of 20 members, and it is only that 3 more were intimidated and coerced that they abandoned the cause of calling for dialogue. We could have been 23 members. Honorable Speaker, if at all the assembly can be set free, the victimization, the intimidation, the threats that have been put upon us, members who are supporting the governor, I want to tell you, if that is done today, you see more than 40 members of the county assembly working with the governor of Meru. We even wrote a letter to this honorable honorable speaker. I don't know if it came out clearly. We wrote a letter, the 13 of us, to the devolution committee of this honorable senate, calling them to come to Meru and at least help us set the assembly free, help us set the MCAs free, because it is out of fear that now when you support the governor, you'll be victimized, you lose your committee positions, you lose your allowances, you lose everything, all privileges, even to a point of being denied an opportunity to contribute in the assembly, even to a point of being thrown out of the assembly because of your contribution. If we address that, the problem of Meru will have come to an end, and I want to promise you that, this Honorable Senate. Thank you.
Honorable Senators, the questions have been very similar. So I hope the next members who want to ask a question will ask different questions going forward. Senator Kisang, followed by Senator Beth Siengo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to put the question to Honorable Mawira, that you've told us that immediately after the failed impeachment of November last year, you went to Mombasa and agreed to plan for another impeachment. So it means basically, it doesn't matter whatever the governor does, the county assembly will still continue to come up with impeachment motions against her.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Witness, the other time during the second impeachment motion, you were on the other side. When you went back, you saw the light. Did you make efforts to reach more? You have talked of 20. Are you willing after this to reach more to see the light? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Senators. It's true, I stated that this impeachment motion that has been brought to this house started being planned immediately after the second one failed. And I've narrated what has happened, what has transpired previously. And Honorable Speaker, I think you have all seen clips, especially alluding to the mover, indicating that even if the Senate acquits the governor today, they are ready to bring more motions, up to a number of maybe 6 or 7. And it's a character of the Assembly of Meru, especially where I'm saying that MCAs are not being set free to exercise their democratic right. Unless that is reversed, you expect to see more impeachment motions in this Honorable Senate, just in case the governor is acquitted. But if that is addressed, Honorable Speaker, I want to assure you that this will be the last impeachment motion to come to this house, because the governor herself has proved that she is ready to work with other members. About my efforts to reach others, yes, I've severally done so. And when you approach anyone in that county assembly of Meru, and they tell you we don't have any problem working with the governor, but now when we come to support the governor, we lose the privileges of the assembly. So that single fact owns many members in abeyance of supporting the governor. And I believe if the governor is acquitted and this Honorable Senate helps us address these issues in Meru, you see that the governor will be ready and willing to work with each and every member of the county assembly. And nothing proves that more, Honorable Speaker, than the evidence that has been placed before this Senate, that the governor herself and the executive team have agreed to allocate 33 million shillings for each and every ward, which was a bone of contention previously for the allocation of the ward fund. Therefore, I believe if the Senate finds it objective and finds it depending on the facts and evidence that has been placed them, that they acquit the governor, there will be peace in Meru.
Senator Danson Mungatana, followed by Senator Agnes Kavindu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A very quick one. A video was played here in the course of your evidence, and in that video, this Senate, Mr. Speaker, was called a house of shame, a house of greed. In fact, it went in Kiswahili and said that we are wenda wazimu in this house. Mr. Speaker, I just wanted the witness to tell me and this house, what was the purpose of that? Was he adducing evidence to annoy us or to abuse us? What was the purpose of that evidence? Because evidence is supposed to build your case. What did it build in terms of the case? And Mr. Speaker, secondly, I wanted to invite the Speaker to make a ruling on whether we can allow any form of evidence to be adduced in. I cannot speak in this house like that. Why should someone who is a...
Thank you. Senator Agnes Kavindu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Mr. Witness, you've said that you've been whipped on party lines, the previous impeachment motion. Don't anyone have a right to stand with their own understanding? If you knew that the governor was not right or was right, why then did you agree to take over the motion, which actually the lady told us that she's the one who drafted it, but you took it over because you were so sure that the governor was going to be impeached so that you can take the glory? I believe even in this Senate, we have parties and we have people who can stand on their own and make decisions and make the right decision.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I say first of all, I do regret the ones that were uttered in that video because it is not in my position that these are house of shame. I know the Senate is very credible. and objective in undertaking its work. But Honorable Speaker, that evidence was brought before you to illustrate how members of the County Assembly have been incited and induced by party leaders. Specifically, the video played, we have seen it was of the Secretary General of Bas Party at Meru County. And that maybe was the feeling of the MCAs at that point who are supporting the impeachment motion. Therefore, we are to play to show to you the level of the level that political players in the county of Meru can go, the law that they can go, so that they can make sure that the process of impeaching the governor doesn't stop even once the Senate acquits her. My question number 2, whipping on party line, and if anyone doesn't have a stand, I believe honorable senators in this house were elected on parties, and we have seen that parties can bite. The consequences of defying party orders are there, we can't deny that, and we have already seen it being effected on us by being removed from committees, denying to attending trainings, capacity building, denying even opportunities to contribute in the house. Therefore, at that point, because ourselves we have sacrificed, Honorable Speaker, members who have been supporting the governor, the 13 members who have been supporting the governor, I want to tell you as a matter of fact, since February this year, no one has gotten a single dime from that assembly as a matter of being in support of the governor. Therefore, when it comes to that point, most members decide to weigh the consequences or the consequences of defying the party lines, and you find that most of them, since we are all human beings, decide to support the party line.
Next question by Senator Veronica Nduati, followed by Senator Eric Okongo.
Honorable Evans Mawira, you were in this house on 6th and 7th of November 2023 with an impeachment motion, and you said this was politically instigated by some political leaders. However, in your paragraph 4 of the affidavit, you did not disclose who are these political leaders. And I've seen a lot of meetings have been taking place, a lot of fights and squabbles in Meru County. In your opinion, do you think the residents of Meru County are being served by Meru County Assembly? Are you, honorable members of Meru County Assembly, serving the people, or a lot of time has been spent fighting, tossing the ball from this side to the other side? Are the Meru County getting any benefit from devolution with all these fights?
Yes, Bwana Witness, I just wanted to get your experience as a member of County Assembly. You seem to have conducted this public participation. The entire process was done in one day. And I've seen the photos and the people who were in attendance. There seemed to have been a very low turnout. Have you done any previous public participation exercise? How was the attendance? And was the process carried out, chaired, and minutes recorded by MCAs, or minutes were captured by members of staff from the county assembly? Just wanted to understand, because we have had issues with public participation before.
Witness.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, to address the first question, it's true that there's a lot of political infighting in Meru County. This can be attributed mostly to the losers during the previous general elections. And I'm being asked if the people of Meru are being served by the County Assembly of Meru, members of the County Assembly. I'll come to that. And Honorable Speaker, I'll state that the people of Meru have not received the best from the County Assembly of Meru because they have been held captive or have been induced to participate in a political infighting instead of focusing on serving the people of Meru. The question of who are those people, Honorable Speaker, I previously mentioned what has been transpired in that county. But Honorable Speaker, even to the reason of safety of my life, I would want not to mention the names expressed in this Senate. It's as dangerous as that, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, to my experience during or as a member of participation, I would say that during the first impeachment motion, the public participation was held at the County Assembly, where members of the County Assembly were present and members of staff, and the attendance was well. The second impeachment motion, the public participation was held at sub-county level, where members of the County Assembly were present as well, and participated and took minutes. And the attendance started to go down. During this impeachment motion, Honorable Speaker, the attendance was very poor. And also, in all venues, it is in a very few venues where members of the County Assembly attended. Therefore, the public participation meetings were conducted by members of the Assembly. And what I can attribute to the low attendance during this impeachment motion is that the feeling of the people of Meru, they are really tired of these fights. And if you could listen to most of them, because personally I listen to my electorates, they would say, kindly cease of these fights. Let us give every elected leader a chance to serve. And when it comes to removing you from office, we'll do that during the general election because they are about 3 years away from now. Thank you.
The next questions from Alexander Ngunyi and Senator Geoffrey Osotsi.
Asante Bwana Spika, swali langu kwa Mheshimiwa, wakati wa kutimuliwa kwa gavana Kawira mara ya kwanza na mara ya pili ulikuwa hapa ukiunga mkono aweze kutimuliwa, na unasema kutoka wakati huo ulienda upande mwingine ndio aweze kuleta watu pamoja, na wakati umeenda kwa hiyo kikundi ama kuleta watu pamoja, ndio mheshimiwa mmoja alisema ng'ombe 20 ya pesa nyingi ilikufa. Ndio tukasikia tukaona kwa video watoto walikuwa wanasaliwa kwa karibu na hospitali, hakukuwa na hospitali inaendelea kwa Karai. Wewe ukiwa mtu wa kuleta watu pamoja, ulisukua hatua gani? Ama wewe ni mmoja wale walipatiwa pesa ndio waweze kuenda kuunga gavana mkono? Asante Bwana Spika.
Mr. Mawira, I want to refer you to your affidavit, which is on page 39, where you have said that the anger and malice was directed towards the 2024-2025 county fiscal strategy paper, where 56 MCAs openly went against the previously agreed Ward Equalization Development Fund and allocated 45 million in each of the wards whose elected MCAs were against the governor, and 15 million to the wards whose elected MCAs were supporting the governor. This is after they had agreed, been advised against tabling a ward development
Senator,
fund.
ask your question because you only have 1 minute.
What I want from the witness is...
just give him 30 seconds to ask the question.
What I want from the witness, Mr. Speaker, is this particular statement confirmed that this is an illegality because it's against Article 10 of the Constitution. It's clearly discriminated. What is your view about this? And was this physical strategy paper approved?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, nataka kueleza katika hii seneti kulingana na lile swali limeulizwa ya kwamba kama ni pesa inatupeleka kusupport governor, tungekaa katika wale wanaompinga, sababu bunge la Meru, la County Assembly ya Meru, ndilo lina uwezo wa kupea members of the County Assembly money, because I've said that since February we have not received even a single dime from that assembly as a matter or as a consequence of supporting the governor. Therefore, it is unfortunate that we could be told that it's money that has lent us to support the governor. And also, I believe that as a peace-loving Senate and a peace-loving people, we should strive to preach more peace, so that we bring the executive arm of the government and the county assembly together, regardless of what has happened in the past, and not mentioning that only you can support the governor because of money inducements. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, according to the CFSP that I've stated, that is true. The CFSP was approved by the county assembly members, whereas the 38 members, elected members who supports or who opposes the governor, were allocated 45 million in their awards, whereas the 7 of us who are in support of the governor, our awards were allocated 15 million. Up and until when the county executive committee member for finance complained to the office of the control of budget and sought some advice, that is when that illegality was collected, and all ones, according to the agreement between the negotiation team, were allocated that is 6 million, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Senators, because we are out of time, I will take the last two questions from Senator John Kinyua, followed by Senator Mofaya Kataya.
Asante Bwana Spika. Mheshimiwa Mawira shahidi, sijui ni kuamini leo ama ni kuamini wakati ule mwingine ulipokuwa umekuja hapa, kwa sababu sijui niseme, kwa sababu Biblia inasema mimi nitumiwe kama chombo. Sijui kama wewe ni chombo, kwa sababu nashindwa ni kuamini leo ama wakati ule mwingine, kwa sababu unasema ulishurutishwa wakati ule mwingine, tena unaonekana ulitishwa. Sasa sijui leo ulipokuwa ukiongea ukaulizwa swali ukasema ya kwamba huwezi ukataja jina fulani kwa sababu unahofia maisha yako. Sasa sijui nitakuamini leo ama nikuamini wakati ule mwingine. Sijui mheshimiwa, nina ugumu, ninachanganyikiwa kidogo.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Mawira, I have just captured your confession that once you left this house, once you had brought the motion of impeachment against the governor extended some gestures of reconciliation to the MCAs. So in your own view, why do you think other MCAs didn't listen to the reconciliation mood and gesture extended by the governor as you did? You know, I've been an MCA for a decade, and I know the workings and the relationship between the governor and the MCAs. Why do you think other MCAs didn't listen to those reconciliation moves from the governor?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in reference to the question by Honorable Senator Kenyua, I have stated and given facts that led to me bringing the second impeachment motion to this Honorable Senate. And Honorable Senator Kenyua, if at all there's a time you should believe me, it is now. Because if I agree to testify in this Honorable Senate, and knowing the circumstances and knowing the facts that I was here previously, that shows you the level of commitment and sacrifice that I have gone myself to show and prove to you, Honorable Senators, and the country at large, because this matter is a matter of national interest right now, that the governor has been fought incessantly, political fights, and that is why we are here right now. Therefore, those are the facts that I can attest to in this Honorable Senate. Reconciliation efforts by the governor, while responding to question number 2, it's true that she has reached out, And why are other members not agreeing or accepting this olive branch being extended to them by the governor? The reason I've saying is the assembly will punish, or the assembly leadership will punish each and every member who attempts to even work with the governor. To an extent of the MCAs in Meru County Assembly, especially the elected ones, cannot be seen even following up for a project in the executive wing of the government. Because if you are seen there, you've been deemed as a traitor, you'll be punished, you'll be removed from committees, you'll be denied assembly privileges, and therefore this makes it very hard for other members to try and forge a working relationship with the governor. Thank you.
Thank you, witness. Counsel for the governor, you had a remainder of 4 minutes. Which witness did you want to call next?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. My next and last witness would be the governor of the county of Meru. I had made a request to be extended at least 15 minutes so that I will have a total of 20 minutes to be done with the governor in examination in chief.
Counsel for the assembly.
Thank you very kindly, Mr. Speaker, sir. In the morning, the assembly was moved with an application that was called the Doctrine of Equality of Arms by our teacher, Mr. Ongoya, our learned counsel. He indicated that there ought to have been equality of arms. I still invoke the same wisdom that there ought to be equality of arms, to which I am seeking indulgence that since this is a main character in this particular proceedings, and when they had the opportunity of dealing with our main witness, they had 1 hour 30 minutes. It would be therefore suffice to indicate, Mr. Speaker, sir, that in the efforts of making sure that we are all balanced, there is equality of arms, there is proper access to justice, there is fair hearing, that you apportion us the same equal time so that we can have to do justice to this case. Remember, it is we who have accused the governor, and we need sufficient time, if they so pleases the Senate, that they grant us leave to have at least 1 hour 30 minutes so that we can dispense with the justice, so that at least at the end of the day people can feel that justice has been done. I so beg.
Counsel, I think you've requested for an extra 15 minutes, but as put by the counsel for the assembly, you did in the morning. Your lead counsel requested that we fair and we give equality of arms as per the timings yesterday. Now, counsel for the assembly, I doubt if we can give you 1 hour 30 minutes. But in all fairness, they're asking for an extra 15 minutes. And you did utilize your whole 1 hour 10 minutes of cross-examination. So to be fair, we will give you also 20 minutes to cross-examine the key witness. And they will have an extra 15 minutes of their 4 minutes which they have. So we'll say roughly we'll give them 20 minutes and you will get 20 minutes to cross-examine the witness.
I am well guided by your wisdom. In the event that we shall not make it, I'll still seek leave for indulgence. I'm most obliged.
Thank you. Counsel for the governor, you may proceed.
I, Bishop Kawira Mwangaza, do solemnly swear that the evidence that I shall give before the Senate in respect of the matters before the Senate shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Good evening, Madam Governor.
Even to you, Wakili.
Thank you. You are appearing before the Senate for the third time, courtesy of the County Assembly of Meru, who seeks to have you removed from office by way of impeachment, and they have cited three main grounds for impeachment. One is that you were invited to appear before the County Assembly of Meru, but you did not. Could you explain to the Senate why you did not honor the summons at the County Assembly?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and Senators. I did not appear at the County Assembly of Meru because there was a court issue with the impeachment, and I was afraid that I will go there and then it will be termed as contempt of court.
Thank you. You have talked about there being a court issue. Are you aware if the court had stopped the impeachment process at the County Assembly level?
Thank you, Speaker. The court had issued a court order for the same.
And subsequent to the impeachment, did you take any action against the County Assembly for disobeying court orders?
Yes, after they moved and they debated about the impeachment, I moved to court and sued for contempt of court.
Thank you. Subsequently, you wrote to the Speaker of this House informing him of the court processes and the orders that had been issued. Do you recall doing that?
Yes.
What was the date of that letter?
9th August 2024.
Thank you very much. Nevertheless, you're here today to answer to the charges. You have filed a response, the one that is dated 17th day of August 2024. Do you wish to stand by the response as adduced before the Senate?
Yes.
And all the affidavits attached therein?
Yes.
Thank you. I want to go specifically to the three charges, and I want you to guide me on any evidence that you have adduced, and if the same has been adduced by other witnesses, then you're free to state that indeed that issue has been addressed to your satisfaction. The first ground for impeachment is the ground of illegally revoking the appointment of one Virginia Kawira. Have you made a response to that allegation?
Yes.
You brought witnesses here to testify on that fact, and there was a serious controversy as to a legal opinion that you allegedly received that informed your revocation. I want you to specifically address that issue because all the other issues had been addressed, and I'll be very specific. Did you or did you not receive any advisory from your legal advisor, one Linda Keome?
Thank you, Speaker. I received advisory from the legal advisor. To be very specific, when we were here the last time, I was advised by this honorable house that they should go and do away with any, if there was any illegal appointment. And from that, I called my legal advisor and also the C. Waziri for Legal Affairs and Public Administration, and then I sought their advice about one Virginia Kawira.
Who was your legal advisor that you sought advice from?
Linda Keome.
Linda Kiome appeared here yesterday and said that you have lifted her signatures from other documents and or you have forged her signature or used it without her consent and termed that advisory as a mediocre. Why would Linda Kiome, an advocate of the High Court of Kenya, appear before Senate and disown a document that you allege she had forwarded to you, in your own understanding?
Maybe due to some political pressure, or because there's a case in court that she has sued me because of terminating her as my legal advisor. Those are among the issues maybe that have lended her to say that the letter did not originate from her.
Madam Governor, are you familiar with technology to the extent of being able to lift a signature from another document? Are you that conversant with?
I don't know how, no, I don't know any technology about lifting.
Thank you. So your testimony in simple is that there is a personal vendetta between yourself and the advocate who disowned that document?
Yes.
Has the said legal advisor reached out to you personally or through other formal communications available to the county complaining about her use of that signature? Has she written any letter to you? Has anyone from your office been called? Has she called you personally to make that complaint?
She has not called me. She has not written anything to me. I just saw her here yesterday.
For the first time?
Yes.
Thank you. We move on to the next issue. And before I move on, it is your testimony before this Senate, because the actual charge is legally revoking the appointment, that you acted on that advisory to take the action that you took?
Yes, I acted on advisory from the legal and the waziri.
In 2 minutes, Madam Governor.
Please, 1 minute. Mr. Speaker, sir, I am constrained to object to the leading question.
We have my time frozen, Mr. Speaker, sir.
I am seriously constrained to cancel leading the witness and putting leading questions, and he's a seasoned advocate. Perhaps he needs to comply to the rules of examination in chief to avoid unnecessary intervention. I'm greatly humbled.
Objection overruled. Proceed, Council.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. So, Madam Governor, the issue is illegally revoking the appointment of CPA Virginia. Why did you find it necessary, even at the wake of that advisory, to take the action that you took? In your understanding, was the revocation illegal or not? Why did you take that action? In 2 minutes, kindly.
The revocation was not illegal. I'm the one that appointed Linda Kiome. I'm the one that appointed Virginia Kawira. And from the original agreement with her is that she would put away the first assignment that was given by the county government, that is financial officer in the county, and then get the new job. But after that, she did not honor the pledge that she promised.
So by the time she took over the role of the CEO of the County Public Service Board, had she relinquished her previous post?
No.
How would that have affected service delivery in your government had you allowed that to proceed?
It could have affected the government because having or holding that position for 6 years, as the government, we cannot recruit any other person. That's why I asked her respectfully to handle one line and leave the public county service officer as a financial officer.
Thank you. Failing to appoint chairpersons of various boards, is it, or rather, what is your stand in respect to that accusation? Have you made any attempts to appoint the chairperson whose positions are vacant?
We took several names for appointment for all the sagas that are in dispute, but to my astonishment that the assembly have never given a reply or given us a go ahead to have them as the board members.
You see, EC, Legal Affairs and the Public Service was here today and testified to that effect. Do you stand by the evidence that he produced?
I stand by the evidence that he produced.
The other issue is refusing to implement the recommendations of the solutions of the County Assembly. Have you ever received, in your capacity as a governor, any resolution addressed to you by the County Assembly of Meru requiring you to take action against one Harrison Gatobu Nchamba and Dr. Kiambi Aderu Thambura by way of removing them from office? Have you ever received any letter?
I've never received any letter. I've never received any resolution for the same.
Has the County Assembly produced a single communication that is specifically addressed to you as the governor requiring you to take action for a recommendation they made?
The Assembly have not produced any single letter or any resolution to me, addressed to me.
The report is seen to have been received by Harrison Gatobu Nchamba and the County Secretary. What is your comment on that?
I'm not aware whether he received any resolution or any letter on my behalf.
Would it be prudent for the County Assembly of Meru to forward a recommendation for the removal of these two officers through the same officers that you are meant to take action over, or they were meant to just address you directly on this issue?
That could be the best way. They could have done just to write to me directly rather than to the Chief of Staff or the County Secretary.
Thank you. You have also been accused of illegally dismissing 3 individuals from the County Revenue Board, from the Liquor Board, and the Meru Microfinance Corporation. Did you have a chance to interact with the same accusation during the last impeachment?
Yes, it was among the impeachment.
Have you taken any other action since the time we left Senate in respect to the 3 names that would have formed the basis for the new impeachment? Have you taken any other action?
Sorry?
Have you taken any other step towards these 3 individuals? Have you dismissed them afresh? Have you recalled them? Have you done anything to their detriment since we left Senate last year?
Yes, we wrote to the County Assembly of Nairobi, where one of them was an employee. In fact, he was being employed at the county government of Meru and at the same time an employee of Nairobi County.
Thank you so much. I want to move on to the next issue very quickly. You have been accused of gross misconduct by deliberately and knowingly misleading the public that Kenya shillings 86 million had been raised through the pay bill that has been provided for the burial arrangement of a blogger in Meru. Madam Governor, we have watched you in a clip making certain utterances. What informed those utterances, and on what basis would you claim that 86 million had been raised through, rather for this purpose?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and the Honorable Senators. Yes, I stated that the contributions were made to the magnitude of 86 million. This is because for more than 2 months, the leaders and also the members of County Assembly went around Meru County in all stadiums. That is Kimeru Stadium. They earned a fundraising in that stadium. They raised a lot of money, even though they did not disclose how much was raised from Kimeru Stadium. They went ahead to Mairitatu Stadium, where there were thousands and thousands of people. They raised money from there. They raised money from Maura Stadium. All members of National Assembly and also MCS, they raised a lot of money. Again, they had to cross-cut across Meru County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What was your connection with this issue that you had to make this statement? How was it concerning you that you had to make this statement? How was it your business that you had to make this comment?
It was my...
Give that context.
Thank you, Speaker. For me to make the statement, the leaders and also the MCs were accusing me of being one of the killers to the young man. And from there, they went ahead and we've started verifying this house in connection to me, that when I came here, maybe I bribed or so, and from that is the time I addressed the media to clear my name and also to shed light about the money that was raised, and at the same time to assist the young family get justice not only for the young man but also for the fund that were raised during those times.
This is an incident that was widely covered and a lot of disquiet was in Meru. What did you do to the family of the deceased, if any? Did you take any action? Did you reach out? What did you do, Madam Governor?
I tried to reach out to the family, but unfortunately the person that I sent there, one of my supporters, is almost touched because he was associated with me. I continued now to call media at least to see that the money which was raised was given to the family.
Thank you. Let us watch VKM4 and VKM8 very quickly. We may need the help of the translator, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Sergeant at Arms, kindly usher in the translator.
If we could have the time frozen as well, Mr. Speaker, sir, as we wait for the help of the translator. We can now play the video.
Tunapeana onyo, hiyo mwili tutaizika kwa mboma ya ungavano. Isikiki vizuri.
Can you repeat that part kindly?
Onyo, onyo, mwili huo tutaizika kwa mboma ya ngavana. Kila siku tutakuwa tunatafuta mwenye aliua sniper.
I object to that line of translation. It is grossly misleading, Mr. Speaker, sir. I fully understand the Khmer language. It has nothing to do with
How many translators do we have out there?
We have, wait.
Is it the only translator we have? Is the only translator we have? There are two?
We have two.
Bring in the other one. As a translator, there can never be any doubt cast upon you. Proceed.
Onyo, a warning, if that body is found at the home of the governor,
I think we have a serious problem, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Oh, kindly, can we, let's play, kindly.
Translator, do this. Face the other side, don't face the screen, because you're translating what is in English to Meru. Just face the other side and simply hear the Meru language and translate it.
Yes. A warning, if that body is found at the residence of the governor, well, I won't bury that body. There is the sound is not that good, kindly.
We all can hear, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Just replay.
A warning: if that body is found at the residence of the governor, I won't bury that body. It will remain there forever. Until when we come to get the one who killed sniper. And if it is not possible, we will take it to Senate. Because those are the people who brought back that person who killed sniper. And we will fight a real fear. Play on.
Mr. Speaker, sir, we can pause a bit. We had provided a transcript of those utterances. They are contained at volume 4, at page 6, because I am dissatisfied with that translation. Perhaps senators can retreat and look at it and compare with a more qualified translator. We can have the next clip.
Your sniper. The body of sniper will take it round in Kenya. We'll take to Senate. We'll take to Tigania. We'll take to Imenti. We will take to Igembe. And we will take to the county.
Thank you very much. Madam Governor, what transpired after those utterances were made against you and connecting you to the death of Sniper? And kindly, as you answer that, be mindful of the fact that it's an issue that is alive in court.
After a lot of public rallies and the leaders accusing me of killing the sniper, a team from DCI came to my place. They searched everybody, took all our phones, and made even my last son, who was 16 years, to write a statement for the same. And after that, they arrested my brother, who is my small brother. I tried to ask them as to why they did so. They said the investigation is still on, and I believe that justice will be served also as we serve justice to the sniper's family. My brother will also be served with justice. But to me, Honorable Speaker and this Honorable House, I've never even thought of killing, leave alone killing. Even thinking it's very far from me.
Thank you. So, is it your evidence that you are thoroughly investigated and you have not personally been in any way connected to this murder and you have not faced any charges?
I have not faced any charges. I did not even record a statement for the same. They came to our place, that is the governor's official residence, did the investigations and went away.
Council for Governor, I'm informed your time is up. What do you say?
Mr. Speaker, sir, I am truly saddened by that fact. I know we've had serious issues of mismanagement of time. That is a fault on our side. If I can have just 10 minutes with your kind permission. This is a very crucial witness. She's the governor who is facing the charges. 10 minutes, I believe, will do us justice in this matter. I will be done in 10 minutes.
Because it's her career that is on the line, and she only has today to fight for her career, I'll give you 20 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, sir. I am really obliged. Madam Governor, so you confirm that the criminal investigative agencies within the country were involved in this process?
Yes, the criminal investigative agency were involved and they came to Meru for more than a month to do investigations.
By the time those utterances were made by the people we have seen doing them, had investigations been concluded or begun?
Not even begun.
They had not begun?
Yes.
Did you make utterances during the course of the investigations? Did you make any public statements in respect to the issue during the course of investigations?
The only public utterance that I made is about the amount that was raised during that time.
During that time?
Yes.
Thank you. We have been told that you have caused a lot of problems to the widow of the deceased by claiming that she's cohabiting with an MCA. What do you say about that issue?
That is very wrong. I've never uttered such. In fact, maybe they think by the time I said that the MCA is being hosted by the sniper's wife was being hosted by an MCA, thought that I was alleging a male MCA, which was not.
Which was not the case.
Yes.
We have seen in the clips saying that they will take that body to various places. Have you witnessed them doing exactly that? And if they have done that, who has done that? And what is the target?
The target was just to victimize the governor, and they had the purpose that immediately they raise alarm and also continue telling people the lies that I'm a murder sniper. I will take plea and immediately they impeach me and bring another impeachment motion out of that.
Thank you. Madam Governor, there is an accused person in that murder, one Chris Kiambi, and you have been told that you have continued to pay him despite him being a murder suspect. Number one, I want you to confirm if you know the said individual and if he works in your office.
I learned after the investigations were over that he's an employee of county government in the Department of Communication.
There is a letter of appointment that appears at volume 2, volume 6 of the County Assembly's documents. Who is the author of that letter of appointment?
Virginia Kawira, Secretary, CEO, Meru County Public Service Board.
Was that position, in your understanding, a competitive process, or those are among one of the staff that work directly under you?
It was a competitive position.
You've also been accused of, rather an issue was raised, and I know it will come up during cross-examination, of your association with the main suspect in that murder case, one Supu. Have you adduced evidence to show that he is not a member of your staff, neither does he work for the county?
Yes, he's not a member of my staff. He doesn't work even in our county.
What would be the connection between him and the county of Meru? Was he ever employed by the county?
The County Public Service Board advertised positions, various positions. He was among the people Thank you. The County Public Service position advertised positions, and he was among the people who were appointed by them, and immediately after they went to check on papers, his papers, according to the letter that I can see and I also saw from the county secretary, that it was a fake degree, and for that reason the county secretary service board revoked the appointment, immediately revoked the appointment.
Where is that letter found? In volume?
Volume 2.
Of the county government's document, at what page?
And it's page 454.
454. So, would you be having any association with the same individual?
Not at all.
Not at all. Finally, on that issue, Madam Governor, what are your sentiments towards the family of the late sniper? Because it has been argued that you have not made any utterances or directed your feelings towards the family. What would you say? And have you even done that previously?
I did it previously, and I also repeat them. I'm sorry about the family. And in fact, I'm the one that got out of my way to ask justice for the same family. This is a young family that maybe is not all that much able. And the reason as to why I went to media to give my stand is that I saw a lot of kind of mishandling the same family, stealing from the same family, doing it for politics and not to assist the same family.
Your utterances in that press statement, were they directed at the family or to whom were they directed?
My utterances were directed to the general public of Meru.
Thank you. Let us go to the last count of abuse of office. And you have been accused of employing a bloated workforce. Did you stand before the Senate last year and answer to the same charges?
Yes, I was here for the same charges.
Were you found guilty of those charges?
Not guilty.
A list was produced here of the names that you have purportedly employed. Was it the same list that was produced last year, purporting that you had a bloated workforce?
It was the same list that was brought here.
Thank you. You have also been, let me go back to the issue of paying Kiambi Christas Manyora. You have been accused of not taking any disciplinary action against the said individual despite him facing criminal charges. Do you have powers to take disciplinary action against an individual who has been accused of any criminal offense as a governor?
I don't believe I have any powers to do that.
Who should take disciplinary action in your understanding? Who should take disciplinary action in your understanding?
I think the County Public Service Board.
To the best of your knowledge, has that issue been brought to the attention of the County Public Service Board for their attention?
The issue has not been brought to the County Public Service Board, and if there is any, maybe they could have informed me.
Thank you. We also watched clips by the move of the motion touching on two main issues. One is the issue of the death of certain cows within your county, where 20 cows had died because of an outbreak of a skin disease. Are you aware of that issue, and what have you done in respect to that issue? Do you have any data of any form?
I saw the issue on this screen, that is yesterday. For the veterinary services that you offer in Meru County, for the last 2 financial years, we have vaccinated over 200,000 against various diseases. So that one, I only saw the clip, but I did not see any dead cow or any even people supporting the same.
You are also accused of poor service delivery, where even mothers within your county, specifically within Kegocho Hospital, are giving birth by the roadside. Are you aware of that incident, and what have you done about it?
I also saw the incident yesterday, and Kegocho is not a level 4 or level 3 facility. It is just a dispensary. We are putting up a maternity facility, and there is no facility that is supposed, maybe the woman that went to that place, because I saw yesterday, was also assisted by the in charge of that facility, but it has no maternity room.
Thank you. Madam Governor, I have less than 10 minutes. You have brought several witnesses to testify in support of your case. One of those witnesses is Mheshimiwa Evans Mawira. It has been alleged by the County Assembly that you have procured this witness by way of buying his loyalty. What would you say about that specific allegation?
The allegation is wrong because I don't see if I am able to buy any MCA. Immediately after the third impeachment, I called Mawira as the majority leader by then, just to bring us together and also bring other MCAs as their leader. And from that time, he has faced a lot of challenges, as he said, because of joining this other camp and also refusing to fight the government.
This is your third impeachment motion, Madam Governor. At the point when you first brought at the Senate, how many MCAs did you have in your team that would support anything that the county government executive would do? How many MCAs did you have?
Having been elected as an independent candidate, the first time when the impeachment motion was brought here, I had only one MCA out of 69 MCAs. And then I did a lot of effort to bring them together. The second impeachment, I had 10 of them. That is from 1 to 10. And after the second impeachment, I went ahead, tried to look and see how we can work with them together. And I can proudly say that up to now, I have 23 MCAs on my side.
The 23 MCAs are out of what membership of the County Assembly?
Out of 69.
Out of 69. What other efforts have you made to bring about unity and reconciliation in the Meru County?
From the first impeachment, the issues were about the first gentleman of Meru. We discussed as a family and agreed that you will never participate in any county meeting or even in anything apart from just accompanying me to the church, just to make sure that the MCAs are comfortable with me. The issue of first gentleman appeared in this Senate, and therefore we sat as a family, and that was over for him attending any meetings that pertains to the county. Again, I thought it was the issue of money because it was raised in this Senate. The first financial year, that is 2022-2023, we allocated 10 million per every ward. That is the equalization or ward fund. They call it ward fund. They said it wasn't enough. I went ahead, increased it by 5 million, up to 15 million. They said again the money wasn't enough. They wanted more money. This financial year, we've given every ward that 3 million to see if at all there will be peace in Meru. Those two steps I took as early when I realized that there are issues with the MCAs. There's also an issue that I should have stopped my programs that I do with the church. That is the Okorea program, whereby we go as a church, donate cows, donate blankets, donate mattresses to the poor. Again, the MCAs and the leadership was not happy with the program. They said I should rest the program and I should not continue doing anything to do with the charity work in Meru. For the sake of unity and bringing people together, I stopped my charity work that I've been doing for the last 15 years. I've taken a lot of steps to see that we work together, even by writing to the devolution committee of this Senate to come to Meru and at least see what is the problem. I wrote twice to this to the devolution committee, and to my surprise, I'm still waiting to see if they will come and see the issues that are ailing Meru. Immediately after the third impeachment, I went around across Meru County saying sorry if I had wronged anyone. In fact, at one point, I said sorry 70 times. Each sorry for every MCA and another sorry for the speaker. 70 times. If if I had wronged anybody. I asked for forgiveness so that the county will take progress. I want to thank this honorable house from the advice that they gave me to go and try and sit with every leader. I started with Njorin Cheke. I went to them and they asked for a sitting. We sat, we talked, and then we amended everything what was not going well. I sat with the MPs. I sat with every leader who is in Meru. The only person who did not avail himself for a sitting to see that Meru moves forward is the Honorable Senator of this House. The rest, we've talked, we've sat, and we have no issues at all.
Yet, Madam Governor, you're here yet again, even after all those efforts. Clearly, the senators might be inclined to think that you have a problem, and the people of Meru and across the country imagine that you are the one with a problem. Where is the problem then? Why are you here?
Maybe I'm here because of various reasons. One is the threats and intimidation to the honorable MCAs, as the witness who has just left the stand said. Number two is about the external forces from the leaders at the county level. We have a lot of leaders from county level. You've seen them in the clips, and maybe we'll play another clip that one of them is saying, the senator, but I need protection for this because I might land myself in problem.
You can make the application directly to the speaker for that line.
Honorable Governor, you shall not be victimized for whatever you say, as long as it's truthful and in line with the oath that you've just taken.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and the Honorable Senators. Because I'm here, let me say the truth. The issue of MCAs in Meru, one of the person or leader who is trying to fuel and also to bring disharmony in Meru is no one else but the Deputy Speaker of this House. Several times I've tried to reach him. He doesn't avail himself so that I can at least say sorry to him. I tried to reach the devolution committee of this House to come to Meru, but he said through his people that at no time the devolution committee will come to Meru until he gives a green light for the same. This honorable senator, deputy speaker of this House, is had in many meetings like the one we've just seen the clip here. The MCAs are planning on how to impeach the governor immediately after he left here, and then they ask for comments from the honorable deputy speaker of this House. He stands, and the video has been played here, and say, we as circumcised men, we will make sure that we assist you, honorable members, in whatever way. We will assist you, and the assistance that he gives to the MCAs is to make sure that they impeach me as many times as possible. In fact, he promises them immediately after they leave River Kavita to this end, he will take care of this house. I don't know how he will take care of this house, but honorable senators, the deputy, my senator, whom I give a lot of respect, as greatly interfered with the running of the county government of Meru.
Are you saying that your senator, who also happens to be my senator, is behind your problems in Meru?
I think we can play the clip.
Kindly let's play that clip.
I think it's a yes or no. We don't need to play the clip.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Governor, do you think that devolution works in Meru with you as the governor, or the only problem, or not, rather the only solution is for you to vacate your seat and give it to someone else so that we can have peace in Meru? Do you think that there is a working relationship with, especially the County Assembly of Meru? Because that is where your focus should be. Do you think there is that working relationship?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The working relationship or the working progress in Meru with the MCAs, I've just said that I started with one MCA, then to 9 MCAs, and up to now I have 23 MCAs.
Conclude, Council for Governor, your time is up.
Thank you. Actually, that was my last question now, Mr. Speaker. Sir, I thank you so very much. I yield the witness
Council
for
County Assembly, you may now proceed for cross-examination.
Mr. Speaker, sir, with your kind permission, kindly I beg your indulgence to advise us as to extension of time. We had agreed previously that shall be equality of times, but I leave it to you as we progress. We will consider.
Just utilize your 20 minutes fast.
Most obliged.
If at the end of the 20 minutes,
I am well guided.
Done, you know exactly what to do.
I am well guided,
Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, sir. Madam Governor, good evening.
Evening to you.
The last time you were here, you indicated that you're a victim of misogyny. You remember?
Yes.
Do you still hold that preposition this afternoon?
Yes.
You still hold the position that you're a victim of the gender card?
Yes.
And that it's because of the gender card that you've always been brought before this assembly?
Yes.
Do you reckon that the move of the motion was a woman?
Yes.
Do you reckon that the motion was equally supported by the men and the women of MCAs of the Meru County?
Yes.
And you still hold the preposition that you're a victim of the gender, correct?
A victim.
Should female governors be held to account?
Yes, they should.
Should be told when they are wrong?
Yes, they should.
Are they bound by the law?
Yes, they are bound.
Are they exempted by any clause that you know of?
No.
And therefore, Madam Governor, when we tell you that you illegally revoked the appointment of Virginia Kawira, and that you contravened Section 58, subsection 4, and Section 5, and Section 59A of the County Government Act, yes?
No.
How is that victimization?
It was not a
How is that victimization? How do we victimize you as a woman when we say you violated Section 58 and Section 59? How do we victimize you as a woman?
I did not violate any section.
Listen to my question. How do we victimize you? I'm not asking whether you violated. I'm asking, how do we victimize you as a woman?
I did not violate.
I know you didn't violate. That's why you're putting a defense. But I'm asking, how do we victimize you? The question is, how have we victimized you?
I did not violate.
That you have said. But the question is, how did we victimize you? Tukisema kwamba umevunja hii sheria na umesema hujavunja, tumekuonea vipi ati kwa sababu wewe ni governor wa mwanamke?
Ni kwa sababu sijavunja ile sheria, amjanionea.
Understanding my question?
Yes, I'm understanding.
The question is about victimization. How have we victimized you?
The council has tried to put it in English and Swahili, but it's not syncing well. I wish I could allow Meru, but that language is not allowed here. Now, let me try to assist the witness maybe to understand. If a governor breaches the law and is held to account, if it happens that that governor is a woman, is she being victimized? Because
she's not. Thank you.
Council, have I...
Thank you for the indulgence. I enjoy from the wisdom of having practiced many years of law. Thank you, Senior Counsel. And therefore, you sat through the evidence of one Linda Kiome.
Yes.
You heard that she distanced herself from that particular letter.
Yes.
And you are given leave by the Senate to bring or to produce the original letter, correct?
Yes.
Have you produced it before the Senate this afternoon?
We made the calls.
Have you produced it?
I have not.
Thank you. Who is in custody of that original letter?
I think the office of the legal advisor.
Think or you know, who is in custody of that letter?
Our secretary.
Your
She
secretary.
says yes.
Is that secretary within your reach?
She's in Meru.
Is she within your reach?
She's within my reach.
Did you communicate to her that it was important to have that particular letter produced before the Senate?
I communicated to her and she said that she had given the letter to the legal team that was preparing.
Oh, so the letter was still within the custody of the legal team?
So that they can have a copy.
Thank you. Have they produced it?
They have produced a copy.
Have they produced the original letter?
No, they have not.
Thank you. How can we tell and how can you dispute the allegation of forgery? How can you distance yourself with the allegation of forgery in that particular letter?
There is no forgery in that particular letter.
How can you, in the absence of the original letter, how can you distance yourself? May I repeat the question?
Yes.
In the absence of the original letter, how can you distance yourself from that letter?
It has been asked a few hours ago, so, and because it's in Meru, we need to do some arrangement.
You cannot distance yourself from that letter in the absence of the original, correct? You cannot distance yourself from the allegation of forgery in the absence of an original letter.
I can distance myself.
When do you allege that the same was given? When do you allege that the advisory was given? Is it your testimony that was given on the 23rd February 2024?
Yes.
And when did you begin having problems with Linda?
Way back.
Yes, way back. When? Which specific dates?
I don't remember the date.
Do you remember issuing a notice of the intention to terminate her services?
No.
I remind you, Madam Governor, that on the 26th of March 2024, you issued a notice of intention to terminate the services, correct?
Yes.
And therefore, at that particular time, your relationship with Linda had already started going south, correct?
Not completely.
Not completely. Were there functions that you had indicated? Let's look at that letter. You indicate that the reason for the termination is due to her perennial unavailability to offer legal services or legal advice. Then you also say, when the governor raised this concern over the same issue in December, it's an independent letter annexed to the affidavit of Linda, which was filed yesterday.
Yeah, Linda's affidavit is an independent document. It's not contained in any of those volumes, but it was circulated. If you don't have a copy, kindly make available a copy to Honorable Orwoba. Is there any other senator who doesn't have a copy of Linda's affidavit?
May we please the time?
Can you make available a copy to Senator Mogeni and Senator Orwoba, please? Proceed.
You got it?
See it, Council.
That is the annexure indicated as Office of the Governor, a letter dated 26th of March 2024, which is the last page, indicating as notice of intention, indicated as notice of intention to terminate your services. Have you seen it, Madam Governor?
Yes.
Did that letter originate from your office?
From the Chief of Staff.
From the office of the governor, correct?
Yes.
And this is an officer who was working under you, correct?
Yes.
And the chief of staff works under your instructions, yes?
Yes.
And that she cannot execute any functions without you having indicated or given instruction, correct?
Yes.
And as such, this letter therefore originated pursuant to your instructions, yes?
Yes.
And therefore you're indicating that you have a problem with Linda due to her perennial unavailability to offer advice, correct?
Very true.
So on this particular day, where was Linda when issuing this advisory?
I don't know.
You do not know.
Yes.
Did you instruct her to issue this advisory?
Who now?
You yourself, did you instruct her to issue this advisory?
How or he?
Did you instruct Linda to issue the advisory dated the 23rd February?
I called legal advisor, that is leader, and also...
So you instructed her, correct?
Governor, it's
I asked for advisory from them.
I'm asking a simple question. Did you,
yes.
You instructed her?
Yes.
What was the mode of communication?
One-on-one.
One-on-one, on that particular day?
Not that particular date.
Yes. When did you seek when did you seek this advisory?
After maybe 3 days.
When did you seek the advisory?
I can't remember the date.
What had triggered you to seek this advisory? What had preceded the need to seek this advisory?
There was allegation that Virginia Kawira is holding 2 positions.
Are you the one who sent out this advisory? Are you the one who called for it?
I called leader and they asked for advisory.
Was the revocation of Linda done pursuant to the provisions of the law?
Yes.
Do you know what the law says in terms of the revocation of a member of a board?
Yes.
You understand that you cannot revoke an appointment of a member of a board without a resolution of the county assembly, correct?
It's not true.
Just show her the law. Show her the law. Read it out for her.
You're talking about leader or Virginia?
Virginia. I'm at Virginia. Would you read section 59A, 58?
58?
5.
The members of the board may only be removed from office, A, on grounds set out for the removal of members of a constitutional commission under Article 25(1) of the Constitution, and by a vote of not less than 75%.
A vote of not less than 75%? We have 2 ways of removing person from an office, correct?
I revoked, not removed.
When you revoked, did she leave the office?
She went to court.
I'm asking, when you revoked, assuming that she did not go to court, was she to leave the office?
After revoking, she was not to leave the office.
Ulipo revoke hiyo barua yake, ulitarajia atarudi katika ofisi yake siku nyingine?
Nilitarajia atachagua kazi moja kati ya kazi 2 ambazo alikuwa anashikilia.
Hivyo haukutarajia kwamba atarudi kwa ile ofisi yake siku nyingine, kweli si kweli?
Nilimpatia achague anarudi kwa ofisi gani.
Nijibu swali langu, nimekuuliza vizuri sana. Ulitarajia kwamba atarudi kwa ile ofisi yake awe CEO wa board tena?
Yes.
Ulitarajia vipi na usha revoke?
Revoking is not dismissing.
I understand English. My question is whether you dismiss, whether you revoke, the ultimate result is that she is going to leave that office. She is going to be removed from that office, correct?
Angetoka kwa hiyo ofisi kama angeacha kazi ambayo alikuwa ameshikilia kwa miaka yote.
The revocation was done pursuant to which law? Which law did you invoke when revoking that appointment?
The law that makes me an appointee.
The laws in Kenya are known. We know all the laws. Which law specifically did you invoke? And perhaps show us from that purported advisory which law was invoked while purporting to revoke. Have a look at that advisory and lead us to the law from that particular lawyer who advised you that a revocation can ensue, which law did he invoke or did she invoke?
The legal advisor, that is leader, I knew the law that
yes, I understand.
used.
Which law did she invoke in her advisory? Can you see where she's saying, I am relying on the County Government Act?
No.
The last paragraph of that letter. Kindly show the Madam Governor.
This is letter, leader's affidavit.
Madam Governor, be patient to be shown where to read.
Proceed, Counsel. And Senator Roba, you don't shout. If you have not given you any permission to speak, you stay silent.
Can you see where it is? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can you see where it is written? In rendering this legal advice, I am relying on the County Government Act. Correct?
Yes.
Has she quoted any provision?
No.
Did you hear her saying that this is a mediocre advice? And now, therefore, she distanced herself from this mediocrity?
She cannot distance herself from this.
I'm asking, did you hear her saying?
Yes.
You heard her saying it's mediocre?
Yes.
Do you understand why it is mediocre? It's because she's not referenced on any law. I put it to you that the letter is referred to as mediocre because it's not referred to any law and it was done by an amateur.
I'm not a legal expert. That's why I sought legal advice.
Mr. Speaker, could we have video number 11 in the County Assembly videos played from second 12? And as we await for that video, it is your testimony that there is proper delivery of services in Meru County, correct?
Yes.
There is no hue and cry whatsoever nature, correct?
Maybe there is some part.
Yes? There is no hue and cry, correct? All services are flowing smoothly, according to you, correct?
Yes.
Including the health sector, correct?
Yes.
Kindly play at second 12. And you confirm that that facility has no maternity ward, correct?
We are putting it up, not yet finished.
Have a look. We are just interested with that writing on the wall. We don't even need an interpreter.
That's a new block.
It's okay. Wait. I've not put a question to you. Rudisha nyuma kidogo. Tafadhali. Can you see, sorry.
Maternity
we are interested at where we have Keboshwa maternity ward. Kindly, Madam Governor, would you kindly read out?
That's a new block which is not even furnished.
Can you see where it is written Keboshwa maternity ward?
It was written 2 months ago. Yes, I can see.
It's okay.
Yes.
When was this? Who opened this facility?
It has not been opened yet because it has no furniture.
Is this facility functional?
It is functional as a dispensary.
As a dispensary?
Yes.
A dispensary that can take any emergency of whatsoever nature, correct?
No.
Yes?
Limited to services.
Limited to services?
Yes.
Let's have where, and perhaps you need an interpreter now, let's have where the women are saying that a woman delivered on the road. Let the video be played.
Bagetie machokio kumakema ndaitare nara kinyaba kwenda kunenkero mwana ore inala simekire kwero mwana keni neke sibitare.
Mr. Speaker, sir, we need an interpreter.
Can you bring the interpreter in the house? What is the issue, Senator Gloria, as we wait for the interpreter to walk in? Keep it short.
Mr. Speaker, in the interest of this House, I hate to say this, but we have been taking time out of the other team to get the interpretation and for the purposes of the visually impaired. Mr. Speaker, I don't see why now when we are saying there's a visually impaired person in the interest of time, that they are getting favored to run clips without an interpreter, Mr. Speaker. I'm seeing as if there's a problem here, Mr. Speaker. So also, Mr. Speaker, they should stop badgering the witness, because she should be allowed to answer the questions. She's not being allowed to answer the questions. And it's a common thing there.
Do we have the interpreter in the House? Senator Gloria, you've never registered yourself as a visually impaired senator. Proceed with the proceedings.
Can you have the video played? These are women from the village who are saying it is a big risk to the kid and to the mother. I came here early in the morning, that is 4 a.m., and I was going to pray, and I found women here. I think we can stop at that. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. You've heard what those women are saying, correct? What are they saying?
She was going for prayers and met a woman who was crying along the road.
Yes. Proceed. Let us play. As I was going to church, even the church I didn't have to attend, I went looking for other women from the village. During delivery, the kids were all over and we were chasing them so that they cannot join us in the process. Thank you. Heard what the women are saying, that they are complaining that one of them is delivering from the along the roadside, correct?
Yes.
Did it surprise you or did it catch you by surprise?
I was surprised also.
You did not get to know about it, correct?
No, I saw it on yesterday.
Thank you. And you are the chief executive of the county government of Meru, correct?
Well, we have.
You are the chief executive.
Yes, yes, yes.
Thank you. Let us play video number 1. 1A at minute 2:42.
Wale ambao wana
Yes.
Ningependa kusema hivi. Vincent Moreri ama Supu ambaye ni key suspect. Hajawahi andikwa kwangu. Si mfanyikazi wangu. Hakuna siku amefanya kazi kwa gavana na si mfanyikazi wa kaunti. Ni shabiki kama vile hao walio nyuma yangu ni shabiki.
Suppose that is you speaking, correct?
That's very true.
And what is the context? What is the context of your address? You are addressing about the death of Sniper, correct?
Yes.
And you are distancing yourself from that person called Supu, correct?
Yes.
And that he has never worked in your office, correct?
He has never worked in
Do you
my
still
office.
hold that preposition even this evening?
He has never worked in my office.
Thank you. Let us look at the evidence. Volume 2 of the County Assembly bundle of documents at page 430.
County Assembly.
Yes, County Assembly.
Your time is up. Council for the County Assembly, your time is up.
Yeah, that has caught us by surprise, Mr. Speaker, sir. And because this is a crucial witness, we seek indulgence and your favor that you may grant us a